I went on a blind date with a woman named Lee Man. She kept complaining about our small county, Chingsa County. She said it was too poor, too boring, no good hospitals, no malls, nothing to do. She wanted me to take her to the big city. When I told her I planned to stay here and build something, she got angry and left. I didn't mind. I watched her go and sat there looking out the window at the gray, run-down streets. See, I've already lived one life. In that life, I did exactly what she wanted. I worked myself to death in a big city as an architect. I pulled all-nighters, skipped meals, never rested. One morning my heart gave out, and I died at my desk. I had 300,000 yuan saved, not even enough to buy a bathroom in that city. So when I got a second chance, I decided, no more. I'm staying home. 3 days after I was reborn, a strange system appeared in my mind. The rule is simple. For every person living in Chingsa County, I get 1 yuan per day. Right now the county has about 287,000 people. That means I get nearly 290,000 yuan every single day without doing anything. Over 8 million a month. But here's the real trick. If more people move here, I earn more. So my plan is to invest the money back into the county, build malls, parks, factories, create good jobs. Make this place somewhere people actually want to live. The more people come, the more I earn. It's a perfect loop. After the date, I bought some roast duck, pork, and expensive cherries, then walked home to our old apartment. It used to be a factory dormitory, peeling walls, broken lights, small ads everywhere. My mom asked about the date. I told her it didn't work out. She sighed and said girls these days are practical. My dad got upset too. He said I shouldn't have quit my city job and come back home. I didn't argue. I just put the food on the table, washed the cherries, and sat down. Then I told them I had some money saved and wanted to start a business. My dad didn't believe me. He said I only knew how to draw buildings. What could I possibly do here? I looked out the window at an old, unfinished building in the distance. I told him I was thinking of taking over the clothing factory in our county, the one that's been losing money. My parents didn't take the factory idea well. Dad said the place had been shut down for half a year and owed money everywhere. Mom called it a bottomless pit. I told them not to worry. I had a plan. They looked at each other like I'd lost my mind. Then my old buddy Lu Hao called. We grew up together. Now he drives a taxi in the county. He wanted to meet up, so I went to old Zhao's barbecue stall on the old street. Lu Hao looked different. Fatter, hair thinning, yellow teeth from smoking. But he was the same guy. He ordered lamb skewers and cold beer, and we sat down to catch up. His life wasn't easy. He drove 14 hours a day and barely made 100 yuan after costs. His car's air conditioner had been broken for weeks. I asked about our other friends. The news wasn't good. Ari was in prison, 5 years for getting mixed up in a demolition job where someone got hurt. Sanzi fell from scaffolding at a construction site down south. The contractor ran off without paying his medical bills. Now he's back in the village with a bad leg, running a tiny shop. Then Lu Hao told me about Wang Qiao. We used to call her Qiaojia. She ran a pool hall on East Street when we were young. Later she started a building materials company and made real money during the county's development boom. But her husband betrayed her. While she was away on business, he emptied the company account and borrowed 3 million under her name, then fled abroad. Now she works at a foot massage place called Golden Peak Club. She works from morning until 2 at night. The same people who used to respect her now go there to mock her. Her 5-year-old daughter can't even afford kindergarten. Last month the girl had a fever, and Xiao couldn't scrape together 300 yuan for medicine. I remembered Wang Xiao well. She was sharp, loyal, and knew how to manage people. Lu Hao got excited when I told him I'd quit my city job and wasn't going back. He even offered to help me get a taxi to drive. I told him I wasn't planning to work for anyone. Then I asked him about the old clothing factory in the south of the county. He froze and stared at me like I was crazy. I told him I was thinking of taking it over. He said anyone who touches that place gets burned. Lu Hao told me everything about the clothing factory. It was worse than I thought. On the books, the factory owed the bank 3 million, fabric suppliers over 2 million, and half a year of unpaid wages to more than 100 workers. That's 6 or 7 million right there. And off the books, the old director had borrowed from private lenders too. Loan collectors had already shown up, splashed red paint on the gate, and kicked the old gatekeeper so hard they broke 3 of his ribs. Lu Hao warned me. The moment I took over, all that debt would land on me. But I wasn't planning to take over the old factory. That would be stupid. With my system giving me nearly 290,000 yuan a day, I could cover those debts in a month. But why waste money cleaning up someone else's mess? My real plan was different. I'd apply for new land in the county's development zone, build a modern factory from scratch, and bring in new equipment. Qingzhou County had good transportation, a national highway running through it, and a highway exit nearby. Years ago, the county had real industry. The skilled workers were still around. That was the real treasure. Then Lu Hao mentioned his wife, Zhang Yan. She'd worked at the old clothing factory for 5 years and became a workshop supervisor before it shut down. She knew every step: fabric, patterns, cutting, sewing, quality checks, packing, shipping. She basically did 3 people's jobs because the boss was too cheap to hire enough managers. Now she was stuck at home with no work. They were struggling on just his taxi money. She was even thinking of going to work at an electronics factory in southern Jiangsu, 10-hour days, far from her family. Lu Hao talked about the bigger problem too. Young parents leave for factory jobs in other provinces. Their kids grow up with grandparents who can't control them. The kids drop out of school and roam the streets. Meanwhile, there's no industry left. The county shouts about attracting investment, but nothing ever sticks. I asked him a simple question. If there was a factory here with air conditioning, proper contracts, social insurance, piece rate pay of 5 or 6,000 a month, free lunch, and holiday benefits, would people come back? He slammed the table. Of course they would. He said even he'd quit driving his taxi to work there. That was exactly what I needed to hear. If I could bring back the migrant workers, the county's population would grow, and my daily income from the system would grow with it. Zhang Yan was the key person I needed. She knew the business inside and out, she was reliable, and she had no job right now. I told Lu how to bring her to lunch tomorrow. He stared at me like I was crazy, but in the end he agreed. The next day at noon, I met Lu Hao and his wife Zhang Yan at a restaurant on Old Street. Zhang Yan came in scolding me before she even sat down. She said I'd lost my mind. She warned me about the debts, the government inspections, the hopeless business environment. She told me to just put my money in the bank and live off the interest. I let her finish. Then I told her I wasn't planning to take over the old factory at all. That was just me testing the waters with Lu Hao the night before. My real plan was to start fresh. Build a brand new factory. No connection to Li Jiangwo's debts. Not a single cent toward his mess. I told her I wanted to make high-end custom clothing, not cheap mass-produced stuff. We couldn't compete with big automated factories on volume, so we'd compete on quality and craftsmanship instead. Then I asked her to be the factory manager. She knew the whole production process. She could recruit the best workers from the old factory. It was a better life than going to southern Jiangsu to tighten screws for 10 hours a day. She was shaken, but still cautious. She asked about money. I told her I had 3 to 5 million to start, from crypto trading and freelance design work in the city. She asked about customers. I told her I had a connection from my architecture days, a woman who owned dozens of high-end boutiques and needed a reliable factory. She still hesitated. So I took out my phone and transferred 100,000 yuan to Lu Hao's account right there at the table. I told Zhang Yan it was her first year's salary in advance. I knew their family was struggling, medicine for the elderly, daycare for the kid, bills piling up. Lu Hao tried to give it back. I stopped him with my chopsticks and said brothers keep accounts clear. It was her salary, not a gift. Zhang Yan's eyes turned red. She stood up, drank her tea in one gulp, and said she'd take the job. She promised to bring me the best sewing workers in the county by tomorrow. We talked for a while after that, about old friends struggling, elderly people dying alone, kids going astray with no parents around. In my past life, I wouldn't have cared about any of this. But now every story hit me hard. People leave home to earn money for their families, but in the process, their families fall apart. What's the point? After lunch, I walked home alone and did some math. 300,000 a day sounds like a lot, but for building real infrastructure, it's not enough. I couldn't wait years to save up. I had to start small, spend carefully, and grow step by step. The clothing factory was just the beginning. I woke up early the next morning. The system showed 289,714 people in the county, so I earned 289,714 yuan overnight. My total balance was already over 1.4 million. After a quick breakfast of porridge and steamed buns, I took a taxi to the county government building. I wanted to learn about investment policies and find a factory site through official channels. The building was old, a 6-story block from the 1980s with tiles falling off the walls. The guard told me the investment office director wouldn't arrive until 9, so I went upstairs to wait. A young clerk named Zhou Xiaoqin was already there. When I told her I wanted to set up a clothing factory, she looked surprised. Nobody ever came here asking to build a factory. The only visitors were delivery workers or people looking for the wrong office. She filled out a form with my information. When I said my initial investment was around $3 million, she paused and looked at me again. My plain sweatshirt and faded sneakers didn't exactly scream wealthy investor. But she kept going and even gave me water in the good porcelain cup instead of a paper one. Then Director Wang Jianxi arrived. He was in his 40s, had been running the investment office for 12 years, and had clearly heard every empty promise in the book. I asked him 3 questions. First, about available land. He said there were 4 plots left in Phase 2 of the development zone, ranging from 6 to 15 acres, right next to the national highway. Water, electricity, and gas were all connected. The county had spent a lot on infrastructure 2 years ago, but nobody had come to use it. Second, about incentives. The policies were actually good. 3 years of free factory rent, local taxes cut in half for 2 years, a 2,000 yuan subsidy for each new job created, and low-interest bank loans for investments over 5 million. More workers meant more people counted in the county's population, which meant more income from the system. Everything lined up. Third, I asked how fast we could start construction. That surprised him. In 12 years, nobody had ever asked that. Usually investors just try to squeeze out more discounts. He said about a month if everything went smoothly. I told him I wanted it faster. I'd go to the business bureau right away if he could issue a temporary site certificate. He stared at me for a few seconds. Then he picked up his phone and called someone named Director Zhang about the development zone land. He told him a local young man wanted to open a clothing factory. Then he covered the phone and said quietly, "I don't think he's just here for a free meal this time." Wang Jianxi took me upstairs to meet his boss, Zhang Deming, the deputy director in charge of investment. He was in his early 50s, tired-looking, with gray hair and bloodshot eyes. He didn't trust me. He told me that last year alone, 17 groups visited the development zone. 6 signed letters of intent. 2 registered capital. 0 actually started building. He'd been burned too many times. I could tell he wanted to believe me, but couldn't afford to be disappointed again. So I changed my approach. I asked him about the old clothing factory, the one that went bankrupt under Li Jiangguo. That hit a nerve. I could see it on his face. The factory's collapse had been his nightmare for 6 months. Over 6 million in unpaid debts, more than 300 workers with 4 months of missing wages. Workers had been protesting at the county government gate, sometimes 100 people at once. City TV reporters showed up. The deputy mayor called and yelled at him for embarrassing the whole city. On top of that, the city had just issued new targets. Each county had to bring in at least 5 new investment projects totaling 30 million yuan. Last year, Qingzhou brought in less than 3 million. And there was a special rule. Any county with group protests would automatically fail the evaluation. If that happened, Zhang Deming wouldn't just retire. He'd retire with a disciplinary mark. He was 52, 3 years from retirement. All he wanted was to finish quietly, but this mess was dragging him down. I told him straight. I wouldn't take over the old factory or pay a single cent of Li Jiangguo's debts. But I would take the workers. I'd build a new factory, hire them at good pay, and give them stable jobs. I held up 2 fingers. First, once those workers had real jobs and monthly paychecks, they'd stop protesting, meaning less trouble for him. Second, my factory would give him real numbers for his year-end review. Investment, jobs, tax revenue. I looked at him and said, "You need an investment project." "I am that project." Zhang Deming looked at me hard and asked one question. Was I serious, or just another person passing through? I told him I wouldn't be sitting there if I wasn't serious. Then I asked him something he didn't expect. Did the development zone have any ready-made factories I could move into right away? Building from scratch would take 3 to 4 months, and that was too slow for me. Wang Jianxi mentioned 2 empty factory buildings in Phase 2. A plastics company had built them 2 years ago, but ran out of money before installing equipment. The owner disappeared, and the buildings got mortgaged to the bank. One was 2,000 square meters, the other 3,500. Both had water, electricity, and gas already connected. I said I'd take the smaller one. The listed rent was $12,000 a year, but under the county's investment policy, rent was completely free for the first 3 years. In a coastal city, 1 year's rent for a place like that would buy 2 houses here. I couldn't believe how good the deal was. I asked how fast the paperwork could be done. Zhang Deming said 1 week. I'd expected 2. He had one condition: hire as many workers from the old clothing factory as possible. I told him that was already my plan. Then he got honest with me. He said he'd help clear the path, but whether the factory survived was up to me. And if I turned out to be like all the others, just taking what I could and running, it would be like stripping away his last bit of dignity. I stood up and told him if I ran, he could have the whole county curse my name. He looked at me for a few seconds. Then he lit his cigarette, called Wang Jianxi, and told him to take me to see the factory that afternoon, give me the keys, and have the lease contract ready by tomorrow. As I was leaving, he called out one more time. "Welcome home," he said. I walked out of the government building feeling a strange mix of excitement and heaviness. I'd secured a 2,000 square meter factory in less than 2 hours, with 3 years of free rent. That kind of deal only happens when a place is desperate. Qingzhou County was that desperate. I called Lu Hao and told him to drop his passengers, pick up Zhang Yan, and meet me at the development zone. He thought I was crazy, said there was nothing out there but weeds taller than a person. Half an hour later, they showed up in his beat-up Jetta. Then Director Wang arrived in his Santana with a briefcase and a big smile, calling me Mr. Chun. Lu Hao nearly choked. He'd been driving a taxi for 6 years and knew who Wang Jianxi was, a man business owners had to line up just to meet. Now he was running over to shake my hand. Wang Jianxi unlocked the factory doors. The heavy blue sliding doors screeched open and sunlight poured in. The place was impressive. 2,000 square meters of open space, smooth epoxy floors, steel beams overhead, skylights letting in natural light, fire pipes and electrical boxes all neatly installed. For Qingzhou County, this was top quality. Zhang Yan walked in and something changed in her. She wasn't a stressed housewife anymore. She paced the floor, measuring distances with her eyes, and started talking fast. She said the space could fit 4 assembly lines with 25 sewing machines each. The left window area was best for quality control. The right side door was good for storage and loading. The back area should be walled off for cutting, with its own power and dust extraction. She rattled it all off in one breath. This was the real Zhang Yan, a factory manager in her element. I asked if she could have an equipment list ready by tonight. She said yes without blinking. I told her not to buy anything yet. Just give me the list, and I'd handle it. I said I'd transfer $1 million to the company account tomorrow, and she'd be in charge of getting everything set up. Only one rule: buy new, buy the best. Lu Hao looked nervous. He couldn't understand how I could hand $1,000,000 to someone so easily. Wang Jianxi pulled out the lease agreement. Zhang Yan leaned in and saw the line: rent-free for 3 years. Her jaw dropped. Lu Hao pulled me aside, shaking, and whispered that I must be running some kind of scam. He said if the government found out, we'd go to prison for 10 years. I pushed his hand away and signed the contract. I told him I wasn't scamming anyone. I just helped them solve a problem. I handed the contract back to Wang Jianxi and promised to deliver on everything within half a month. Things moved fast over the next few days. Lu Hao went to handle the business registration. When he told the woman at the counter the registered capital was $3 million, she looked at his worn-out shoes and faded polo shirt like she couldn't believe it. But the paperwork was clean, so she said to come back in 2 days. Lu Hao slipped her a pack of cigarettes to speed things up. When he walked out, his hands were shaking. He'd never touched anything close to that kind of money before. Zhang Yan went to the provincial capital and spent 870,000 yuan on equipment in one afternoon. 60 Japanese heavy-duty sewing machines, overlock machines, buttonhole machines, a laser-guided cutting table, steam ironing gear, all top quality, just like I told her. The supplier had never seen a woman walk in with that much cash. Zhang Yan checked every line on the price list and refused to pay a single extra yuan. She wanted clean books, no favors. Meanwhile, I was in the factory drawing chalk lines on the floor when I heard noise outside. About a dozen women were standing at the gate. Some had groceries on their bikes, some were holding children. 2 elderly ones carried plastic bags with apples. They just stood there, staring at the empty factory, not coming in. They were workers from the old factory. Li Jiangguo owed them months of wages. 4 months, 3 months, 2 months. One woman's husband had a bad back and couldn't work. Another had to borrow money for her daughter's tuition. They'd all been burned. A woman named Suifan asked me straight, was I like Li Jiangguo? Would I open for 3 months, delay wages for half a year, then disappear? I told them 3 things. Wages paid monthly on the 10th. If I'm late, report me. Base salary of 3,000 plus piece rate pay, with full social insurance. Then I showed them the company bank account on my phone. 7 figures. Enough to pay them for 2 years. They went quiet. Then Zhang Yin walked in through the side door wearing a work jacket. The moment they saw her, everything changed. These women had worked alongside her for years. They trusted her. When Zhang Yin said she was the factory manager and personally guaranteed their pay, Suifan put down her bag of apples and asked when work started. One by one, they signed up. The factory went from silent to noisy to alive. I leaned against a pillar and checked the system. The county population had dropped by 127 in 3 days. People were still leaving. But these dozen women each had families behind them. Husbands, kids, grandparents. Maybe 50 or 60 people total who would stay now because these women had jobs. Then Su Hongmei sent me a message. The sample clothes were shipping tomorrow. She attached 9 photos of a gray double-faced wool coat, notched collar, hidden buttons, cinched waist, knee length. Beautiful design, but the craftsmanship was brutal. Hand-locked edges, complex collar finishing, EU-level quality standards. The retail price was 3,200 yuan per piece. 400 pieces total, worth 1.28 million. If more than 5% failed inspection, the whole batch would be sent back. This was both a test and a chance. If we could make this, our reputation would be set. I forwarded the photos to Zhang Yin with one message. The exam paper has arrived. The sample arrived the next morning by air freight from Shanghai. The shipping alone cost over 300 yuan. Zhang Yin was already waiting inside the factory. She hadn't slept well. She'd studied those 9 craft sheets more than 20 times the night before, and each time she felt less confident. I cut open the box. Inside was a gray wool coat wrapped in acid-free tissue paper, along with a full paper craft sheet and a fabric swatch. Zhang Yin picked it up and shook it out. The factory went silent. This wasn't anything like the cheap clothes she used to make at the old factory. The fabric was real double-faced wool, no lining between the layers, formed naturally by the weave. You couldn't even cut it with regular scissors. It had to be sliced layer by layer with a round blade. One shaky hand, and the fabric was ruined. She turned it inside out. No overlocked seams, no rough edges. Every stitch was hidden by hand. Both sides looked perfectly clean. You could wear it either way. Then she ran her finger along the collar and stopped. She told me the collar was hand-shaped and pulled. That meant it wasn't machine-made. Someone had carefully steamed and stretched the fabric by hand to get that curve. Meanwhile, I later learned what Su Hongmei had been thinking on her end. She hadn't given me this order to be generous. Her brand only made mid to high-end clothes. She had no simple work to offer. She chose this coat because it was a test she expected me to fail. If I couldn't do it, no hard feelings. If I could, we'd talk more. She even reached out to another brand owner, Zhou Lihua, to ask about simpler orders for my factory. Zhou Lihua offered 3,000 pairs of basic cotton linen pants at 12 yuan each, 36,000 total. Barely enough to cover our electricity bill. But Su Hongmei kept the option open, just in case. She was worried I hadn't thought this through. Designing buildings and sewing clothes were completely different things. But right now, none of that mattered. Zhang Yin was holding the coat, studying every stitch, and I could see the wheels turning in her head. The exam had begun. The sample coat arrived, and Zhang Yin studied it carefully. About 60% could be done by machine, but 40% was pure handwork, hand-stitched edges, hidden seams, and a collar shaped by steam and hand pressure. Out of our 26 workers, only 3 could do that kind of work. And only one was truly skilled, Zhou Guilon. She was 48, had been sewing since she was 16, learned from a Shanghai tailor. She knew old techniques that were nearly lost. But she wasn't among our workers. After the old factory closed, she'd been sitting in an alley near the health clinic, fixing pants and replacing zippers for a few yuan a day on a beat-up hand-crank sewing machine. Li Jiangguo owed her the most, 24,000 yuan, 7 months of wages. Her husband had died 2 years ago. She was raising 2 kids alone. That money was supposed to pay her daughter's college tuition. I drove to find her myself. She was exactly where Lu Hao said, under a bamboo shelter, bent over her old machine, arguing with a customer about 8 yuan for a zipper replacement. Tough woman. When I mentioned clothing factory, she shut me down in 2 words. No need. She said she'd been tricked once, and that was enough. I didn't leave. I squatted down and noticed her machine's presser foot spring was worn out. I told her the fabric was slipping because of weak pressure, not her technique. That got her attention. Then I showed her the photo of Su Hongmei's wool coat on my phone. Her hand started shaking. Not from fear, from excitement. She recognized the old-fashioned collar technique immediately. She said no factory does it that way anymore. Everyone uses heat pressing now, fast but rough. She asked if I wanted her to make it. I said yes, for 100 pieces. She had one condition. Not about herself, about everyone else. She said Li Jiangguo owed 31 workers a total of 473,000 yuan. She didn't want me to pay his debt. She just wanted me to promise that every worker I hired would be paid monthly, on time, no delays, no lies. If I couldn't pay 1 month, tell her 3 days ahead, and she'd leave quietly. But no lying. I agreed. Then I offered to transfer her 24,000 right there, not as repayment for Li Jiangguo, but as a 3-month salary advance. Technical supervisor, 8,000 a month. She refused the advance. Said she'd talk about money after the work was done. She wasn't begging. I told her my real plan. She wouldn't work alone. She'd train apprentices from the 26 workers, break the handwork into steps, teach each person one action, and do the final quality check herself. 500 yuan bonus for every apprentice she got up to speed. She started calculating in her head. That's when I knew she was in. Before I left, she stopped me. She had a folder, 2 years of records, every worker's unpaid wages written down by hand, name by name, month by month. I took the folder and told her straight. I wasn't a saint and wouldn't pay Li Jiangguo's debts. But any worker who showed up at the factory with their ID could sign a contract and receive a 2-month advance, deducted from what they were owed. Those who didn't come, I wouldn't chase. I told her to have them at factory B12 by 2 o'clock with their IDs. Sign contracts, get paid on the spot. No excuses for being late. She nodded and said, "Thank you, young man." At 1:40, I went to the factory. 20 machines were already set up, and Zhang Yin was checking the tables with a level. I gave her Zhou Guilan's list, 31 people, for 173,000 yuan in unpaid wages. At 2 o'clock, Zhou Guilan arrived. She'd changed into a clean jacket and new glasses. 7 or 8 women followed close behind her, all holding their ID cards. She walked straight to the nearest sewing machine, a heavy-duty juki with a real high-carbon steel presser foot. She touched it and didn't say a word for 5 seconds. Then she turned to the women hovering at the door and said, "Come in, everyone. The boss is here." She called me boss, not young man, like before. Everyone noticed. If Zhou Guilan accepted me, I wasn't a scammer. Lu Hao set up a folding table at the entrance with contracts, a receipt book, and a laptop connected to the bank. Zhang Yin sat behind it with the list. One by one, they came forward. The first was Wang Xiaofeng. Li Jiangguo owed her 8,000. She signed the contract, and Zhang Yin transferred 6,000 to her account on the spot, 2 months advance salary. The confirmation came in 2 seconds. Wang Xiaofeng covered her mouth, eyes red, but didn't cry. She went straight to a workstation and started adjusting her machine. Some people cried after signing. Some checked their phones 3 times to make sure the money was real. Some bowed to me. I waved them off. Zhang Yin refused. The contract required the worker to sign in person with their own bank account. He tried to argue. Zhou Guilan called him out from inside the workshop, saying his wife had been yelling at someone at the market just last month. Lu Hao stepped in politely and told him to bring his wife tomorrow. The man left quietly. By the end, 23 people signed contracts that day. Combined with the earlier 26, we had 49 workers. 8 from the list didn't show. 3 had left town, 2 were still on the fence, and 3, I guess they were just too hurt to trust anyone again. I didn't chase them. Trust isn't something you can force. It comes from results. That afternoon, we paid out the advances. 23 workers signed contracts, and we transferred a total of 29,400 yuan. Lu Hao asked what cryptocurrency I was trading. I told him it was called, don't ask, coin. He shut up. The next morning, over 40 workers showed up before 8. Most stood outside quietly, hands in their pockets, staring at the closed door. They wanted to believe this was real, but the last boss who promised them good things had run off, and even stolen a sewing machine on his way out. Zhang Yin pulled open the rolling door at 7:50. She hadn't gone home. She'd stayed all night preparing detailed parameter sheets for every machine. She told everyone, no sewing today, just machine adjustments. Each worker got a sheet with exact settings, thread tension, stitch length, presser foot height, needle and thread matching charts. One young worker said they never used such detailed settings at the old factory. Zhang Yin said, that's why the old factory closed down. Out of 50 machines, 43 passed inspection on the first try. 7 got sent back. 2 workers had installed the bottom thread backwards. Zhang Yin fixed it in 3 seconds, showed them the right way, and warned that mistakes like this during production would cost them. Zhou Guilin arrived at 8:10 wearing her work apron, chalk and scissors in her pocket. She pinned her 37-step process chart to the whiteboard without saying a word to anyone. Every step was numbered, timed, and assigned to specific stations. It looked like a prescription. In the afternoon, she taught everyone a technique called guibai, using steam and hand pressure to shape flat fabric into curves. This is what makes a coat fit the body instead of hanging like a sack. She demonstrated on scrap polyester first. No point wasting expensive fabric on beginners. 50 workers tried it at once. The workshop filled with steam and the temperature jumped. Most struggled. Some pushed too hard and wrinkled the fabric. Some stopped mid-push and left permanent creases. Zhou Guilin walked between stations, sometimes grabbing a worker's wrist to guide her hand. She stopped at a young worker named Li Xiaojun, under 20. The girl's push was shallow but smooth. No creases, no hesitation. Zhou Guilin watched her for 10 seconds, tried the same piece herself, and said 2 words, feels good. Zhang Yin wrote the girl's name down with a star next to it. By 4 o'clock, 36 out of 50 could produce the basic curve. The other 14 were moved to simpler tasks. Zhou Guilin said not everyone can do this work, and forcing it doesn't help. At the end of the day, she told me Li Xiaojun had the best foundation. 3 more days, and she could work on real fabric. 8 to 10 others could handle supporting tasks like steaming and shaping. Then, as she was leaving, she mentioned something else. A stranger had been watching outside the factory all afternoon. A woman around 60, permed hair, red clothes. She watched for almost an hour and took photos with her phone. I didn't know who she was. Neither did Zhou Guilin. The next morning I arrived at the factory at 7:20. There were already 60 or 70 people crowded at the entrance, way more than yesterday. I didn't recognize most of them. Zhang Yin was standing at the door looking upset. Lu Hao was arguing with a loud woman who was demanding to know why she didn't get paid yesterday. She said Wang Xiufan told her mother-in-law, who told her mom during a card game, that you just sign and get money. That's how small towns work. The real story, advance wages tied to a work contract, had been passed around and twisted into free money. Come grab it. I got out of the car, and about 30 people swarmed toward me. I stood still and looked them over. 3 groups. The first, about 10 people, had rough hands and nervous faces, real workers from the old factory who probably regretted not coming yesterday. The second group, 7 or 8 people, stood on the edges talking loud but avoiding eye contact. The third group was the most suspicious, 4 or 5 men standing far back, hands in pockets, watching me silently. Zhang Yin whispered that some were genuinely from the old factory and on Zhou Guilin's list, but others couldn't even name which street the old factory was on. I told Zhang Yin to let the contracted workers into the workshop first. Lu Hao guarded the door. He had a way of standing there with that friendly smile that somehow made it clear nobody was getting past him. When one woman claimed she was from the edge sewing team, Lu Hao asked her the team leader's name. She couldn't answer. He just smiled at her until she backed away. Inside, I checked Zhou Guilin's handwritten list against Zhang Yan's roster. Then I called Zhou Guilin to the door to look at the crowd. She identified 3 real workers, Sun Xiuying, her sister Sun Xiulan, and Wu Xiaoyan from the cutting room. The rest she'd never seen. She'd handled over 200 workers in 8 years at that factory. She knew every face. and those men standing in the back with their hands in their pockets. The old factory had no men in the workshop except 3 movers, and none of them looked like that. I grabbed a folding chair, sat down at the factory entrance, and spoke clearly. I told everyone, the money paid yesterday was not free. It was an advance on wages, tied to a work contract, and would be deducted from future monthly pay. This was not charity. I paused for 3 seconds to let that sink in. This is not free money. Do you understand? I set 2 conditions for the crowd. First, your name had to be on Zhou Guilan's list of 31 workers. Second, even if you were on the list, you had to pass a skills test. A man named Zhao Guoqiang challenged me, saying it wasn't fair that yesterday's workers didn't need a test. I asked if his name was on the list. Lu Hao checked, it wasn't. Zhao claimed he worked in the warehouse. Zhou Guilan's voice came from inside. The warehouse only had 2 people, Ma Deshan and Feng Dazhuang. No one named Zhao. He had nothing to say. The men standing behind him with their hands in their pockets started leaving one by one. The crowd shrank by a third. I told the remaining people, if you're on the list, register with Lu Hao. Skills test at 2 o'clock. Pass, and you sign a contract with an advance on the spot. Fail, and you can stay as an apprentice at $2,500 a month, no advance. A woman shouted that she worked at the old factory, but wasn't on the list. I told her to go ask Li Jiangguo for help. Everyone knew that was like asking the king of hell. The man had stolen the last machine and vanished. Lu Hao counted the results. 5 of the 8 remaining names on the list showed up. 3 women claimed to be former pieceworkers not on the list. That was possible. Li Jiangguo never kept good records for temporary workers. But if I opened that door too wide, 30 fake pieceworkers would show up tomorrow. I had Zhou Guilan come identify them. People needed to follow a real process, not treat this like a street market. I thought about it and shook my head. People say small counties can't attract business, but look at what happens when a company does show up. The locals chase small gains and cause chaos. It's not their fault. Their environment never taught them to think long-term. That's why rules matter. Set high standards, enforce them strictly. Cut away the troublemakers so the real workers can grow. Inside the workshop, Zhou Guilan was teaching Li Xiaojun to steam fabric. The girl's curves were shallow, but even. Zhou Guilan pressed the same shape on another piece. Hers was twice as deep, but perfectly smooth. She put them side by side, handed the iron back, and said, "Push it 20 more times." I went back to my desk and thought about the woman in the red dress Zhou Guilan had mentioned. I messaged Lu how to find out who she was. He said there were 300 women with perms and red dresses in the county. I told him this one stood at our gate for an hour taking photos. She wasn't just passing by. Lu Hao went quiet for 20 seconds. Then he asked in a low voice, could she be someone from Li Jiangguo's side? Li Jiangguo, the man who ran away with everyone's wages. What would he want with my factory? Before I could reply, Zhang Yin shouted from the workshop. The SF Express truck had arrived. The fabric from Shanghai was here. The SF Express truck pulled up, and Zhang Yin signed for the fabric from Shanghai. A roll of dark camel-colored double-faced cashmere, 1,200 yuan per meter, wrapped in a dust cover with the Hongshang logo. Zhou Guilan went straight to the box. She pinched the fabric twice and said, 9 strands of cashmere, mixed with 15% mulberry silk, just from touch. The workers at their stations all stopped to look. Most of them had never handled anything better than 50% wool blends. This fabric had a different shine. Even they could tell it was expensive. Zhou Guilan didn't use the electric cutting machine Zhang Yin had set up. She grabbed her own 6-inch tailor scissors and cut along the chalk line by hand. Clean, no frayed edges, no hesitation. Then she carried the collar piece to the ironing table and shaped it in half a minute. Steam, quick wrist turns, and the flat fabric became a 3-dimensional curve that followed the line from collarbone to chest. No wrinkles. I stood there watching and realized I'd seriously underestimated these women. Zhou Guilan's skill level belonged in a high-end custom shop on Nanjing West Road, earning hundreds of thousands a year. Instead, she'd been fixing pants in an alley for 30 yuan a day. I'd started this factory mainly to gather workers and boost the county population for my system income. The Shanghai orders were just to make the operation look real. But now I saw there was genuine value here that I hadn't expected. Meanwhile, I didn't know it yet, but the woman in red who'd been watching the factory was named Manhwa. She was 60 years old, and she'd gone home to convince her daughter Wang Xiaowei to come work at my factory. Wang Xiaowei was 27. She'd worked at Li Jiangguo's old factory and was owed 3 months' wages. The night Li Jiangguo ran, she and other workers went to block his door. His wife climbed out a window. They stood there until 2 in the morning and got nothing. Now she refused to set foot in any clothing factory again. She stayed home watching her 3-year-old while her husband worked construction down south, sending back 3,500 a month. Her mother-in-law was gone. Qian Manhwa made 30 yuan a day folding paper boxes. They could barely survive, and kindergarten fees were coming next year. Qian Manhwa tried everything. She told her daughter the machines were brand new, the workshop was spotless. Wang Xiaowei wouldn't budge. Then Qian Manhwa mentioned she'd seen Zhang Yin inside, wearing work clothes, looking like she was running the place. That made Wang Xiaowei pause. Zhang Yin had been her supervisor at the old factory, one of the few people she actually trusted. If Zhang Yin was there, maybe this factory wasn't a scam. Zhang Yin wouldn't be fooled twice. Qian Manhwa grabbed the grandchild and her shoes and headed for the door. Wang Xiaowei sat on the sofa, pulling at a loose thread on her sleeve, still not sure. But her mother was already leaving. The mystery of the woman in red turned out to be nothing dangerous. Lu Hao figured out she was Qian Manhwa, a 60-year-old grandmother who'd been scouting the factory for her daughter Wang Xiaowei. Wang Xiaowei was 27, a skilled seamstress from the old factory. Li Jiangguo owed her 3 months' wages. The night he ran, she went to his house and stood outside until 2 in the morning. Got nothing. She swore she'd never set foot in a clothing factory again. Her mother dragged her to our gate anyway. Wang Xiaowei could barely walk through the door. She stood outside, clutching a loose thread on her sleeve, frozen. Lu Hao called Zhang Yin over. The moment Zhang Yin saw her, she knew exactly how to handle it. No sympathy, no careful words. Just acted normal, like nothing bad had ever happened, and pulled her inside. Wang Xiaowei stopped 2 meters from Zhang Yin and said, "Big sister, I'm scared." Zhang Yin didn't comfort her. She slapped a labor contract on the table and told her to read Article 7. Wages paid monthly, and if delayed more than 5 days, the worker could quit and the company owed double compensation. Qian Manhwa read it aloud, word by word. She'd signed dozens of contracts in her life. Not one had ever been written in favor of the worker. Wang Xiaowei signed. We transferred 2 months' advance salary. She sat down at the 3rd row, far right, by the window, the same spot she'd had at the old factory. When her foot hit the pedal, her trembling stopped. Zhou Guilin watched her sew for half a minute and told Zhang Yin, "Practice for 2 days, then she can start working." Zhou Guilin reorganized the plan. She and Wang Xiaowei would make 2 sample coats in 5 days. 1 exact replica and 1 upgraded version. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin would drill the rest of the team on all the basic and medium steps from the 37-step process. Zhou Guilin said this first order wasn't the end. If Su Hongmei approved, hundreds of orders would follow, and these 50 people needed solid foundations before that happened. I stood in the corner watching everything run. Zhou Guilin handled the technical side. Zhang Yin managed production. Lu Hao handled logistics. The workers knew what to do. I'd spent over $1 million setting up this stage, and now the machine was running on its own. All I did was sign contracts, make calls, and say, okay. It felt strange. In my past life, I worked until 3 in the morning every night. Now I was standing in the corner drinking water. The county population was still dropping, down to 283,543. But my daily income was steady at 283,000 yuan, and my total had passed 2 million. I looked down at my 49.90 yuan pants and broken zipper jacket. I realized I needed to fix my appearance. If I was going to meet suppliers in the provincial capital or visit Su Hongmei in Shanghai, nobody would take me seriously dressed like this. So Lu Hao and I went to the provincial capital. I bought coats, shirts, pants, shoes, a 50,000 yuan watch, and a black Toyota Crown for 348,000, paid in full. I bought Lu Hao 2 polo shirts and new shoes too. He stood there holding the bags looking like he'd fallen into a dream. He said he'd given up on life ever-changing, and I just wouldn't let him accept that. 2 days later, Zhang Yin called me. The samples were done. I drove to the factory. 2 coats lay on the cutting table. They looked almost identical, same color, same fabric, same style. The first was the replica, made exactly to Su Hongmei's specifications. Clean lines, even stitches, professional work. Better than I expected. Then Zhang Yin placed the second coat on the dress form. Same fabric, same design. But when I pressed my hand on the shoulder, the material followed my palm perfectly, sinking and bouncing back without a wrinkle. The collar curve was smoother, softer. Standing back, the first coat looked like a perfect industrial product. The second one looked alive. Zhang Yin said Zhou Guilin had completely redesigned the collar structure, redistributed the sleeve, and adjusted the back curve 3 extra times. In 20 years of work, she'd never seen craftsmanship like this from our county. I looked down at the 12,000 yuan coat I'd just bought for myself. Honestly, it might not be as good as what Zhou Guilin made. Zhou Guilin sat in her corner winding thread, pretending not to hear any of it. When I looked at her, she just said, "Stop standing there. Send it. The fabric will gather dust." I shipped both coats to Shanghai via SF Express and messaged Su Hongmei. 2 samples, 1 replica, 1 upgraded. I asked her to tell me what she thought. The samples arrived in Shanghai the next morning. I wasn't there, but I later learned what happened. Su Hongmei had been expecting disappointment. She'd seen it 100 times. New factories get a sample, think they can do better, mess up the proportions, and can't even match the original. She'd already lined up a backup plan. Simple wide-leg pants from another brand, 12 yuan a piece, easy work for beginners. She checked the replica first. Her quality control manager Lin Wei put it on a mannequin. Su Hongmei stepped back and looked. She gave it 85 points. Her original version had scored 88. For a brand new county factory making its first sample, that was almost unheard of. Lin Wei asked, "Is this really made in a county town?" Then they opened the second coat. Lin Wei froze the moment she pulled it from the dust bag. Same fabric, same color, but the drape was different. Not stiff and machine-pressed, flowing and alive. Su Hongmei walked around the mannequin and didn't speak for 5 seconds. Lin Wei tried to say something, and Su Hongmei raised her hand to stop her. The collar was completely different. The first coat's collar was correct, right curve, right parameters. The second coat's collar was alive. The transition from shoulder to neckline flowed like water. Not machine-made. Someone had shaped it by hand, push by push, controlling the pressure perfectly each time without damaging the fabric fibers. Lin Wei got excited. She started pointing things out. The sleeve had been redistributed with handmade tucks at the shoulder. The collar wasn't stiffened with glue, but shaped entirely by hand using heat shrinkage and cold setting. She said she'd only seen this level of work once, 10 years ago, at a top workshop in Italy. Only a handful of people in China could do it. Su Hongmei grabbed a magnifying glass and examined the collar seam for 10 seconds. Every stitch was hidden inside the fabric folds. Evenly spaced, almost ruler perfect. She remembered what her Italian designer Marco had said about the original. "This is the best I can do. This coat was better than his best." Su Hongmei told Lin Wei to call the head of the technical department immediately. Then she opened her phone, looked at Zhou Lihua's chat, the backup plan for cheap wide-leg pants, and closed it. No longer needed. She opened my chat and typed something, deleted it, typed again, deleted again. Finally, she sent one sentence. "Chen Feng, how many workers like this do you still have?" Su Hongmei called 3 minutes after her message. I let it ring 4 times before answering. She got straight to the point. She wanted to know who made the second coat. I said our technical supervisor. She pressed harder, said she'd visited Brunello Cucinelli's workshop in Milan last year, and our collar work matched their technique. She wanted to know where I found this person. I didn't answer that. Instead, I asked how she rated the replica. 85 points. The upgraded version, she'd had Lin Wei and 3 tech people review it together. No one found a single flaw. Perfect score. She told me not to get cocky. One sample doesn't prove anything. Mass production of 400 pieces requires consistency, and she didn't trust a 2-week-old factory's capacity. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. The more she pushed back, the more it proved she believed in the quality. I asked what she normally paid factories for these coats. 220 per piece. I told her my price was 350. She said I was crazy. 60% higher than market rate. I told her to put the upgraded version on her product page at 3,800 yuan and watch the conversion rate. I said there weren't 3 factories in the whole Yangtze River Delta that could match this quality. If she thought it was expensive, she could keep looking. We went back and forth. She offered 300. I countered with 320 and added a condition. After this batch, I wanted all her future autumn and winter lines. Not 400 pieces, 4,000. She laughed and said my appetite had grown. I told her it grew the day I found workers who could outwork Italian designers. She agreed. 320 per piece. She'd inspect the first 100 one by one. Anything below standard gets returned. Deal. I hung up and did the math. 320 times 400, 128,000 yuan. Not a fortune, but it meant something bigger. The sewing machines of Qingzhou County had officially entered Shanghai's high-end fashion supply chain. I went inside and told Zhou Guilin. Su Hongmei had given the upgrade a perfect score and compared her work to top Italian workshops. Zhou Guilin didn't look up. She tossed her fabric scrap on the table and said, I saw Italian work 20 years ago. It's nothing special, but I noticed her fingertips trembling. Zhang Yin asked about the price. When I said 320, she calculated quickly and looked up, nearly 50% above market rate. I told her this was the value of Zhou Guilin's upgraded process. I mentioned the possible 4,000-piece order coming next. Zhou Guilin repeated the number, paused, then nodded. She said Li Xiaojun was almost ready for medium-level work, and in another week, she could train 2 people for the hardest steps. I told everyone we were having pickled fish for dinner, my treat. The workshop erupted in cheers. Wang Xiaowei quietly asked Li Xiaojun what 320 per piece meant. Li Xiaojun whispered back, the factory would earn over 120,000 yuan from this batch alone. Wang Xiaowei lowered her head and pressed her foot pedal a little faster. The materials arrived 3 days after we agreed on the price. A full truckload, fabric, lining, buttons, shoulder pads, everything. Zhang Yin checked the list and realized Su Hongmei must have packed these before even seeing our samples. Smart woman. She always prepares for both outcomes. Then at 3 o'clock, a bank alert came in. 51,200 yuan. 40% prepayment. In the garment industry, that's almost unheard of. Normal payment cycles run 30 to 90 days. Su Hongmei paid up front because she wanted to lock us in. She was in a hurry. She called 10 minutes later with some last-minute detail changes and asked if we could deliver in 20 days. I told her 18. She laughed and hung up. This was the moment I'd been waiting for. Half a month of running a factory with 50 workers living on my savings. The system gave me steady income, but a factory that can't earn its own money is just a hole you throw cash into. Now we had a real order. The workers felt it too. When Zhou Guilin handed out the cut fabric, real fabric, 1,200 yuan per meter, some women's hands trembled. Li Xiaojun flipped her sleeve pieces over 3 times before she dared to start. Zhou Guilin stood behind her and said, keep your hands steady, your mind calm, and the thread will be steady. 20 machines hummed together. The sound was calming. I went to my office and ran the numbers. 50 workers, for 100 coats, 18 days. It was tight. One problem anywhere, wasted fabric, a sick worker, a broken machine, and the whole line would stall. Recruitment was slowing down too. In the first week, 60 or 70 people came. Yesterday too. Today none. The county's pool of available workers was nearly drained. If Su Hongmei sent 4,000 coats next, I wouldn't have enough hands. Then Zhang Yin brought me her piecework rate sheet. She'd broken all 37 steps into individual rates. Total worker pay per coat, about 78 yuan. She started explaining nervously, thinking I'd say it was too high. I told her I wasn't lowering it. I was raising it. I did the math in front of her. Processing fee per coat, 320 yuan. Fixed monthly costs, about 20,000. I told her from now on, our factory's net profit would never exceed 10%. After fixed costs and that 10%, everything else goes to the workers. For this batch, 128,000 total. Minus 20,000 for expenses and 12,800 for profit. That leaves 95,200 yuan split among 50 workers across 400 coats. That's 238 yuan per coat per worker. Zhang Yin stared at the number. In 10 years of managing production, she'd never seen a boss give up all the profit. She asked if I was sure. She said other factories would criticize me for disrupting the market. I told her to let them talk. The most valuable thing in our factory isn't the machines or the building. It's the people. Zhou Guilin, Wang Xiaowei, Li Xiaojun, every single one of those 50 women. Keeping them matters more than anything. I told her to make a new price list, and show every worker exactly how much they'd earn per coat. She picked up the paper with shaking hands and left. The thin profit didn't bother me. My system income covered everything. What mattered was the signal these wages would send. When one worker goes home and tells her neighbor how much she earned from a single coat, that's worth more than 10 recruitment posters. Retain people. Attract people. Select people. 3 steps. The first step was done. Zhang Yin posted the new piecework rate sheet on the notice board. 20 sewing machines stopped almost at once. Every woman in the workshop came to look. The numbers hit them like a wave. Li Xiaojun found her step, basic sewing, side seam stitching. 6 yuan 80 per piece. At the old factory, the same step paid 1 yuan 50. She traced the line 3 times to make sure. Then everyone started calculating. Wang Xiaohui grabbed a pencil and did the math on packaging paper. Her 2 steps added up to 13 yuan 30 per piece, times 400 coats, plus the 3,000 yuan base salary. She got 8,820 yuan. The pencil dropped from her hand. At home, she glued cardboard boxes for 800 yuan a month. Her fingers cracked and bled. Now she'd earned that in 18 days at a sewing machine. Lu Dajia calculated 10,000 yuan. She flipped her phone over 3 times, unable to believe it. Li Xiaojun got 8,260. She was 19. Her last job at a milk tea shop paid 1,800. Her knees went weak, and she grabbed the notice board. Zhou Guilan's number was the biggest. Her piece rate alone came to 24,000, plus an 8,000 yuan base salary. Over 30,000 in 18 days. At the state-owned factory's peak, her best month was 4,200. After that closed, she earned 30 yuan a day fixing pants on the street. Her fingers rubbed her pants seam nervously, a habit from 30 years that only shows when she's shaken. Zhang Yin told them what I'd said. After fixed costs and 10% profit, all the rest goes to the workers. The base salary comes from a separate fund, my own money, not deducted from the processing fee. Wang Xiaohui stood up and asked, so he only makes about 30 yuan profit per coat? What is he after? Zhang Yin didn't have an answer. She'd managed factories for over 10 years and never met a boss who thought he was earning too much. Then she dropped the real bomb. If Su Hongmei is satisfied with these 400, there's an order for 4,000 coming next. Monthly income could stabilize above 8,900. Skilled workers could break 10,000. Over 10,000 yuan a month. In Qingzi County, a key teacher at the county school makes 4,200. A chief doctor makes 5,000. A department-level government official takes home less than 6,000 after taxes. And these women, operating sewing machines, could earn more than all of them, without leaving home, without abandoning their kids, without squeezing on trains at New Year's. Wang Xiaohui's tears fell on her paper, blurring the number 8,820. Li Xiaojun wiped her face with a sleeve full of thread scraps. Lu Dajia stared at the ceiling, blinking hard, afraid her tears would stain the 1,200 yuan cashmere. Zhou Guilan slapped the table. Why are you crying? We haven't earned the money yet. Go back to your stations. 400 pieces in 18 days. If you delay delivery, all your calculations are worthless. The machine started again. But this time the rhythm was different. Faster, steadier, more forceful. I leaned by the corridor window and checked the system. The county population hadn't increased, but it hadn't decreased either. I knew what would happen next. Tonight, these women would go home and tell everyone, husbands, neighbors, mothers, the shop owner at the village entrance. The news would spread faster than any advertisement. One person tells 3, 3 tell 9. Within a week, every woman in the county who can use a sewing machine would know about Factory B12. The ones working in Guangdong electronics factories. The ones eating cafeteria meals in Zhejiang garment shops. The ones at home gluing boxes. The ones wondering whether to leave after New Year's. They'd all come. These 50 workers were my benchmark. The proof that if your skills are solid, you can earn over 10,000 yuan right here at home. Every new worker who walks through that door would see them and know what's possible. Thin profits didn't matter. Keeping people mattered. And the people would bring more people. At 6:20 p.m., Wang Xiaohui pushes her electric bike into the yard. Her 3.5-year-old daughter, Dodo, is squatting on the doorstep, poking at ants with a stick. Mom, Dodo threw down a branch and ran over, hugging her legs with both small hands. Mud smudged her face and left a mark on her pants. Wang Xiaohui bent down and picked her up. The child smelled of cheap laundry detergent mixed with mud and sweat. She buried her face in Dowda's neck and took a deep sniff. Dowda giggled and pushed her face playfully with his little hands. Usually, she wouldn't act like this. She pushed the stroller inside, parked it, washed her hands, and started cooking. Her movements were precise and mechanical, like a clockwork toy, with no unnecessary pauses. But today, she carried a fire in her chest. Since 3 in the afternoon until now, she felt her whole body burning hot. Her husband, Lee Jianjun, sat on a low stool in the main room, peeling peanuts. A small pile of shells lay beside him. He worked odd jobs at construction sites near the county town, building walls, carrying cement, doing all kinds of dirty, tiring work. Today, there was no work at the site. The boss said the client's payment hadn't arrived, so they could rest for 2 days. In Lee Jianjun's experience, rest for 2 days usually meant at least a week. He was used to it. When he saw Wang Xiaowei come in, he only lifted his eyelids slightly. Back. Yeah, I'm back. Wang Xiaowei put Dowdu on the ground and took out a slightly soft piece of wrapping paper from her pocket. The paper was torn from fabric packaging, with Australian merino wool printed on the back in English. She spread the paper on the table, with the corners folded up. She pressed a salt jar on 2 corners and a soy sauce bottle on another, holding the last corner down with her hand. Look at this. Lee Jianjun leaned in. He only finished middle school and was terrible at school, but he could still read vertical writing. His wife's handwriting was crooked, but the numbers were clear. She never made mistakes with those. His eyes first landed on the bottom number, which was underlined. 8820, what is this? He asked casually, still peeling peanuts mechanically. Wages, Wang Xiaowei's voice was a little distant. This batch of goods, 18 days' worth of wages. Snap. Lee Jianjun's hand stopped peeling peanuts. Not slowly, but as if electrocuted, he froze suddenly. He stared at the number for 3 seconds. Then he looked up at Wang Xiaowei. Wang Xiaowei's expression looked strange, as if she wanted to laugh, but was holding back. The muscles at the corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes were red around the edges. What are you talking about? I said. This is my pay for this batch of work. 18 days, 8,820 yuan. Lee Jianjun placed a peanut shell on the table, leaned forward, and almost pressed his face close to the paper. He didn't look at the final number. It's too big, too unlikely for their family to have that much. He looked up at the calculation process. 13.3 times 400. His lips moved as he silently calculated. 13 times 400 is 5,200. 0.3 times 400 is 120. Add them up. 53.20, 9 yuan 20 per piece. His voice was dry, like his throat was stuffed with cotton. You used to work at the old factory. How much did you get per piece for the same work? 2 yuan. 2 yuan, now up to 9.20. More than 4 times as much, not just increased, 2 factories, 2 bosses. Li Jianguo paid 2 yuan, and now President Chun pays 9.20. Li Jianjun's Adam's apple moved up and down. He looked at another set of numbers on the paper. 4.1 times 400 equals 1,640. Edge sewing, for yuan per piece. Adding the 2 processes, 3,880 plus 1,640 equals 5,520. Plus a base salary of 3,000. She had already calculated this in the workshop in the afternoon, but at that time she only considered her 2 most conservative processes. On the way back, riding the electric bike, she was blown by the wind and thought again. What if Director Zhang gave her 1 more process she could handle? She had done buttoning and hidden stitching at the old factory before. Her speed wasn't fast, but her quality was steady. If she added that process. This is the minimum, she said softly. I only counted 2 processes. If I take on 1 more, how much could that be? Over 10,000. Those words hit the hall like a stone thrown into a water tank. He carries cement at the construction site. 50 pounds per bag, 200 bags a day, from 6 in the morning until dark. The sun has sunburned the back of his neck, peeling 3 layers of skin, and his calluses are thick enough to make a popping sound. He earns 150 yuan a day, but work is not guaranteed every day. When it rains, work stops. When the client delays payments, work stops. In winter, frozen ground halts progress. If he manages to work 20 days a month, he considers himself lucky. His income fluctuates between 3,000 and 4,000 yuan. His wife sits in the factory sewing on a machine, earning over 10,000 yuan. He is not jealous. Li Jianjun has many faults, but he has never envied his wife for earning more. He just can't believe it. So, you all, he pauses, sweeping peanut shells to the edge of the table. That Master Zhou, doing the hardest part. How much does he make? 27,000 yuan. A sharp sound comes from the kitchen. It's the sound of a spatula hitting the floor tiles. It's not dropped, but slipped from her hand. The old lady peeks out from the kitchen door, her apron covered in flour, holding half a peeled garlic clove in one hand. Her mouth is open, and the wrinkles on her chin stretch wide, unable to close for a long time. How much? She asks. 27,000. Wang Xiaowei clearly enunciates each word. 18 days. With a base salary of 3,000 plus 24,000 in piecework, written clearly in the contract. Qian Meihua doesn't speak. She steps back into the kitchen, bends down to pick up the spatula. It falls on the stove edge, splashing a little oil onto the floor. She picks it up, wipes it on her apron, and places it back by the stove. Then she turns on the tap. Splash. The water is loud, and Wang Xiaowei and Li Jianjun in the main hall hear it clearly. Then they hear another sound, coming from beneath the water's noise, muffled, as if something is stuck in her throat, unable to come out or be swallowed. Qian Meihua is crying. It's not loud wailing. She has never cried loudly in her life. 10 years ago, when her husband died, she didn't cry. When her 4,000 yuan savings from sewing pants were stolen, she didn't cry. When Wang Xiaowei married into the Li family and was disliked for not being able to bear children, she didn't cry. She stood in the middle of the main hall and scolded her mother-in-law for half an hour until she dared not speak anymore. But 27,000 yuan made her cry, not because of the money itself, but because it reminded her of all the money she had earned over the years. She mopped the floor of the chess room downstairs, earning 30 yuan a day. She peeled broad beans for Sister Pang at the market, 2 yuan 50 per jing. At the neighborhood entrance, she set up a sewing stall. Changing a zipper cost 5 yuan, fixing a pant leg 8 yuan, and bargaining could bring it down to 5 yuan. During the month before the new year, her best business month, she kept a record and finally earned 1,300 yuan. Between 1,300 yuan and 27,000 yuan, there is a 20-fold difference. She wasn't crying because 27,000 yuan was a lot. She was crying because those years of earning only 1,300 yuan felt so cheap. In those years, she left home before dawn, set up her stall, waited for customers, sat in the wind all day, with hands full of needle pricks and frostbite, her back hurting so much she couldn't turn over at night. When things went well, she earned 1,300 yuan. When things were bad, she earned 600 or 700 yuan, not enough even for her child's milk powder. Does she deserve 1,300 yuan? Does she even worth that much? The faucet was splashing loudly. Shui Meihua wiped her face with cold water, washing away tears and flour together. Daodu held a peanut, tilted his head to look at the main hall door, then at the kitchen, looking confused. In his world, there is no difference between 1,300 yuan and 27,000 yuan. His world only has branches, ants, and peanuts. Dad, did Grandma cry? No. Li Jianjun cleared his throat, voice a little hoarse. Grandma is cutting onions. Oh. Daodu accepted the explanation and stuffed the peanut into his mouth. Wang Xiaowei turned away, pretending to tidy up the clutter under the electric bike seat. There was nothing under the seat, only a spare key and a cracked rag. She fiddled with them for 2 minutes, but really, she didn't move anything. She didn't cry. She had already cried in the workshop. Her tears had fallen onto the paper with vertical calculations, blurring the 8820 into a fuzzy water stain. Zhang Yin gave her a pack of tissues. She used 6 sheets. Now she was no longer crying. Instead, a feeling rose in her heart, something she wasn't very familiar with. It wasn't joy. Joy was too light a word for it. It was a feeling of being grounded. Like the past 3 years, she had been walking in mud, each step deep and shallow. And if she was careless, she might sink in. Today, suddenly, she found a stone slab under her feet, hard, steady, able to support her. 18 days, 8,800 yuan. She fastened the seat cushion on her electric bike, turned around, and went back inside. Jianjun, Tomorrow, you take the kids. I need to get to the factory half an hour earlier. Why so early? Practice. She folds the wrapping paper neatly and tucks it into her pocket. Director Zhang said that once the skill level improves, if I increase my speed by 10%, I can make 50 more pieces in a batch. That's over 600 yuan extra. Li Jianjun looks at her. Suddenly, he feels like something in her eyes has changed. It's not the stubbornness from feeling wronged. He's seen that too many times. It's something else, like someone in a dark room feeling along the wall and suddenly finding the light switch. Okay, he says. At the same time, in Li Xiaojuan's home at the east end of town, the atmosphere is very different. Li Xiaojuan's mother, Chen Hohat, is cooking noodles at the stove. An old iron pot, used for many years, with a blackened bottom that shines. The wooden handle has been replaced twice. The water isn't boiling yet, just small bubbles forming. She throws the noodles in. That's the usual at home, close enough. The noodles are the cheapest kind from the supermarket, costing only a little over a yuan. She buys 10 bundles at a time, and the noodle seller knows her, often giving her a small discount. Mom, I have something to tell you. Li Xiaojun sits on a small stool by the stove, her knees under her chin, hugging her legs. She's still wearing her factory uniform, a gray-blue smock with a small tag that says, B12-17 station. Go ahead. Chen Hohat doesn't turn around. This month, I might earn over 8,000 yuan. The water in the pot bubbles, and the fire crackles. Chen Hohat flips the noodles with a skimmer, moving slowly and calmly, as if talking about the weather. How much? 8,200. 8,200 yuan. No, not just yuan. It's 260 yuan more. Renminbi. The skimmer pauses for a moment, but only a moment. Chen Hohat continues flipping the noodles and even adds a splash of cold water to the pot. Her skillful, 3-step method, 3 times boiling, 3 times adding water. Even if the sky falls, she won't cut corners on this. Xiaojun, her voice remains calm. She turns her back to her daughter. Tell me the truth. Are you being cheated? What? Chen Hohat placed the strainer on the edge of the pot and turned around. The firelight from the stove reflected on her face, highlighting the deep wrinkles that had formed early on her cheeks. She squinted at her daughter. This was her standard interrogation look, the same expression she had when her 6-year-old daughter Xiao once secretly ate an apple from the offering table. As a girl who works a sewing machine, 19 years old, never went to high school, you tell me you make 8,000 yuan a month? Do you think I am stupid? Mom, I really didn't. Let me finish talking. Chen Hohat raised her hand. Last year, the girl next door, what was her name, Zhang Xiaoyan, said she was going to the provincial city to do live streaming, earning 20,000 a month. Her mom boasted about it to everyone for 3 months, and then she was scammed out of 8,000 yuan in agency fees. 8,000. Her mom cried all day and night, almost went blind from crying. And you tell me, Mom, Li Xiaowan jumped up from the bench. I didn't do live streaming. I didn't pay any agency fees. I just work on a sewing machine. Sew clothes. Can you let me finish talking? How can sewing on a machine be worth 8,000? Chen Hohat's voice also rose. You worked at a milk tea shop in town for half a year, earning 1,800. 1,800. And now you tell me you make 8,000? More than 4 times as much. Even a pie falling from the sky doesn't fall that way. But it does. Li Xiaowan got anxious, moving quickly as if racing against time. She took out her phone, unlocked it, opened the calculator, and tapped rapidly. Then she held the screen close to Chen Hohat's face, less than 10 centimeters from her nose. Look for yourself. Chen Hohat instinctively tilted her head back and squinted at the numbers on the screen. Her eyesight had been blurry for years, but she refused to get glasses. Even the cheapest reading glasses in town cost at least 80 yuan. Read it to me, she said, her tone softening slightly but still stubborn. 6.8 times 400, 2720. That's my piece rate for the first process, Li Xiaowan said while pressing the calculator buttons and reading aloud. Then the second process, 1.7 times 400, 680. Add the two, 2720 plus 680, equals 3,400. Plus the base salary of 3,000. Total. She turned the calculator over, and the screen clearly showed 6,900. Wait a moment. Li Xiaojun paused. I calculated 8,200 earlier. She took out the paper with the work steps written on it and checked it again. Then she suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, I forgot to include the third step. It's for the lock buttons, 3.4 each." She started calculating again with her calculator. 3.4 times 400 equals 1,360. Adding that to 6,900 gives 8260. 8260. 8,260 yuan. That's the total. She pushed her phone in front of Chun Ho-Hot again. Chun Ho-Hot didn't take the phone. She wasn't doubting the numbers. She understood them, knew how to multiply and add. But she couldn't believe such good luck could happen in this world. She had spent half her life in this town. When Xiaojun was 5, her husband was diagnosed with liver cancer. From diagnosis to passing away, it was only 4 months. They owed 36,000 yuan in medical bills, which she took 7 years to pay off. During those 7 years, she farmed, washed dishes, worked at a breakfast shop in town, sewed shoe insoles, and made straw hats. She did all kinds of work. The breakfast shop owner paid her 30 yuan a day. She worked there for 6 years, without a single day off, not even on New Year's Day. 30 yuan a day, 900 yuan a month. She knew all too well how hard it was to earn money. "Did you sign the contract?" she asked. Her voice suddenly lowered, softer than when she was arguing with her daughter earlier. "Yes, I signed it." Li Xiaojun felt her mother's tone change and softened her voice as well. "It's in black and white. Director Zhang took us to the County Labor Bureau to register." "So, the salary card? Did they really deposit the money into your card? Or are they just talking and not actually paying in advance of 2 months' salary?" 6,000. "It's already in the account." "Already in? Are you sure it's in your card? Or is it some virtual, online thing you can't see or touch?" "Mom, you can check yourself." "Give me your phone." Li Xiaojun unlocked her phone and opened the banking app, then handed it over. Chen Ho-Hot took the phone. Her hands trembled, not from excitement, but because of the rough work she'd done over the years. Her finger joints were deformed, and she wasn't very steady when holding things. She held the phone up to her eyes, squinting, trying to find the number. The mobile banking interface was like a foreign language to her. Bright, colorful icons, financial advice, loan ads. She felt dizzy just looking at it. She searched for a long time before finally finding the row with the balance. 6,000.00 6,000. It was definitely 6,000. She stared at that number, and the fire in the stove crackled twice. The water in the pot had already boiled. The noodles were rolling and foaming, spilling over the edge. The broth flowed down the sides of the pot, dripping onto the stove, hissing as white steam rose. She didn't move. The broth kept spilling over. Li Xiaojun quickly moved to turn off the heat. She used a skimmer to scoop out the overcooked noodles. They were already cooked, clumped together into a sticky mass. Normally, she would have scolded her mother for this, but today she said nothing. She looked back at her mother. Chen Ho-Hot still held the same pose, her hand raised with her phone, but the screen was already dark. She hadn't noticed. She stared at the blackened screen, her lips moving silently, as if whispering something, but no sound came out. "Mom, 6,000. Chen Ho-Hot's voice was very soft. So soft that it was almost drowned out by the faint crackling of the stove's embers. "That's just the base salary," Li Xiaojun said. "The piecework pay will be settled after this batch of goods is delivered, and it will be over 8,000. Over 8,000. Chen Ho-Hot put down her phone, not handing it back, just setting it down. It was placed on the edge of the stove, next to a salt jar and a bottle of mostly used soy sauce. The phone was on the greasy stove, its screen covered with flour. She picked up her apron and wiped her hands. The apron was floral, washed so many times that the pattern had faded to a light gray. "Tomorrow you go to work," she said. "I'll cook you 2 eggs to take with you." She turned to fetch the overcooked noodles, saying nothing more. But Li Xiaojun saw her mother's shoulders trembling. Not a slight tremble, but like being caught in cold rain during winter, with her whole back muscles twitching. But her hands were steady. She used the skimmer to scoop the noodles into the bowl, one handful at a time. Her movements were exactly the same as usual, only her shoulders betrayed her. Li Xiaojun stood by the stove, opening her mouth to call her mother, but she swallowed the words again. Her nose prickled with tears. She remembered last winter, working at a milk tea shop for 12 hours, her ankles swollen like buns, hurting even when she took off her socks at home. Her mother poured a basin of hot water for her to soak her feet. As she soaked, she said, Shaoan, earning 1,800 yuan is enough for a girl. Don't be greedy. 1,800 yuan is enough. Don't be greedy. It's 8,200 yuan. Mom, I'm not greedy. It's just that we didn't know before how much we are worth. The next morning, Manhwa went to buy tofu. It was just dawn, and Qingzhou County's market was already lively. This market is the biggest in the county and the fastest to spread news. Faster than the county bulletin board, faster than mobile news, and faster than WeChat groups. The reason is simple. The people here are the most free. Vendors waiting for customers and shoppers in line have nothing to do, so they talk. They talk about big things, like whose son got a government job, whose daughter-in-law argued with her mother-in-law, or how much money someone got from a property deal. All these stories come from the stalls here. Manhwa had been selling fish at this market for 2 years. Later, she stopped because her leg hurt, but her regular customers still recognized her. Wherever she went, someone would call out, Sister Manhwa. Sister Manhwa. Here you are, Sister Yang, who sold dried goods, waved at her while scooping sunflower seeds with a plastic spatula. It's been a long time since you came so early. Did the sun rise from the west today? Manhwa smiled and stopped at the tofu stall, waiting for old Zhao to cut the tofu. Sister Yang's mouth was never quiet. She scooped sunflower seeds, then leaned in and asked, Hey, Sister Manhwa, I heard your daughter Xiaowei went to that new factory. Yes. Which factory? Over in the development zone. Yes, B12 factory, making wool coats. Oh, wool coats? High-end stuff. Sister Yang's tone was curious and friendly, typical of the market's lively spirit. I heard the wages are pretty good. Manhwa looked down at old Zhao cutting tofu, thought for a moment, and said in a restrained tone, They're okay. How much is okay? Sister Yang set her sunflower seed scoop on the scale, turned her whole body, and leaned on the stall with her arms, acting like she wouldn't sell sunflower seeds unless she got a clear answer. 3,000? 4,000? Over 8,000. Sister Yang's hand wobbled as she scooped sunflower seeds. The scale tilted, and sunflower seeds spilled onto the table with a clatter, a few rolling onto the floor. The digital display on the electronic scale flickered a few times, showing 0.73 kg, which was 2 ounces more than what the customer wanted. She didn't notice this at all. You're saying? Sister Yang's voice rose an entire octave, so high that the woman selling lotus roots next to her turned to look. How much? 8,800. Manhwa corrected the exact number. She had calculated it herself yesterday and remembered every digit clearly. For 18 days, including base salary and piecework. If it's a full month, it would be more. Sister Yang put down her sunflower seed scoop, not just setting it down, but loosening her grip. The scoop hit the scale with a loud clang. The woman selling lotus roots next to her also put down her lotus roots. Old Zhou, who was cutting tofu at the neighboring stall, placed his knife on the chopping board. His knife skills had been precise for 30 years. At this moment, his blade hovered about a centimeter above the tofu, almost cutting it into irregular shapes. All 6 eyes of the 3 people fixed on Manhwa at the same time. The usual lively market sounds of shouting and bargaining suddenly faded in this corner. Manhwa. Sister Yang swallowed hard. Say it again. 8,000? 8,820. Manhwa felt the change in the atmosphere, but didn't exaggerate or back down. She simply stated the facts calmly. I personally calculated it for Xiaohui. A detailed price list for each step, multiplied out one by one. Using a sewing machine, Sister Yang's face looked like she'd been hit on the forehead with a hammer. That kind of dada sewing machine? It's not high-tech? Not computer programming? Just a sewing machine. Yes, just a sewing machine. Making coats. Wool ones, exported to Shanghai. Sister Yang turned to look at old Zhou. Old Zhou looked at the woman selling lotus roots. The expressions of the 3 people were surprisingly the same. Not disbelief, but fear of believing. That's nonsense, Sister Yang finally blurted out. But her tone lacked confidence. She had known Manhwa for 20 years and knew she never boasted. Let me tell you, Manhwa lowered her voice, not to build suspense, but because speaking loudly in the market would cause a commotion. 8,800 isn't even the highest. Do you know the best craftsman in that factory, Master Zhou? Formerly, the top technician at the state-owned factory, Zhou Guilin? Old Zhou suddenly interrupted. Yes, Zhou Guilin. How much did she earn? 18 days, 27,000. The air in the corner seemed to be sucked out. Crack. Old Joe's kitchen knife finally fell, but it cut crookedly, turning a square piece of tofu into a triangle and an irregular trapezoid. He didn't realize it at all. 27,000? Sister Yang's voice really exploded this time, loud enough that an old lady selling eggs 3 stalls away looked over. Using a sewing machine? 27,000? It's not just the sewing machine, Manhwa added. There are also manual steps. Cutting, shaping the collar, fixing the shape by hand. All delicate work, so the price is high. I don't care about whether it's cutting or shaping. Old Joe slammed the knife onto the cutting board, the back of the knife buzzing. He leaned in, face full of disbelief. My son works at the county hospital, in the orthopedics department, as a doctor. He studied for 5 years, did 3 years of training, 8 years total. His monthly salary is 5,100. And you tell me someone who uses a sewing machine, 18 days, 27,000? Uncle Joe, why would I make up a number just to fool you? Manhwa said calmly. Would I lie about the number to make fun of myself? I don't sell sewing machines. If I exaggerated, what's in it for me? If you don't believe me, go see for yourself at B12 in the development zone. The address and the house number are there. They even posted a job notice at the factory gate. Old Joe opened his mouth, then closed it again. Sister Yang was stunned for 3 seconds, then suddenly like she was spring-loaded. Wait, you're saying they're hiring? They're still looking for workers. Manhwa shot her a sidelong glance. When did you learn to use a sewing machine? I don't know how, but my sister does. She worked at the old factory for 3 years. Manhwa didn't reply to her. She paid for the tofu, carefully placed the cut tofu into a plastic bag, and left. Behind her, the market felt like a pot of boiling oil that had been hit with a stone. 8,800? Did I hear that right just now? No, you didn't hear wrong. Manhwa said it herself. You know Manhwa, right? The one who used to kill fish. Is Zhou Guilon's 27,000 just a joke? Maybe they meant annual salary instead of monthly. They said 18 days. 18 days, 27,000. Go see for yourself at B12. My cousin also knows how to operate a sewing machine. I need to make a quick phone call. Which development zone is it? B district, right? B12? Is it near the fork on Yong'an Road in the development zone? The buzzing sound spread like ripples from this corner to the entire market. It reached each stall, then the next, and each shopper passing the information along. When Manhwa left the market, she could hear echoes of the numbers 800, and 27,000 coming from at least 5 different directions behind her. At 3:30 p.m., the East Gate Elementary School rang the bell for dismissal. This school is the oldest in the county. If old can describe a building where a third of the outer wall paint has peeled off and the white lines on the playground track are drawn by teachers with lime. Parents waiting to pick up their children sat at the school gate, chatting and munching sunflower seeds in small groups. This is the most regular time for exchanging news every afternoon. Those who sit here are either stay-at-home moms and grandmothers or unemployed people who haven't found work. Hey, have you heard? Said fat sister-in-law, whose son is in 3rd grade. She is the main source of news at the school gate. Anything she says spreads faster than the county media center's official account, 10 times faster. Hear what? That clothing factory in the development zone. The workers there earn over 10,000 yuan a month. Everyone paused for a moment. Which factory? What do they make? Make coats, wool ones, exported to Shanghai, and maybe even abroad. Come on, said Lu's sister-in-law, a tall, thin woman who is the most skeptical among them. She's nicknamed the clear-headed Lu. She instinctively doubts anything that sounds too good. Wasn't it the same with Li Jiangwo's factory last time? They hyped it up, said there would be bonuses at the end of the year, raises based on seniority. And what happened? No wages paid, people ran away, and they left behind a lot of debt. Exactly, nodded a woman wearing a wool hat. My sister-in-law worked at Li Jiangwo's factory. She's owed 4 months' wages, and she still hasn't gotten them back. This time, it's different. Fat sister-in-law lowered her voice. But compared to her usual loud talk, her voice was about the same as switching from a loudspeaker to a mid-range speaker. This time, the boss just came back from outside. He's a young man, said to have worked at a big company in Shanghai, and signed a proper contract. A proper contract, registered with the Labor Bureau. And the money was paid directly into the account on the spot. Paid on the spot. Sister Lu's sunflower seed shell was still near her lips, not yet spit out. Could it be another scam? Scams also pay immediately, then ask you to recruit others. Nonsense. Sister Pang was upset. Even Zhou Guilin went. You know Zhou Guilin, right? She used to be a top technician at a state-owned factory and studied tailoring in Shanghai for 3 years. She's seen a lot. If she had been involved in scams, would she go? Zhou Guilin also went. Sister Lu's face finally cracked open a little. In Qingzhou County's sewing industry, the name Zhou Guilin is like a shining sign. Her skills and judgment are recognized for decades. If she's gone to that factory, really? Didn't Zhou Guilin run a clothing stall? Is she willing to give up her stall? Her stall was closed long ago. She joined the factory last week. I heard the boss personally invited her. Invited her personally? Like 3 visits to a thatched cottage? This news made the discussion at the school gate even more intense. Everyone started arguing fiercely about whether it was true or false, who the boss really was, and what if he left after a few months. Sister Lu still doubted, but her doubt had gone from 100% false to 80% false, and that 20% was worth checking out. Sister Pang took out her phone, opened the WeChat group, and looked for the photo of the piecework price list that was said to have been taken countless times. She searched for a long time but couldn't find it, getting anxious. Who sent it? Was it in the Dongguan Mom group? Or the Happy Home group by? I've joined over 30 groups, I don't remember. The argument went on without a conclusion. But among the people waiting to pick up children, 3 women said nothing. They sat a little farther away, behind a small cart selling pancakes at the school gate, each looking down at their phones. They were searching the WeChat group for that photo, the one that had been taken and shared countless times, now blurry like it had been pixelated. They found it. All 3 almost at the same time opened that picture. She pinched the screen to zoom in, then out, then in again. They were looking at the steps they knew how to do. The first woman is named Meng Tsuetsue, 34 years old. She used to work at Li Jiangwo's factory for a year, doing basic sewing tasks. Her finger paused at the side seam stitching line, 6 pieces at 8 yuan each. She moved her lips silently, doing the math. 6 times 8, then times 400. The second woman is named Feng Yume, 28 years old. She hasn't worked in a formal factory, but learned sewing from her aunt for 3 years and did small jobs at home. Her finger stopped at the lining sewing line, 5 pieces at 5 yuan 50 each. She kept thinking about that number, repeating it in her mind like chewing on a piece of candy she couldn't believe was real. The third woman has no name, or maybe her name doesn't matter. In Qingzhou County, there are many women like her. They have some skills, but no official job. They stay at home with their children and take on small jobs to make extra money. They are the silent majority. They don't join debates at the school gate, don't judge, and don't make conclusions. They only do the math. Because numbers don't lie. It's 9:40 p.m. In a rented room in Chang'an Town, Dongguan, Guangdong, 6 people share the space. The fluorescent light flickers faintly, one tube blackened at the edge, flashing now and then. Zhao Lihong lies on the lower bunk, covered with a thin blanket. The blanket was brought from her hometown. After many washes, the peony pattern on it has faded to a light pink, almost unrecognizable. She is 31 years old, working at an electronics factory in Chang'an, soldering wiring. Soldering isn't complicated, but it's very tiring. She sits 12 hours a day on the assembly line, holding wires in her left hand and a soldering iron in her right, aiming at the contact points and soldering. She makes 1,200 solder joints a day. Her eyes hurt from the constant work, her neck aches, and the skin on her right hand's thumb blistered from the hot iron. Her monthly salary is 4,300 yuan, with accommodation included but no meals. The dorm is this 6-person room. Every month, she sends 3,000 yuan home, keeps 1,300 yuan for herself. She uses that for food, daily necessities, and sometimes buying clothes for her children to send back. She hasn't been back to Qingzhou County for 14 months. 14 months, or 420 days. Her 2 children, ages 7 and 4, live with their grandparents in town. 7-year-old De Bao is now in 1st grade, while 4-year-old Xiao Bao is still at home. She can't afford the 2,800 yuan for half a semester at the town's kindergarten. The phone rang. She looked at the caller ID. Sister, Zhao Lixia, her older sister. She runs a small grocery store in Qingzhou County, selling soy sauce, vinegar, and toilet paper. Sister, what's the matter? So late. Zhao Lihong's voice was very quiet. 3 of her 5 roommates in the rented room were already asleep. Lihong, do you remember Wang Xiaowei, who used to work with you at the old factory? Of course I remember. She definitely remembered. Wang Xiaowei was a few years younger, quick and honest. They worked together at Li Jiangwo's factory for over a year, eating lunch boxes and complaining about the boss. Later, the factory owed wages, and they went their separate ways. She got a new job at a factory earning over 8,000 yuan a month. Zhao Lihong didn't reply. After 5 seconds, Zhao Lixiao waited, thinking the signal was bad. Hello? Did you hear me? I heard you. Why didn't you say anything? Listen, over 8,000 yuan. In the county, right at our doorstep. Not in Guangdong or Zhejiang, but in our development zone. 10 minutes by electric bike to the factory gate. Did you hear me? Zhao Lihong definitely heard every word. Over 8,000 yuan, in the county, right at her doorstep. Every word felt like a sharp needle stabbing her temple. Sister, who told you this? She asked. Everyone at the market today. Wang Xiaowei's mother, Qin Manhwa, said it herself. Not only her, but several people working at that factory are saying the same. Base salary 3,000, extra pay for piecework, skilled workers earning over 10,000. Over 10,000? Yes, over 10,000. There's a veteran named Zhou Guilon, doing the hardest tasks. 18 days, 27,000. 27,000? Sewing machines? Not just sewing machines, also manual work. Making high-end coats, wool ones, exported to Shanghai. Sister, Zhao Lihong interrupted, I'm asleep. I have to get up at 5:30 tomorrow. Lihong, don't. I'm sleeping. She hung up, placing her phone under her pillow. The rented room was very quiet. The breathing, turning over, and grinding of teeth of 6 people blended with the humming of the fluorescent light. On the opposite bed, Xiaozhou turned over, and the spring bed creaked. The spring in this bed is broken in several places. Every time Xiaozhou turns over, it makes a noise. Zhao Lihong has heard it for 14 months. There are no curtains on the window. Before, there was a piece of cloth hanging there. It was put up by the girl who used to live in this spot. She left her job to get married back home, and when she left, she also took down the cloth. Since Zhao Lihong moved in, she kept saying she wanted to buy a piece of cloth to hang up, but she never did. It's not because she can't afford it. The cheapest fabric at the market costs 5 yuan per meter, and 2 meters would be enough. It's because she doesn't have the time or the mood. The streetlights from the industrial park across shine through the window, making the ceiling look very pale. It's not a clean white, because there are water stains on the ceiling, dark and light patches, like an abstract painting. Zhao Lihong keeps her eyes open and looks at those water stains. She earns over 8,000 yuan a month. Her monthly salary is 4,300 yuan. She works 12 hours every day, has 1 day off each week, but that day is used for washing a week's worth of clothes and shopping for the next week's supplies. So it's not really a day off. From her 4,300 yuan, she gives 3,000 yuan to her family when she goes home, leaving 1,300 yuan. She spends 400 yuan on food, buying meals from a small stall at the factory gate, 15 yuan a day. After food, she has 900 yuan left. She spends some on daily necessities, phone bills, and occasionally buying discounted clothes. By the end of the month, she has less than 300 yuan left. She saves that 300 yuan. She saved enough to buy each of her 2 children a new outfit for the new year and brought 2 boxes of milk for her parents-in-law. She earns over 8,000 yuan, right at her doorstep. Suddenly, she reaches her hand out from under the blanket and finds her phone under the pillow. She opens her photo album. The top photo is the one she looks at. It shows her 2 children standing in the yard of their old home. The older one is hugging the younger, both smiling at the camera. This photo was taken last month by her mother and sent to her. Her mother isn't very good with phones, so the picture is crooked and blurry on one side, but the other side is clear. The older child is 7 years old. One of his front teeth has fallen out, and a new one is halfway grown in. When he smiles, his teeth are a little loose. He's wearing a blue school uniform, the one he got at the start of 1st grade. The uniform is a bit big, with the collar hanging open, revealing a worn, pilled undershirt. The younger child is 4 years old. He's wearing an old padded jacket that's 2 sizes too big. The sleeves are rolled up 3 times, just enough to show his small wrists. That jacket was handed down from the older brother. The older brother's clothes were given to Zhao Lihong by a co-worker from the factory. It's a third-hand outfit. The younger boy is smiling at the camera, his eyes squinting happily, showing a row of small, white baby teeth. He is holding a lollipop, one she sent in a package last time, costing 1 yuan each. She bought 20 of them. She looks at the photo. Last time, Dabao said during a video call, "Mom, when will you come back? Our teacher said there will be a parent meeting next month, and all the other kids' moms are coming." She said the signal was bad. Then she ended the call and cried under the blanket for 40 minutes. Xiaobao doesn't quite understand what it means for mom to work far away. He only knows that the woman on the phone screen is mom, but she isn't at home. She's somewhere very far. Once, he ran around the yard holding the phone, reaching the gate, and pointing toward the road, shouting, "Mom, look, this is our road. If you come along this way, you'll get here." That time, Zhao Lihong couldn't hold back her tears and started crying before she could say the signal was bad. Xiao Bao was stunned for 3 seconds on the screen, then he started crying too. 2 people, separated by 1,400 kilometers, crying together over the phone. More than 8,000 yuan, just 10 minutes away by electric bike at the door. At noon, she can go home and warm a bowl of rice for the kids. In the afternoon, she can pick up Dabao at school. In the evening, she can tell Xiao Bao a story and help him fall asleep. She can attend parent meetings herself, without asking for leave or worrying about train ticket costs. No more debating whether taking a day off and losing 200 yuan is worth it. Zhao Lihong flips her phone over, placing the screen under her pillow. She closes her eyes. The streetlights from the industrial park across still shine on the ceiling, pale and white. She can't fall asleep. Her mind feels like a machine that has just been rebooted, with all her thoughts rushing in at once, crashing into each other, making her temples throb. She thinks about many things. She thinks about Dabao's first-grade tuition, 800 yuan per semester, plus books, uniforms, and insurance, totaling just over 1,000 yuan. She thinks about Xiao Bao starting kindergarten next year, costing 2,800 yuan per semester, and she has just enough saved to pay for a year. She thinks about her in-laws, both over 60. Her father-in-law has a bad back and can't do heavy work. Her mother-in-law has high blood pressure and needs over 100 yuan each month for medication. She realizes she hasn't gone back home in 14 months. In that time, Dabao has grown taller, and she hasn't seen it with her own eyes. Xiao Bao has learned to ride a tricycle, and she hasn't seen that either. For 1,300 yuan, or more than 8,000 yuan, in Dongguan, or right at her doorstep. 12 hours a day welding wire racks, or sewing on a machine. Once a year visiting home, or going back every day. She reached under her pillow and took out her phone. She didn't look at the photos. She opened WeChat contacts and scrolled to Wang Xiaowei. Their chat history stopped 8 months ago. Wang Xiaowei sent a message, "Lijia, will you come back for the new year?" She replied, "Maybe," and then nothing more. Her thumb hovered over the chat box for over 10 seconds. In the end, she didn't type anything. She put her phone back under her pillow. She turned over 17 times that night. The spring mattress creaked loudly. Across from her, Xiao Zhou muttered, "Lijia," stopped turning, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Zhao Lihong kept her eyes open, staring at the water stains on the ceiling. At 5:20, before the alarm rang, she sat up. She picked up her phone, opened WeChat, and found her sister Zhao Lixiao's chat. She typed a few words. "Where is that factory?" Sent. Then she put on her work clothes and went to weld wire racks. The news spread faster than Chen Feng expected. At 7:10 a.m. on Monday, Lu Hao drove his Crown car into the bumpy road in the development zone. From afar, he saw a long line outside Factory B12. It wasn't just 60 or 70 people. There were over 100. Lu Hao parked by the roadside, not rushing out. He first called Chen Feng. "Feng, come take a look. The factory gate looks like a train station ticket window." Chen Feng arrived at 7:40. He stood under a plane tree across the street, not in a hurry to go over. He wanted to observe first. The line stretched from the factory gate to the iron gate of the abandoned factory B11 next door, about 120 to 130 people. Most were middle-aged women, aged between 25 and 45, with a few men mixed in. This was completely different from the group that caused trouble over unpaid wages last time. This time, the queue was much quieter. Many held their ID cards and a piece of paper, screenshots of a recruitment notice printed from a WeChat group. Some people also had elderly relatives or children with them, clearly bringing their whole families to see what's happening. Zhang Yin had already set up a table at the door, carefully registering each person from a stack of forms. Next to her stood 2 experienced workers helping to keep order. Chen Feng walked over. Zhang Yin looked up and saw him. Her expression was complicated. She moved her lips, but only said, "Mr. Chen, there are too many people. Are they mostly skilled workers?" Zhang Yin lowered her voice. "I did a quick check. About 30 of them have experience working in sewing factories or tailoring shops. The rest," she paused. "Some run small shops, some stay at home to take care of children, and 2 just returned from quitting their jobs in Shenzhen. They took a bus all night and are still holding their suitcases." Chen Feng looked toward the middle of the line. Sure enough, there were 2 young women standing together, their faces showing the tired, dull look typical after a long night trip. One wore a green jacket, with a rolling suitcase at her feet, its wheels muddy. The other carried a backpack, its straps digging into her shoulders, and she was looking at her phone with her head down. The local people around them were chatting in small groups. Neither of the women responded. Chen Feng looked away. "Follow the usual rules," he said. "Those with sewing experience, register and go straight to the workshop for testing." "Is Aunt Jo here?" "Yes, she arrived at 6:30 and is adjusting the equipment inside. Let her be the main examiner." The test standards are the same as last time. Walk a straight line on the machine and then do a side seam stitch. Those who pass will sign the contract on the spot. Zhang Yin nodded and asked, "What about the people with no experience?" "Register their information and leave their contact details. Tell them the factory will hold a paid training class next month. Spaces are limited, and priority will be given to residents of this county who have children left at home." Zhang Yin was momentarily stunned. Paid training. These words had never appeared in the employment history of Qingzi County. Forget paid training. Those factories used to make you pay to learn. She opened her mouth but swallowed the words, "and pay money back." After working with Chen Feng for these days, she had figured out the pattern. This person seemed to be spending money at every step, but in the end, he always made it all back. Not from processing fees. It was like winning a whole game of chess. She couldn't quite understand it, but she believed it. "Okay, I'll make arrangements." Zhang Yin stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and walked to the front of the line to pick up the loudspeaker. "Everyone, listen to me." Most of the noise quieted down. "Those with sewing experience, stand on the left side and have your ID ready. When your turn comes, go into the factory for assessment. If you have no experience but want to learn, stand on the right side and register first. Line up separately in 2 groups. Don't push. We aim to finish everything today, so no need to rush." The crowd started to split up. The left line was noticeably shorter, about 35 or 6 people. There were more people on the right, but they were quieter. Most had a cautious look of hope, as if afraid that making too much noise might scare away the opportunity. The assessment started at 8 o'clock. Zhou Guilin sat next to the sewing machine near the door, with scissors, a piece of practice cotton fabric, and a steel ruler in front of her. The first woman to come in was Meng Suizue. She was 34, one of the 3 silent women who had been counting money at the school gate. When she sat at the sewing machine, her hands trembled. Zhou Guilin didn't say anything. She simply pushed a piece of fabric in front of her and drew an imaginary straight line on it with her index finger. Meng Suizue took a deep breath and pressed the pedal. The needle moved 20 centimeters. Zhou Guilin leaned over to look for 3 seconds, then stood up and went to Zhang Yin, saying only 2 words, "Can use." Meng Suizue's eyes welled up with tears. By late morning, 35 people had finished the test, and Zhou Guilin had rejected 11. Among those rejected, 3 cried, but Zhou Guilin paid no attention. A woman in her 40s pulled on Zhou Guilin's sleeve and asked if she could try again. Zhou Guilin looked down at her hand. Smooth fingertips, no calluses, nails painted with cheap pink polish. "How long has it been since you last touched a sewing machine?" Zhou Guilin asked. 6 or 7 years. Go back and practice for a few days. Sign up for next month's training class." The woman left. As Zhou Guilin turned around, she quietly said to Zhang Yin, "The feel is still there, just lost a bit. Practice can bring it back." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, 24 new contracts were signed. Adding to the original 50 workers, the total number of workers in workshop B12 officially exceeded 70. Chen Feng stood at the second-floor window, looking down. Inside the workshop, 24 new faces were adjusting to their equipment at their workstations. An experienced worker guides the new workers. Zhou Guilin walks back and forth in the corridor, occasionally stopping to correct a gesture or adjust the fabric delivery angle. Zhang Yin rearranges the task assignment chart on the whiteboard, with many red magnetic labels densely packed. Wang Xiaowei sits at her station without moving, but her eyes keep scanning the newcomers. Her pace on the pedal is faster than yesterday. Chen Feng opens his phone and checks the system dashboard. The permanent population of Qingzi County is 283,611. Yesterday, this number was 283,543. In one day, it increased by 68 people. This is because workers who had gone out to work are starting to return, though there are some random factors. But the result is positive. Daily income, 283,000 yuan. Total assets, 2.573 million yuan. He puts his phone back in his pocket. In the crown car, Lu Hao is eating a meat bun, his mouth full and muffled, asking vaguely, Fengzi, do you think these people came because they heard the news? Word of mouth. Chen Feng leans against the car. Each person is like a loudspeaker, and behind each speaker are 3 to 5 families. Each family is connected to dozens of relatives and friends. Within a week, everyone in the county who needs to know already does. What about workers from other places, like Guangdong or Zhejiang? The news has already spread there, Chen Feng replies. But they won't come back immediately. They need to quit their jobs, cancel their rentals, buy tickets, and arrange handovers. It might take half a month, or even 1 or 2 months. The second wave of returnees is expected around mid-next month. Lu Hao finishes his last bite of the bun, pats the crumbs off his hands, wanting to say something, but his phone rings. It's not Lu Hao's. It's Chen Feng's. The caller ID shows Su Hongmei. Chen Feng answers. Su Hongmei's voice comes through the receiver, speaking twice as fast as before. Chen Feng, can we get the delivery of the first 400 pieces moved up? Why? I've been monitoring the market, and some people are already acting. Su Hongmei pauses, her tone becoming more serious. A few small workshops in Jiangsu and Zhejiang started making samples last week. Their designs are at least 70% similar to our main styles for the fall and winter line. The fabric used is a polyester blend, cutting our costs to 1/3, and the retail price has been halved. There is silence on the other end of the line for 2 seconds. Su Hongmei took a deep breath, speaking softly. Chen Feng, you know the rules of this business. First to try the new thing gets the best, second gets the soup, and third only the scraps. Once counterfeit products flood the market, customers' first impression will be of low prices. When we finally bring in real quality, it will take 3 times as much effort to explain why we're more expensive. She paused briefly. These 4,000 pieces can't be delayed. We must act before the fake products hit the market, using quality to win the customers. Let the first thing customers see be the real deal. Pure wool, handmade craftsmanship, traditional techniques. Once they feel our clothes, and then touch the fakes, the difference will be clear. Brand recognition is about who first gets into consumers' minds. The first is authentic, the rest are copies. Chen Feng was silent for a moment. Su Jia, how much earlier do you want to start? 10 days. Chen Feng didn't reply immediately. He moved his phone slightly away from his ear, looking at the 70 sewing machines in the workshop. Zhou Guilin was alone checking quality, but with 70 people producing more and more, her inspection pressure doubled. Every step, workflow, material turnover, quality checks. If each is shortened by a day, the entire production line will be pushed to the limit. 10 days. It's not impossible, but there can be no mistakes. He put the phone back to his ear. Okay, he said. Send me the schedule with the deadlines reversed. I'll reorganize the production tonight. Don't worry about quality. Zhou Guilin is watching. Not a single defective piece will leave. And the fake products, let them copy, Chen Feng said calmly. Blended fiber imitating pure wool, handmade coats that pill after 3 days and deform in a month. Our first customers will do comparison tests for us, free of charge. He paused, then added, as long as our products can stand the comparison. On the other end, Su Hongmei smiled. not a polite smile, but one of real reassurance. All right, Chen Feng, once you finish 400 pieces, I'll send the materials for the 4,000 right away. Good, he is calculating. There are 400 items, originally scheduled to be finished in 18 days. Now, they need to finish everything 10 days early, which means completing it all within 8 days. With 74 people working, they need to produce 400 items in 8 days. Considering the efficiency loss during the training period for new workers, they need to produce at least 50 finished products per day with zero defect rate. This is not something that can be solved by working harder alone. It requires working harder and making sure everyone is heading in the right direction. Chen Feng stands at the workshop door, not stepping inside. The sound of sewing machines is dense and layered, like an uncoordinated orchestra. The 24 new workers are still finding their rhythm, while the experienced workers are already in their own flow. Zhang Yuan squats beside a new worker's station, guiding her on how to send the fabric at the correct angle. Zhang Yin, Chen Feng calls her. Zhang Yin turns from the whiteboard, still holding a red magnetic sticker. Stop work for 10 minutes. Everyone gather. Zhang Yin glances at him without asking why. She walks to the center of the workshop and claps her hands 3 times. Stop. Everyone stop. The sewing machines gradually fall silent, one after another. The last to stop is Wang Xiaowei. She just finished sewing the last 3 centimeters of a side seam. Her stitches neat and tidy. Then she lifts her head. 74 people stand in the aisle, with the new workers and the veterans naturally dividing into 2 groups. The veterans stand in the front row, looking calm. The newcomers stand behind, looking a bit nervous. Chen Feng doesn't go on stage. He just stands at the door and speaks. There's a call from Shanghai. The delivery date has been moved up. It was 18 days, now it's 8 days. The workshop falls silent for a moment. The reason is simple. Someone is copying our designs. They are using polyester blends to imitate pure wool at 1/3 of our cost and cutting prices in half. If their products hit the market first, our order of 4,000 pieces will be in trouble. He is talking about us. I don't like to talk big principles. Just look at this number. After finishing these 400 items, we will settle based on the current unit price, with overtime pay calculated separately, proportional to the piece rate. He pauses. Voluntary overtime. No forced labor. Those who want to leave today can do so normally. Tomorrow, they return to work as usual, and their wages will not be affected. For those who want to stay and work overtime, I will provide meals tonight, and overtime pay will be settled daily. He finishes without any slogans or calls to work hard for the factory or everyone efforts together. It's just a clear, straightforward account. The workshop fell silent for about 5 seconds. Wang Xiaowei was the first to move. She didn't speak, turned around, went back to her station, sat down, and turned on the sewing machine's work light. The pedal sound started. Then came the second, the third. Zhou Guilin stood in the middle of the aisle without moving. She glanced at the new workers and spoke softly, but everyone in the workshop could hear her. Listen up, newcomers. There's overtime tonight. You only do the basic steps. Side seams, hems, and lining. Don't touch the collar, shoulders, or sleeve holes. If you do, I'll send it back, and you'll get nothing. She paused briefly. Old workers will guide the new ones. If someone you're training makes a mistake, both of you will redo the work. No one objected. The new workers returned to their stations in small groups. One girl, who had just come back from quitting her job in Shenzhen, the one carrying a rolling suitcase this morning, was holding a contract she just signed today. The ink on the contract was still wet. She folded the contract and put it in her pocket, then sat at her sewing machine and pressed the pedal. Zhang Yin walked over to Chen Feng and spoke quietly. Are you getting paid daily for overtime? Do you have that much cash? No, Chen Feng replied, glancing at the system panel on his phone. But the bank does. He turned and left the workshop. Lu Hao was outside leaning on the car hood, smoking. When he saw Chen Feng come out, he stubbed out his cigarette. Going? To the county rural bank. Withdraw money? Cash. Lu Hao hesitated. How much? First, 10,000. Lu Hao's cigarette dropped to the ground, but he didn't notice. The car engine started, and they turned onto the main road into the county. The county rural bank closed at 4:30 p.m., and Chen Feng arrived at 4:08. The girl behind the counter saw the amount on the withdrawal slip, looked up at Chen Feng 3 times, made 2 internal calls, and called the duty supervisor. The supervisor, surnamed Sun, was in his early 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and was quite polite. Withdrawing 100,000 yuan from a savings account was a large amount for a county bank. "Mr. Chun, this amount needs to be scheduled in advance. There might not be enough cash at the counter today. Take as much as I need. I'll come back tomorrow for the rest." In the end, they counted out 84,000 yuan. For bundles of 20,000 each, 2 stacks of 2,000 each, sealed with bank paper strips. Lu Hao took out a black handbag from the trunk and put it inside. Fengzi, Lu Hao, holding the bag, was a bit trembling. "Are you really going to carry cash into the workshop?" "Yes. Do you know that if this scene gets out, the whole county will be in trouble?" Chen Feng opened the car door. "That's exactly what I want." At 7:40 p.m., all the fluorescent lights in the workshop were on. 74 people hadn't left. To be precise, 3 had left, young mothers with small children who needed to go home to feed them. Before leaving, everyone told Zhang Yin their reasons, and one of them, with red eyes, repeatedly promised to be there by 6 a.m. The next day, the remaining 71 people stayed on duty. For dinner, Chen Feng asked Lu Hao to order from a local restaurant. 80 boxed meals, braised pork, potato stew chicken, stir-fried vegetables, 3 dishes with rice, plus 2 large bowls of seaweed and egg drop soup. Workers sat on the steps outside the workshop, eating quickly and quietly. At 8:15 p.m., everyone returned to their workstations. The sewing machines roared back to life. At 10 p.m., Chen Feng came down from the second floor. He was carrying the black handbag. Zhang Yin was counting the day's output. Seeing the bag, she pursed her lips but said nothing. She took out a calculator and a stack of blank envelopes from a drawer. Chen Feng placed the bag on Zhang Yin's desk and unzipped it. Inside, 4 bundles of 100 yuan bills were neatly stacked. A few workers near the desk saw this. No one spoke. Zhang Yin calculated on the spot based on today's piecework records. She multiplied each person's output by the overtime rate for their process, wrote the amount on the envelope, and counted the cash face-to-face before putting it inside. The first person to receive an envelope was Wang Xiaowei. Zhang Yin handed her the envelope. 233. "Count it yourself." Wang Xiaowei took the envelope, her fingers touching the money inside. 2 red bills, 120, 110. She didn't count. She knew Zhang Yin wouldn't make a mistake. But she held the envelope for 3 seconds, then looked down at the red edges of the bills peeking out. That red color was especially bright under the fluorescent lights. She remembered a year ago. On the day Li Jiangwo's factory closed, she stood at the factory gate, clutching a white slip. It said, "Owed Wang Xiaowei 6,600 yuan. The IOU slip was prepared by the accountant before Li Jiangwo left, and it wasn't stamped. The IOU is white. The money inside the envelope is red." Suddenly, she felt her nose sting, but she didn't cry. She folded the envelope and put it into her pocket, then sat back at her workstation. The sound of the pedal pressed again, faster than before. One after another, people behind came to take their envelopes. The smallest amount was 160 yuan, and the largest was Zhou Guilin, 480 yuan. Zhou Guilin took her envelope without opening it, directly putting it in her pocket. She looked at Chen Feng and said expressionlessly, "I'll adjust the work schedule tomorrow. The new workers are faster than I expected. 8 days is enough." Then she turned and left. The sewing machine sounds in the workshop grew louder again. Lu Hao stood at the door, watching the backs of 67 women working on their machines, looking at the mostly empty black tote bag on the table, and watching Chen Feng hand out envelopes one by one. He suddenly wanted to smoke, but felt that this scene shouldn't have the smell of cigarettes. He took out his phone and sent himself a message, just one sentence. "This is the first time in my life I've seen the boss carry cash into the workshop, hand out money face-to-face, one hand working, the other counting money. Feels like a dream." At 10:45, the last envelope was handed out. Chen Feng picked up the empty tote bag and zipped it up. Zhang Yin came over, speaking softly. "Tonight, 11,300 yuan will be sent out. Will there be more tomorrow?" "Yes, until the delivery day." Zhang Yin bit her lip. She didn't say, "More money again." She only said, "Okay. I'll prepare the form tomorrow and settle accounts daily." Chen Feng nodded and walked out. When he reached the door, he heard voices from inside the workshop behind him. "Feel it, it's real. 2 whole bills, still warm." Stop talking nonsense. Do you think Li Jiangguo would give you IOUs like that? Shoo. Work, work. At the end of the first day, Zhang Yin brought the statistics sheet into Chun Feng's makeshift office on the second floor. Today, we shipped 47 pieces. Chun Feng took the sheet, glanced at it, and said nothing. Zhang Yin sat down opposite him, rubbing her hands. 3 pieces short. Which part is holding things up? Picking seats, Zhang Yin sighed. The new workers can't handle this step, so the workload falls entirely on Aunt Zhou and Wang Xiaowei. Aunt Zhou made 19 collar pieces in a day, and Wang Xiaowei made 15. Together, they completed 34 pieces. However, the basic steps like side seams, edging, and lining are done quickly, so by the time they reach the collar stage, everyone is waiting in line. Chen Feng put down the report and leaned back in his chair. The bottleneck isn't in the basic steps, but in the core processes. Out of 74 people, only 2 can handle collar and armhole tasks. Even if the other 60-plus workers work very hard, they get stuck at Aunt Zhou and Wang Xiaowei, slowing down the entire production line. What does Aunt Zhou think? She said there are 2 new workers with good skills who can try to learn collar work. But her exact words were, training takes at least 3 days, and I won't accept defective products. 3 days. If we cut 3 days out of the 8-day schedule for training, it means in the first 3 days, only about 40 pieces can be produced each day, and the last 5 days can be faster. 40 times 3 plus at least 55 pieces each day for the last 5 days totals about 400 pieces. But this is an ideal situation with no room for mistakes. Chen Feng stood up. Let's go see. The workshop had quieted down. It was 11:20 p.m. Most workers had gone home. Only Aunt Zhou, along with 2 new workers she had asked to stay, remained. From the staircase, Chen Feng saw Aunt Zhou sitting at her station. Her left hand pressed on a piece of wool fabric, and her right hand was marking the curve of the collar with chalk. Next to her stood 2 women, one in her early 30s and the other around 26 or 27. Both were bending over, watching Aunt Zhou's hands closely. The woman in her early 30s was named Feng Yumei. Chen Feng remembered her registration form. She had worked in a tailoring shop in Jiaxing, Zhejiang for 3 years, then worked at an electronics factory for 2 years after the shop closed, and just quit last month. The 26 or 27-year-old was the girl carrying a rolling suitcase this morning, named Shen Na. Aunt Zhou didn't stop working. She was talking softly, and Chen Feng had to get closer to hear her. The collar position isn't just about covering the fabric and sewing around once. Look at this fabric, wool, elastic. If you press it hard and sew it on, the collar will turn out badly after a couple of days, so it needs to be shaped first. She picked up an iron and gently pressed along the curved part of the collar, causing the fabric to slightly shrink and fit the shape of the mannequin's neck. See that? Once you press the iron down, the fabric will naturally fold in the right direction. There's no need to force it. Feng Yumei nodded and unconsciously wiped sweat from her apron. Shen Na didn't nod, but kept her eyes fixed on Zhou Guilan's hands, watching closely without blinking. Zhou Guilan put down the iron, looked up at Shen Na, and asked, "What did you do in Shenzhen before? Wiring for assembly. Are your hands steady?" Shen Na didn't reply. She moved to the sewing machine nearby, pressed the pedal, and drew a straight line on a practice cloth. The stitches were even and straight. Zhou Guilan went over to check, measuring the stitch spacing with a steel ruler. "Your hands are steady," she said, "but you've never done the trimming before. Tomorrow during the day, I'll take you through it 3 times. On the 4th time, you do it yourself. Don't worry if you make mistakes. There's enough practice fabric. But don't touch the real fabric, or I'll scold you." Shen Na responded with a soft, Chen Feng didn't disturb them and stood at the door watching for a while before going upstairs. Back at his desk, he opened his phone to check the system dashboard. The permanent population of Qingzi County, 283,643 people. That's 32 more than yesterday. Daily income, 283,000 yuan. He put down his phone and picked up a pen, writing some numbers on a blank sheet of paper. 8 days for 100 pieces. Daily output, 50 pieces. Main bottlenecks, seatings and trimming of sleeves. Solution, Zhou Guilan will train 2 people, and they will finish in 3 days. For the first 3 days, daily output will be 40 pieces. For the next 5 days, over 60 pieces daily. Total, 12300 is equal to 420 pieces, with a 20-piece margin. That's enough, but just barely. He wrote another line on the paper. For the second batch of 4,000 pieces, at least 8 to 10 skilled workers are needed for the main processes. That's the real problem. 400 pieces can be managed by Zhou Guilin and Wang Xiaowei alone. But for 4,000 pieces? Even if Feng Yumei and Shen Na can start working in 3 days, only 4 people will be available. For people handling the seedings process for 4,000 pieces would take at least 3 months. Su Hongmei wouldn't give him 3 months. Chen Feng put down his pen and stared at the ceiling for a few seconds. He needs to think of another way. At 6:10 a.m. the next morning, Chen Feng arrived at the factory. Wang Xiaowei was already at her station. She arrived half an hour earlier than yesterday. The sewing machine light was on, and in front of her was a practice cloth. She was repeatedly practicing a curved stitch. Speed has increased a little more than yesterday. Chen Feng paused as he passed her workstation. Wang Xiaowei looked up and saw him. She instinctively stood up and rubbed her apron. "Mr. Chen, sit down," Chen Feng said. "You handled 15 orders yesterday. What's your goal for today?" Wang Xiaowei lowered her head, then looked up again. Her eyes seemed brighter than a few days ago. 18. Okay. Chen Feng left, and Wang Xiaowei sat down again, pressing the pedal. She didn't tell Chen Feng that last night she didn't go straight to sleep after returning home. She took an old piece of cloth and practiced on her old, worn-out foot-operated sewing machine for another hour. Li Jianjun sat nearby, watching her without speaking. The child was already asleep, and only the squeaking of the pedal could be heard in the room. After practicing, Wang Xiaowei went to wash her hands. Li Jianjun stood at the bathroom door and said, "Take it easy, don't overwork your hands." Wang Xiaowei dried her hands and replied, "Won't overwork. The calluses on my hands are tougher than your muscles." Li Jianjun smiled slightly, but said nothing. This morning, at 5:30 a.m., Wang Xiaowei woke up. Qian Manhwa had already cooked 2 boiled eggs in a thermos and packed millet porridge in a small thermos cup, placing it in Wang Xiaowei's cloth bag. "What will you eat at noon?" Qian Manhwa asked. "The factory provides food. Even if they provide food, you should eat the eggs. Hard work needs energy. Without eggs, you won't last." When Wang Xiaowei took the thermos cup, she looked at her mother. The old lady was wearing a clean, floral-patterned shirt, her hair neatly combed, completely different from a few days ago. Having money makes people more energetic. It's not some grand truth, just a fact. At 8 a.m., the workshop started full operation. Today's pace was faster than yesterday. The experienced workers had already found their rhythm, and the output of basic processes increased by nearly 20%. Zhang Yin updated the progress on the whiteboard in real time. Every finished product was marked with a red magnet. By noon, there were already 23 red magnets. For more than the same time yesterday, Zhang Yin said, holding her lunchbox and squatting at the door, talking to Chen Feng. "The basic processes are fine now. The new workers are learning faster than I expected. The main delay is with the order-taking cards. How are Aunt Zhou's 2 students doing?" Zhang Yin took a bite of rice and said vaguely, "Feng Yumei practiced 3 pieces in the morning. Aunt Zhou returned 2 and corrected 1. Shen Na did 2, but both were sent back. What was wrong with Shen Na? Her hands are steady, but she hasn't practiced the skill of folding fabric properly. That technique isn't just about steady hands. It requires a good sense of touch and knowing which way to fold the fabric and how much to fold. Aunt Zhou said this can't be rushed. It needs to be refined step by step." Chen Feng thought for a moment. "Did Shen Na use to weld wiring before?" "Yes, at an electronics factory in Shenzhen. Welding wiring and making collar stands have something in common. They both require precise work in a very small area. The touch is different, but the focus needed is the same. She lacks experience, not talent." Zhang Yin looked at him. "You seem to understand quite a bit. I don't know sewing, but I understand people." Chen Feng placed his lunchbox on the steps. "Let Shen Na stand next to Aunt Zhou this afternoon and watch. Don't let her do it herself, just watch. Watch 20 pieces. After that, she can try. Just watch, just watch." Zhang Yin frowned but nodded. In the afternoon, in the workshop, Shen Na indeed stood beside Zhou Guilin's station, watching motionlessly for 3 hours. It takes about 12 minutes for Zhou Guilin to make 1 collar stand. In 3 hours, she made 14 pieces. Shen Na watched all 14. By 5:30 p.m., Zhou Guilin moved aside and said 2 words to Shen Na. Try. Shen Na sat down, her hands steady. She picked up the iron and pressed down on the curve of the collar stand for the first time. Zhou Guilin stood behind her, silent. When the iron reached the top of the curve, Shen Na paused briefly. Then she slightly adjusted the angle and continued pressing down. The fabric shrank and fit the mannequin. Zhou Guilin stepped forward, touched the curve of the collar stand, and then measured it with a steel ruler. 2 millimeters off, she said. Shen Na's hand finally trembled. Zhou Guilin looked at her. 2 millimeters is barely acceptable on an assembly line, but not here. Try again. Shen Na took a deep breath, removed her work, and started over. The second piece was off by 1.5 millimeters. The third was off by 1 millimeter. Zhou Guilin didn't praise her. She just nodded and said, starting tomorrow, make the official pieces. If you mess up, it's on you. Deduct it from your piecework pay. When Shen Na stood up, her legs felt a bit weak. She had been standing for 3 hours, and her legs were already numb. But her expression changed. No longer the tired, dull look from earlier in the morning. During the evening bonus distribution, Shen Na was in the middle of the line. She didn't produce much today, just a few basic tasks done during overtime at night, since she had no output during the day. She only received 80 yuan in her envelope. She took the envelope, didn't count it, and directly put it in her pocket. Zhang Yin called out to her, tomorrow you'll be doing seat assignment. The pay per piece is different. If you do well, it's 28.50 per piece. Shen Na paused for a moment. 28.50 per piece. She used to weld wiring in Shenzhen, earning 2 cents per wire. She stood there, clutching the envelope, moving her lips but saying nothing. Finally, she turned back to her workstation. The sound of footsteps on the pedal resumed. When Wang Jianqi got home, it was almost 8 o'clock. The hallway light bulb had been broken for half a month, and no one had replaced it. He felt his way up to the 3rd floor, inserted the key into the lock, turned it twice, and the door opened from inside. His wife, Zhao Chunfang, stood at the door wearing a floral apron, with a look on her face that he knew very well. Not happy, but not yet angry. Another social engagement? Yes, a project issue caused a delay, Wang Jianqi said as he changed into slippers. He smelled the sour cabbage dish from the kitchen, and his stomach growled. Zhao Chunfang turned to the kitchen to serve the food, speaking without stopping. I left you some food. The soup has been reheated twice. If I heat it again, it'll turn into paste. Wang Jianqi washed his hands and sat at the table. There were 2 dishes and a soup, sour cabbage, braised pork, and seaweed egg drop soup. The braised pork was leftovers from noon, the cabbage was a bit wilted, and a layer of cold oil floated on the surface of the soup. He didn't complain and ate 2 bites of rice. Zhao Chunfang sat across from him. Her phone on the table, screen lit up with a chat record from a WeChat group. She didn't speak immediately, waiting until Wang Jianqi had eaten half a bowl before speaking. Do you know about the new clothing factory in the development zone? Wang Jianqi chewed the cabbage and responded with a, It's been really popular lately, Zhao Chunfang said, scrolling on her phone. Several people at our workplace are talking about it. My sister called me yesterday, asking if she could go work there. Wang Jianqi looked up at her. Your sister? Isn't she selling children's clothes at the entrance of the county maternal and child health hospital? She earns about 2,000 to 3,000 a month, working early and late, and her hands are full of frostbite in winter. Zhao Chunfang put down her phone. She used to do sewing work in the south. Her skills are pretty good. I heard that factory is hiring, and the pay is high. How high? Wang Jianqi casually asked. He had a rough idea. At the level of Qingzi County, a sewing worker earning 3,000 to 4,000 a month is about the top. Although Chen Feng is generous, running a factory is business, not charity. Zhao Chunfang looked at him for a couple of seconds. I heard it can go over 10,000. Wang Jianqi paused with his chopsticks in midair. What? A monthly salary over 10,000. Zhao Chunfang pushed her phone toward him. Look, this is what my colleague posted in the group. Her neighbor's daughter works at that factory. The piecework pay is very high. Those who work fast can earn 8,000 or 9,000 a month, and with the base salary, over 10,000 is no problem. Wang Jianqi put down his chopsticks and took the phone. The messages in the group were mixed, lively, some asking for the address, others asking if they are hiring beginners. In the middle was a blurry photo, a handwritten piecework rate sheet, messy handwriting, but the numbers are clear. 6.8 yuan, 12 yuan, 28.5 yuan. Wang Jinchi frowned. He had worked at the investment bureau for 12 years and knew the labor costs of every factory in Qingzhou County better than anyone. The usual piecework rate in clothing factories is between 1.5 to 3 yuan. The most generous bosses offer up to 4 yuan. 28.5 yuan. What does that mean? Almost 10 times the normal rate. He instinctively reached for his teacup, only to realize it was empty when his fingertips touched the wall. He held the empty cup, paused for a second, then put it down. You all are well informed. He pushed the phone back, picked up his chopsticks again, his voice lower than before, but he didn't notice. This factory is the one I handled, and I was the one who took the boss to see the place. Zhao Chuanfang's eyes lit up. That's perfect. You know the boss well, so if I ask my sister to go, you can give her a heads up. With your reputation, it'll definitely work. Wang Jinchi didn't respond to that, and kept eating. Zhao Chunfang thought he didn't hear her, and repeated, can you help your sister-in-law by saying a word? I heard you. Why didn't you say anything? Wang Jinchi was eating, not looking up. He poked at his bowl with chopsticks, repeatedly moving a few grains of rice, as if counting them. Zhao Chunfang saw his attitude and changed her approach. Don't think I'm greedy. Just do the math yourself. How much do you take home each month? 4,600. A director at the investment bureau has been working for 12 years and earns only 4,600. Meanwhile, someone sewing on a machine makes over 10,000. Tell me, does that seem fair? If this had been normal times, Wang Jinchi might have replied with something like, in the system, job security is guaranteed. Can it be the same? To brush it off. But today he didn't, because he really couldn't swallow the food in his mouth. 4,600. 12 years. A female sewing worker, working just 18 days, might earn more than his entire year's bonus. This comparison was too sharp. It wasn't jealousy. It was fear, the kind of instinct that warns you of danger within the system. Not just over 10,000. Zhao Chunfang lowered her voice, sounding excited to share a secret. I heard that the technical manager at that factory, a woman named Zhou, earned 27,000 in just 18 days. Wang Jinchi's chopsticks suddenly clattered onto the table. He didn't pick them up. Zhao Chunfang was startled by the noise, but thought he was shocked. She continued to add details. 27,000 in 18 days. That's over 40,000 a month, right? Our county mayor's monthly salary is only about. He didn't hear what she said next. His ears were filled with a loud buzzing, like someone had struck a bell inside his mind. 18 days, 27,000. A woman sewing on a machine, earning 27,000 in just 18 days. He had worked at the investment bureau for 12 years, and the numbers on his pay slip had never exceeded 5,000. But that wasn't the point. The point was, he knew very well what Qingzhou County was like. The average monthly income in the county town was just over 2,000. In the development zone, the best factories, workers' monthly wages had never broken 4,000. He understood the profit margins in the clothing industry. Each piece of clothing only earned a few dozen yuan at most. How many pieces could a worker make in a day? He had the calculations in his mind. According to normal business logic, a small factory just starting out that pays workers over 10,000 yuan a month. Either the owner is a genius who has found a way to turn everything into gold, or he is a scammer. A scammer who uses high salaries as bait to attract people, then runs away after one job. Wang Jinqing's hand unconsciously reached for his phone in his pocket. Li Jiangguo. That name suddenly popped up from deep in his memory. He was the one who had personally recruited him before. Also promised, I won't run away, and patted his chest saying, follow me, and you'll have good money. But what happened? The factory owed hundreds of thousands in wages, and the person disappeared overnight. Wang Jinqing still remembers the scene of the female workers holding banners outside the county government. Zhang Deming smashed 3 cups in his office. The discipline inspection team talked to him, asking if he had done his duty to review investment proposals. He signed the record with trembling hands. Although he wasn't held responsible in the end, he knew deep down his performance review and promotions had been held back for 2 years because of this. And now, another problem. And this one is even more exaggerated than Li Jiangguo. Li Jiangguo at least paid wages according to market prices, just didn't give them. This Chen Feng, on the other hand, directly raised the unit price to 4 or 5 times the industry standard. Why? Is he just bluffing? Relying on tricks? a young man who just returned to the county seat, with a factory less than a month old, just took on a job and dares to offer workers a monthly salary of 27,000 yuan. Where does his money come from? The more Wang Jianqing thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. He remembered what Chen Feng said in Zhang Deming's office that day. Every word sounded perfect, hitting all the right points. Too perfect, so perfect it didn't seem like something a 25-year-old would say. At the time, he thought this young man was capable. Now he suspects there is something wrong. Zhao Chunfang was still talking, but her voice had become background noise. Wang Jianqing took out his phone, looked up Zhang Deming's number, and his thumb hovered over the dial button. He glanced at the top right corner of the screen. 9:47. Zhang Deming had a habit. He didn't answer work calls after 10 o'clock. And he hadn't even thought about how to start the conversation. What should he say? Director Zhang, that Chen Feng might be a scammer. Where's the proof? They've rented the factory, signed the contract, and installed the equipment. On what grounds does Wang Jianqi call them a scammer? Just because the wages promised are too high? But if we don't say anything, what if something really happens? Last time, Li Jiangwo's issue, Zhang Deming took responsibility. Wang Jianqi knows that Zhang Deming was singled out at the executive meeting for that matter. If it happens again, he doesn't dare to think about it. Wang Jianqi put his phone beside his pillow and turned over. Zhao Chunfang was already asleep, breathing evenly. The streetlights outside the window shone through the thin curtains, casting a dull yellow glow on the ceiling. 18 days, 27,000. These 6 words were like nails hammered into his mind, impossible to remove. He pulled the blanket over his head, then uncovered it again. He looked at his phone, 11:18 p.m. Then he put it down. At 1 a.m., just as he was about to fall asleep, a sudden thought woke him up. Tomorrow, he had to visit Factory B12 himself. Not as a director of the investment bureau, but as someone who needed to find out the truth. He needed to see what was really happening in that workshop, what those machines were producing, and how young Chen Feng could offer such high prices. Wang Jianqi stared at the ceiling with his eyes open until the grayish morning light seeped through the curtain gap. He didn't sleep all night. When Wang Jianqi arrived at Factory B12, it was 7:40 in the morning. He deliberately didn't drive his official car with the investment bureau badge. Instead, he rode an electric bike, crossing the moat bridge from the old city, taking a detour along the national road, and entering through the side gate of the development zone. Outside the factory, a row of electric bikes and bicycles leaned crookedly against the wall. 2 tricycles had insulated buckets tied to them, probably delivering breakfast for the workers. He parked his bike about 50 meters away, took off his helmet, and lit a cigarette. The roller shutter door of the workshop was half open, and the sound of sewing machines humming densely came from inside. It wasn't just 1 or 2, but dozens working at the same time. The noise was orderly, like a group of people running in sync. Wang Jianqi stepped a few paces closer, cigarette in hand. He worked at the China Merchants Group for 12 years and has seen at least 80 factories. A factory that truly works hard or just pretends can be identified without looking at the books. Just stand at the door and listen for 3 minutes. In a real factory, the sound of machines is steady, with only occasional 2-second pauses for changing fabric or trimming threads. In a pretend factory, the machine noise is patchy, like an engine that won't start, coughing and stopping repeatedly. In B12, the sound is continuous, even, and unbroken. Wang Jianqi took half a cigarette, put it out, and walked to the door to look inside. The workshop had changed a lot since the last time he visited. Yellow lines marked the ground, and 4 assembly lines were neatly arranged. Each line had about a dozen workstations, with people sitting at each one. All the ceiling fluorescent lights had been replaced with bright new ones, shining so brightly it was almost blinding. The first thing he noticed wasn't the machines but the people. The workers' state was unusual. By unusual, I mean they were too focused. Wang Jianqi had seen many factory workers. Most workers in small factories looked like they were serving a prison sentence, dazed eyes, mechanical movements, occasionally glancing at the wall clock. But these female workers, each bent over, stared intently at their needles, their feet pressing the pedals quickly and steadily. No chatting, no phone use, not even drinking water. Wang Jianqi instinctively looked at his watch. It was 7:45. Official work started at 8 o'clock, but the workshop was already full of people, and it was clear they had been working for a while, arriving 15 minutes early, without supervision, and working voluntarily. They weren't forced, they were driven by money. Wang Jianxi stood at the door for about 3 minutes, unnoticed. He casually moved to a nearby workstation and watched for a while. The woman at the station was about 30, sewing side seams. She was very fast, eyes fixed on the needle, not even tilting her head. Wang Jianxi cleared his throat. "Excuse me, ma'am, are you busy?" The woman didn't look up. I want to ask about your factory. Who are you?" The woman finally lifted her eyelids, glanced at him, then lowered her eyes again. Wang Jianxi was stunned for a second. He is not a big figure in Qingzi County, but in the development zone, all the factories inside and out are managed by him. Most bosses and foremen greet him politely as Director Wang. The woman completely does not recognize him. "I'm just looking around." "About your wages." "Worker." The woman's foot pedal kept moving, and she didn't look up. Her tone was not harsh but firm. "If you work in the factory, you should know that yourself. If you're not from the factory, asking me is useless. Go find the manager. Don't block the light here." Wang Jianxi moved aside a step. The woman's pedal sounds grew a bit louder. He moved to several workstations, but the situation was similar. No one paid attention to him. Occasionally, someone looked up, saw he was a stranger, and immediately went back to work. A young girl cutting fabric even waved her hand at him, meaning move aside, don't touch my material. Wang Jianxi stood in the middle of the aisle, hands in his coat pockets, feeling a slight wobble in his inner balance. He had seen workers tricked by bosses, and also seen workshops temporarily excited by empty promises and motivational speeches. But that excitement was superficial, with eyes full of blind enthusiasm and feigned unease. These women were different. They weren't excited. They were just working hard, and their effort wasn't forced, it was their own choice. Just like what his wife said, those who sew on sewing machines earn over 10,000. If they really earned that much, who would have time to chat with a stranger man? Director Wang? A voice came from behind. Wang Jianxi turned around and saw Zhang Yin holding a porcelain cup, standing about 3 meters away, with a polite but cautious expression. "When did you arrive? You didn't say anything before coming, so I could meet you." "I'm just looking around," Wang Jianxi smiled. "It's the investment bureau. Since we're bringing in projects, we need to follow up." Zhang Yin looked him over, but didn't ask more. "General Manager Xiao Chun is in the second-floor office. I'll take you up." "No need, I'll go myself." Wang Jianxi went upstairs. At the corner of the staircase, there was a folding table with a laptop, several stacks of documents, and a glass with wolfberry tea. Chen Feng was sitting behind the table, looking at his phone. Hearing footsteps, Chen Feng looked up. I was stunned for about half a second. Wang Jianxi noticed this half second, and then a smile appeared on his face as he stood up. "Oh, Director Wang." Chen Feng walked around the table naturally, not showing the nervousness of a small boss meeting a leader, nor the perfunctory politeness of a big boss dealing with lower staff. He simply stood up and walked over casually. "Why did you come?" "You didn't say in advance, so I could come to meet you." "No need, no need. I was just passing by and thought I'd take a look." Wang Jianxi waved his hand and looked around. The so-called office was just a small partition in the corridor on the second floor, made with temporary drywall. The ceiling was missing 2 panels, exposing dark electrical conduits. There was a folding table, 2 plastic chairs, and a few A4 papers taped to the wall with transparent tape, showing production schedules and delivery countdowns. Wang Jianxi glanced at those papers. The production schedule was very detailed. It listed each assembly line, each process, daily production goals, and actual output, marked with red and blue pens. Some numbers had arrows next to them, with notes like bottleneck, add workers, or Master Zhou watching. It didn't look like something made for others to see. Official production schedules are usually printed neatly, with tidy numbers, hung on the wall like artwork. But the real working schedule, like this, is full of handwritten edits, smudges, and additions. Chen Feng moved a chair closer. "Director Wang, please sit down. Would you like some water? We only have goji berry tea here. No need." Wang Jianxi sat down, but didn't lean back. He leaned slightly forward, elbows on his knees. This was a posture ready for serious talk, though he might not have realized it himself. Chen Feng poured a glass of water and placed it in front of him, then sat back down at his own seat. Instead of sitting behind the desk, he pulled his chair out and sat face-to-face with Wang Jianshi. They were about 1.5 meters apart. The sewing machine sounds from the workshop below drifted up, humming like a busy swarm of bees. "The factory is doing pretty well," Wang Jianshi said casually. "Not bad. We're just starting out, still rough around the edges." Chen Feng smiled. "Did you walk around downstairs just now?" "Yes, I took a look." Wang Jianshi nodded and said, "The workers are in good shape." "Yes, they are all quite hard-working. Started working at 7:45. "Isn't that early?" "Isn't it before official work hours?" Chen Feng paused for a moment, as if judging whether this was praise or a hint that he was violating labor rules. "It's voluntary," Chen Feng replied. "The factory didn't require them to start early. It's piecework, so the more they work, the more they earn. They choose to come early. Is there no overtime pay? Work before official hours doesn't count as overtime," Chen Feng answered calmly. "But if they work overtime in the evening, they get paid daily, without missing a cent." Wang Jianshi responded with an, but said nothing further. There was a quiet pause of about 5 seconds. 5 seconds isn't long, but between two people with different thoughts, it's enough to send many messages. Wang Jianshi was waiting for Chen Feng to speak first. Usually, when a leader is silent, the subordinate feels anxious to fill the silence. The more they talk, the easier it is to reveal something. But Chen Feng didn't speak. He picked up his goji berry tea, took a sip, then put the cup down quietly, waiting patiently. No rush, no panic, no pushing to speak. Wang Jianshi made a mental note. "Mr. Chen, how many people do you have now?" He changed the subject. 74. "We just hired a new batch last week." 74. "That's a medium size for this development zone," Wang Jianshi nodded. "And the equipment?" "I see quite a few machines downstairs. Currently, for production lines, 68 sewing machines, plus cutting tables, overlock machines, ironing stations, more than 80 pieces of equipment in total. How much did you invest?" This question was asked casually, like chatting with a friend. But after asking, Wang Jianshi's eyes stayed on Chen Feng's face. Chen Feng thought for a moment. "For equipment, including new purchases and second-hand refurbished machines, we've invested about 870,000 yuan. Renovations, initial material supplies, and other costs bring the total investment to around 1 million yuan. 1 million. Wang Jianshi silently repeated the number in his mind. For a small clothing factory, 1 million isn't a small amount, but it's not unreasonable either. Li Jiangguo had invested a similar amount when he started. The issue isn't how much was invested, but the ratio of output to expenses. Your team has over 70 people. How much do you spend on wages each month? It depends on production, Chen Feng replied. It's piecework, so the wages fluctuate a lot. But based on the current order pace, this month's total wages are about, he paused, as if doing mental calculations, between 300,000 and 350,000 yuan. Wang Jianshi's right index finger slightly curled, unconsciously tapping on his knee. 300 to 350,000 yuan a month for 74 workers. On average, each person earns nearly 5,000 yuan a month. This is considered high in Qingzi County, but not extremely so. However, the rumors outside are not about 5,000 per person. They talk about over 10,000, 18 days, 27,000. If the average was 5,000, these rumors wouldn't be so exaggerated. Unless the average is inflated by a few very high earners. Wang Jianshi decided to probe further. I heard, he carefully chose his words, that some say your factory's wages are very good, much higher than other factories in Qingzi County. Chen Feng didn't deny or explain immediately. He just nodded slightly. Yes, they are higher. How much higher? It depends on the job, Chen Feng said. Basic tasks are about 3 to 4 times the market rate. Core tasks can be 6 or 7 times. Wang Jianshi looked at him for a couple of seconds. 6 or 7 times. He didn't ask for exact numbers. He didn't need to. This multiplier matches the rumors outside. Piece rates of 6.8 yuan, 12 yuan, 28.5 yuan are indeed 3 to 7 times the market price. In other words, those outrageous wages outside are real. Wang Jianshi fell silent. The sound of sewing machines from downstairs filled the space between them. He was organizing his thoughts. He had 100 questions to ask, but he knew the way he asked was important. If he asked too directly, it would seem like an interrogation. If too subtle, he might not get the real answer. He chose a middle ground. Mr. Chun, he leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice by half a degree. Let me be honest with you. Chen Feng looked at him and nodded slightly. I've been working at the investment bureau for 12 years. Wang Jianxi said. All the factories in Qingzi County, big or small, have gone through my hands. I can tell at a glance which factories are genuinely working and which ones are just land grabbing for subsidies. He paused. Your factory? I just took a quick look downstairs. The workers are really working, the machines are truly running, and the production plan is more detailed than many old factories. I see all of this. Chen Feng didn't relax his expression because of this praise. He was waiting for the but here it comes. This wage level is abnormal. When Wang Jianxi said these 5 words, his voice was soft, but each word seemed to come from deep in his throat. Mr. Chun, don't be mad at me for being blunt. I don't doubt your sincerity. I just can't understand it. He counted on his fingers. In the clothing OEM industry, profits are transparent. The processing fee for a piece of clothing depends on the style and difficulty, ranging from a few dozen to 100 or 200 yuan. Even if you take high-end orders, and the processing fee is estimated at 300 yuan per piece, your first batch of 400 orders would total only 120,000 yuan. He looked at Chen Feng. With a processing fee of 120,000 yuan, you need to pay workers alone between 300,000 and 350,000 yuan. That's a gap of over 200,000 yuan. How will you fill this gap? This question was very specific, practical, and sharp. It wasn't a vague doubt like, where does your money come from? But a concrete figure-based question. Income of 120,000, expenses of 350,000, a shortfall of over 200,000. How will you cover it? Chen Feng finally moved. He pushed the goji berry teacup aside, crossed his hands on the table, and leaned slightly forward. Director Wang, he said, your calculation is not correct. Wang Jianxi raised an eyebrow slightly. First, the processing fee for this batch of orders is not 120,000 yuan, Chen Feng said. We are handling high-end Italian cashmere coats, with fabric provided by the client, costing over 1,000 yuan per meter. The processing fee for this kind of order isn't calculated by the standard OEM rates. He extended one finger. For the first 400 pieces, the contract processing fee is 128,000 yuan. You might have guessed this roughly, but this is just the first batch. There are also 4,000 reorders, and a framework agreement has already been signed. The total processing fee for 4,000 items is 1.28 million yuan. Wang Jianxing's eyelid twitched. 1.28 million yuan. This number is something he has never seen before in Qingzi County's clothing subcontracting industry. Next, Chen Feng raised a second finger. My cost structure is different from traditional factories. The owners of traditional factories usually make a profit from the processing fee difference, typically keeping 30% to 40%. I only keep 10%. Only 10%. Wang Jianxing's voice slightly rose. Yes, 10%, Chen Feng said. After deducting fixed expenses like rent, utilities, equipment depreciation, and management costs, all the remaining money goes to the workers. Wang Jianxing was silent for a few seconds. This isn't good business, he said. Not entirely, Chen Feng admitted straightforwardly. If I only consider this factory, this model isn't very profitable. But that's not what I care about. Then what do you want? Chen Feng didn't answer immediately. He stood up, walked to the railing, and looked down at the workshop below. Dozens of heads bowed, dozens of machines turning, dozens of hands flying. Director Wang, he turned around. How many people live in Qingzi County last year? Wang Jianxing was taken aback. He didn't expect the topic to suddenly shift in this direction. 0.286000, he replied. He remembered this number very clearly because it was written on the first page of every annual investment report. And the year before that, 293,000, and 2 years before that, 304,000. That's a decrease of 18,000 in 3 years, Chen Feng said. At this rate, in 10 years, the permanent population of Qingzi County will fall below 100,000. A county with fewer than 100,000 people. Director Wang, do you think there's still a need to set up a business development bureau? His words were gentle, but Wang Jianxing felt the weight behind them. He didn't reply. Chen Feng walked back and sat down again. I'm opening this factory and paying workers high wages, not because I'm foolish or have lots of money, he said. It's because I need people. I need these 50 or 70 workers to go back and tell their husbands, sisters, neighbors, and relatives that in Qingzhou County, you can earn money. I want those from Qingzhou County working in Guangdong, Zhejiang, Jiangsu to hear this. There's a job waiting for you with a monthly salary of over 10,000. I need them to come back. Wang Jiansa was stunned for 2 seconds, not understanding what Qinfeng meant. Then he said, but what you're doing now is losing money. There has to be a reason. Just this alone is too naive. Qinfeng didn't answer immediately. He rested his hand on the railing, looked down at the female workers below, busy operating machines, as if watching a painting he had seen countless times but could never get tired of. After a while, he finally spoke, asking a seemingly unrelated question. Director Wang, have you been to Old Street in the East City recently? Wang Jiansa didn't reply, just slightly frowned. Old Street in the East City is where he grew up. I passed by there last week, Qinfeng said softly, as if describing an ordinary event. At 7:30 in the morning, almost no one under 40 was on the street. The oil stick seller is an old man in his 60s, his left hand trembling badly, unable to hold chopsticks steadily, frying oil sticks with only his right hand. Next to him is a dumpling stall run by his wife, who is so hunched that she can't reach the spice rack above the stove, and she only stands with the help of 2 bricks. I bought a bowl of dumplings and sat on the roadside to eat. He paused, then continued. Across the street, an elderly woman, about 60, was pushing a baby stroller. Inside was a child, holding another child's hand, and carrying a third on her back. 3 children, the oldest no more than 4 years old. She would walk a few steps, then stop to catch her breath. When the one on her back cried, she had to squat down to comfort him. Squatting down is easy, but standing up makes her knees tremble. She had to lean on the wall for a long time before she could straighten up. Qinfeng turned to look at Wang Jiansa. I asked the woman selling dumplings nearby, where are the elderly woman's son and daughter-in-law? The woman said, her son works at the Ningbo Building Materials Market, carrying goods, and her daughter-in-law sews socks at a factory in Yiwu. They only come back once a year. All 3 grandchildren are left to her alone. Wang Jiansa's throat moved involuntarily. He didn't need Qinfeng to describe these. He had seen it more than once. But the same scene, told by a 25-year-old, feels different. Do you know how many elementary schools are left in Qingzhou County? Qinfeng suddenly asked. Wang Jianxi thought for a moment. 13. And 10 years ago, 21. 8 schools were closed, Qinfeng said. It's not because of education reform or resource sharing. It's because there are no students left. I checked data on Hongqi Elementary School in the south of the city. In 2017, the first grade class had only 9 children. 9 children, not enough for a basketball team. Last year, the school merged with Qingguan Town Central Elementary School. The old school building is now a car wash. He paused, his tone a bit heavier. Director Wang, you've worked at the Investment Bureau for 12 years, handling factory data, investment amounts, and tax contributions. But some things aren't on the reports. Qinfeng walked back from the railing and sat down again, but didn't lean on the chair. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, just like Wang Jianxi had earlier. That row of old houses by the city moat. You must know, they used to be the staff housing for the county cotton mill. The night before last, I passed by there. The building has 6 units, and at night, 4 of them had lights on. One windowsill had a broken ceramic basin with 2 green onions planted in it. The curtains weren't drawn tightly. An old man sat alone on the sofa, watching TV. The TV flickered, lighting up the empty living room. And his children? In Suzhou? His daughter? In Hangzhou? She comes back for the new year, stays 3 days, and leaves early on the 3rd day. Those 2 green onions are all that's left with him for the remaining 362 days. Wang Jianxi's throat moved slightly. He thought of his mother, an elderly woman who was 67 this year, living alone in an old apartment in the city center. He visited her once a week, but every time she said the same thing. You keep busy, I'm fine. A 67-year-old woman, living alone in a small apartment. Every afternoon at 3, she goes to the market to buy food for herself. At 8, she turns off the lights, afraid of wasting electricity. That's what she calls being fine. Among the female workers downstairs, there is a woman named Meng Tsitsue, who is 34 years old. Her son is in 2nd grade. When the teacher asked him to write an essay titled, My Mom, he only wrote 3 lines. Chen Feng recited it carefully. My mom works far away. I don't know what she does. I hope she can come back for my parent-teacher meeting. The teacher took a photo of the essay and sent it to the parent group. At that time, Meng Suizue was working on an assembly line at a shoe factory in Zhejiang. When she saw the photo, she put down her work, went to the bathroom, and cried for 20 minutes. After crying, she came out and continued working. Because if she didn't work, she wouldn't have money. Without money, her son didn't even have a proper desk to write his essays. The buzzing sound of sewing machines in the workshop now sounds especially loud and harsh. I have seen many people from Qingzi County leave. Chen Feng slowed his speech, each word seeming to come from a deep place. A 30-year-old woman welding circuit boards on an assembly line earns about 4,300 yuan a month. She rents a place with no windows. Her phone is full of photos of her child. She looks at them and cries each time. During the new year, she can't get train tickets, so she only video calls her child. On the screen, the child calls, Mom, and she smiles and answers. After hanging up, she squats behind the factory and cries, trembling all over. I have also seen children who stay in the county. After school, no one picks them up. They carry backpacks bigger than themselves and walk alone on the road. In the evening, they stand at the village entrance, looking into the distance, perhaps not knowing what they are looking at, maybe even unable to explain it. They just stand there, watching the sun slowly set, waiting for someone who might not come back this year. Wang Jianqi remained silent. Chen Feng said, From the moment these children can remember, their parents are not around. He continued, Since they started to notice things, Mom and Dad are just 2 faces on a phone screen. During holidays, they come back for a few days, but before they get to know each other well, they leave again. They don't not want to be home. They just don't understand what it feels like to have parents at home. He took a deep breath, looked away from the building downstairs, and gazed at the distant, gray horizon. Director Wang, I have been to Shanghai. I have seen the city's prosperity, the lights of Lujiazui, the crowds on Nanjing Road, the office buildings in Zhangjiang High-Tech Park. It is truly beautiful and impressive, but every new year, half of Shanghai empties out. Where do those people go? They go back to their hometowns, to small counties like Qingzi, or even to tiny villages no one has heard of. They work hard outside all year just for those 7 days at home. Hug their children, give their parents a little money, and enjoy a warm meal. Then, before dawn on the 6th day, they catch the train back and start another year away. Tell me, what is this called? He looked at Wang Jianqi. It's called, people are there, but their roots are here. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Feng continued, his voice steady, each word carrying undeniable weight. Shanghai doesn't need me. It has plenty of talent, capital, and opportunities. Even without me, Chen Feng, it will still shine brightly. But Qingzi County needs someone. It needs someone to pull it out of this endless cycle, not by getting a government grant or inviting a big factory to save it. Those big factories will come and go because, in the end, they don't care whether Qingzi County lives or dies. Chen Feng leaned forward, clasping his hands. I started this factory and pay high wages to workers, not because I am foolish or have lots of money, he said, his gaze steady on Wang Jianqi. It's because I need people. I need these 72 women to go home and tell their husbands, sisters, neighbors, and relatives that in Qingzi County, they can earn money. At their doorstep, they can make a living. I want Meng Suizue's son to write in his next essay about my mom that my mom rides her electric bike to take me to school every day. I want the old man in the old building by the moat to sit with his son and daughter in front of the TV on New Year's Eve. I want the old lady carrying 3 children on her back on Dongqing Old Street to have someone by her side. I need those people from Qingzi County, scattered across Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Jiangsu, to hear a message. There's a job waiting for you at your doorstep, with a monthly salary of over 10,000. His voice softened at the last sentence, like a string that had been tight for a long time finally relaxing a bit. So, I need them to come back. Chen Feng finished speaking the last word and didn't continue. He picked up his goji berry tea, noticing it was already cold, but took a sip anyway. He was waiting, not waiting to see Wang Jianqi be moved. Being moved isn't valuable. He had seen many people in Shanghai's client meetings get moved by PowerPoint presentations, but after the meeting, they still cut the budget as planned. He was waiting to see how Wang Jianxi, a grassroots official who had been immersed in the system for 12 years, would react mentally after hearing this. But he wasn't completely sure. Every word he just said was true. The old street's fried dough stand, the old building by the moat, Meng Tsuitsue's son's essay. He hadn't fabricated any detail. But truth and usefulness are two different things. For someone hurt by the Li Jiangguo incident, sincere stories and carefully crafted words might sound the same. Chen Feng knew that if he changed the setting or audience, his words might be seen as just pretty slogans at a promotional meeting. Wang Jianxi isn't a college student, a journalist, or a social media influencer who writes soft articles driven by emotion. He is someone who has personally pushed people into traps and watched others climb out of them. Such a person is the hardest to persuade, but also the most worth persuading. The sewing machine sounds from downstairs drifted up, rhythmic like a heartbeat. Wang Jianxi stood up from the plastic stool, walked to the railing, with his back to Chen Feng. He supported himself with both hands on the iron railing, his fingers clenched tightly. Thoughts in his mind flowed like a dam had burst, unstoppable. He was thinking about the numbers Chen Feng just mentioned: 18,000 less in 3 years, 13 elementary schools, 9 children. He wasn't unaware of these figures. They appeared in the annual investment reports, but reading them on paper and hearing someone say them aloud felt completely different. When written on paper, they are data, trends, and abstract ideas that can be understood through line charts. But when Chen Feng speaks, each number is backed by a face. He is thinking of the old woman carrying 3 children. He is thinking of Qian Manhwa, watching him from the corridor. He is thinking of his mother, who is 67, living alone in a small apartment, going to the market every afternoon to buy food for herself. His throat feels tight. A thought keeps swirling in his mind. Am I really who I think I am? 12 years have passed. During these years, he has heard many bosses give passionate speeches in offices and meeting rooms. Some say they want to create jobs. Some say they want to give back to their hometown. Others say they want to serve the country through industry. They all seem sincere, with eyes red from emotion. And then Li Jiangguo ran away with the money. Then Boss Zhang's food factory closed after 8 months. Then General Zhao's electronics factory moved its equipment to a nearby county after receiving subsidies. Each of these was signed off by Wang Jianxi, who brought them in. And each time, they left without saying goodbye. So why? Why is Chen Feng different? Is it just because he speaks nicely? Because he looks sincere? Because he pays workers high wages? He stood there for a long time. Long enough that Chen Feng thought he wouldn't speak again. Autumn of 2010, Wang Jianxi's voice came out hoarse from his throat, rough as sandpaper on metal. I personally brought Li Jiangguo in. Chen Feng didn't reply. At that time, the county wanted to show results. There was a target from above to attract 3 manufacturing projects in a year. I worked for 7 months, wore out 2 pairs of shoes, and my lips were raw from running around, but I didn't bring in a single one. I met Li Jiangguo at a provincial investment fair. He was talented, well-dressed, and his business card said Vice President of the Yangtze River Delta Clothing Industry Association. I thought, this one's a sure thing. His shoulders sank a little. After bringing him in, I personally helped with the paperwork, negotiated rent reductions, and introduced female workers to him. Zhou Guilin, Zhang Yan, Wang Xiaowei. These names, I handed over myself. You know what happened later? Wang Jianxi turned around, and his expression didn't look like that of an official, but more like a student called to the office after making a mistake. He ran off with over 600,000 yuan. Plus, he left behind a huge pile of debt, more than 600,000. It might not seem like much in Shanghai, maybe just enough to buy a car. But for the women workers in Qingzi County, that was their year's worth of life savings. After the incident, I wrote 3 self-criticisms and received a punishment. The leader talked to me, saying this matter had a bad influence and that I should reflect deeply. He gave a bitter smile. Reflect? I reflect every day, not because I overlooked something, but because I feel guilty for the people I personally led into trouble. What can I do to make it right? Manhwa came to see me twice. The first time was to ask for an explanation, and I avoided her. The second time, she directly blocked my office door, and I couldn't avoid her. She stood in the corridor. She didn't curse me or cry. She just looked at me. For about a minute. Then she said one sentence. Wang Jianxi's voice faltered a bit. She said, "Director Wang, my daughter hasn't been paid for 3 months. I've been collecting leftover vegetables from the market to make her baby formula. You're an official. Just tell me, can I ever get that money back?" I couldn't say yes, because Li Jianguo had already run away and the account was emptied. The police had filed a case, but he was in Myanmar, and we couldn't bring him back. I also couldn't say no, because if I did, it would be like telling an elderly woman, "Your daughter worked for nothing, your granddaughter's formula money is gone, and the person responsible is me." In the end, I just stood there, speechless. Manhwa waited a moment, then turned and left. When she left, her back was hunched over. I watched her go down the stairs step by step, her knees bending, holding onto the railing. It took her 3 minutes to go down just one floor. Wang Jianxi wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. His movements were quick, as if he was trying to brush away a bug on his face. "I'm not here today to cause you trouble or to question you." He looked at Chen Feng. "And I wasn't sent by anyone from above. No one told me to come. It's just me. I'm scared. I'm afraid you'll turn out to be another Li Jianguo. I'm afraid that in 3 months, these women workers will be left outside the factory asking for their wages again. I'm afraid Manhwa will come to my office door again, looking at me with that kind of stare, that kind of look. It's not hatred, but something heavier than hate. It's the look of someone who has trusted you, been betrayed, and has completely given up on you." There was a silence for more than 10 seconds. Downstairs, a female worker shouted, "Sister Zhang, the number 8 needle plate is jammed again." Zhang Yan's voice came through from half the workshop. "Wait a moment, let me see. Who told you to use such a low-quality one? Change to the number 9. Everyday sounds, everyday work." Chen Feng stood up, walked to the water dispenser, poured 2 glasses of water. He handed one to Wang Jianxi and kept the other in his hand. "Director Wang," he said, "I won't run away. Anyone can say that. I know, so I don't plan to just talk and expect you to believe me." Chen Feng opened the bottom drawer of his desk, took out a blue folder, and placed it on the table. "This is the full set of documents for the company I registered in the county: business license, tax registration, bank account permit, factory lease contract, all inside." Wang Jianxi reached out and flipped through a few pages. Registered capital, legal representative information, scope of business. Everything was neatly formatted and stamped clearly. "Turn to the last page." Wang Jianxi flipped to the end. It was a filing document stamped with the County Labor Security Bureau's seal, attached to a photocopy of a bank deposit slip. Chen Feng had opened a special wage guarantee account at the County Rural Commercial Bank in his own name, with exactly 300,000 yuan inside. "This money is for this account only, and can only be used for paying workers' wages," Chen Feng said. "If I run away someday, this 300,000 yuan is enough to pay all the factory workers' wages for 2 months. No one can withdraw it. Only the Labor Bureau has the authority to freeze and distribute it." Wang Jianxi's hand froze. He had worked at the Investment Promotion Bureau for 12 years and had seen hundreds of bosses, but not a single one, none, had ever voluntarily set up a wage guarantee account. This wasn't even legally required. "Did you think of this yourself?" "Yes, I did." Wang Jianxi closed the folder and put it back on the desk. He was silent for a moment, then did something that surprised Chen Feng. He took out his phone from his pocket, scrolled through it, found a number, and made a call. "Old Sue, this is Wang Jianxi." "Yes, I have something to discuss. The policy for reducing water and electricity bills for the clothing factory at Factory B12 in the development zone. You have the materials, right?" "Yes, please help me check it. Just follow the normal procedures. I will bring the materials to see you tomorrow morning." "Okay." After hanging up, Wang Jianxi put his phone back into his pocket. The development zone has support policies for new manufacturing companies. In the past 2 years, water and electricity costs were billed at 80% of industrial rates. Li Jianguo enjoyed this benefit before, but after he left, the policy was frozen. He looked at Chen Feng. "I'll help you reactivate it." Chen Feng paused while holding his water cup. "What are the conditions?" Wang Jianxi smiled slightly. It was his first smile after arriving at the factory, though it was just a slight movement of the lips. "The only condition is, by the end of the year, your factory must have over 100 registered employees." "Why 100 people?" "Because manufacturing companies with more than 100 employees can be included in the county's key support list. Once on that list, you can get more than just water and electricity discounts. There are subsidies for technological upgrades, Social Security, and even special loan interest reductions. His eyes changed. No longer the cautious and guarded look from earlier, but a familiar, pragmatic determination, like someone inside the system deciding to do something and carefully planning it. But you must promise, if any problems happen, you can't run away. If you do, I won't just face criticism. I could lose my position. I won't run, Chen Feng said for the second time. This time, Wang Jianxing didn't argue. He finished the water in his cup, stood up, and patted the non-existent dust off his pants. All right, I'm leaving now. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to the Development Zone Management Committee to handle the paperwork. I'll call you if there's any progress. He reached the door, paused, but didn't turn back. The old lady you mentioned earlier, the one with 3 kids. Yes, I know her. Her surname is Zhang, and she lives at the 3rd house in the East Alley. Her grandson broke his arm last year, and my wife helped take him to the hospital. After saying that, Wang Jiansheng went downstairs. The sound of his electric bike echoed below, then gradually faded away. Chen Feng stood by the window, watching the dull gray electric bike leave the factory gate, turn onto the cement road in the development zone, and disappear at the end of the street. This marks the core idea of the entire story. I know that many people initially clicked on this book because they were attracted by the idea of giving me 1 yuan every day. You might have expected a story where the protagonist uses a special power to spend freely, show off, and get revenge. But I want to apologize first. Before starting this book, I hesitated for a long time. I'm not sure if anyone would want to read a story without big ups and downs, without scenes of public confrontation. But I simply can't write that kind of story. It's not a matter of skill. I just can't convince myself to do it. Because the people I know are not like that. Chinese people tend to control their emotions. After life smooths out the rough edges, many feelings are kept inside. We swallow our sadness and our happiness. We're afraid of bothering others, and even more afraid of being looked down upon. Those bold words, when they come to our lips, often can't be spoken. So you'll notice that in this book, very few characters shout loudly. For example, when Ma Huihua finds out her daughter earns 8,000 yuan a month, she secretly cries in the kitchen, hiding behind the sound of running water. Chen Guohua hears the number 8,200 and freezes in front of the stove, letting the soup spill over and turn off the fire, without saying a word. On the day Wang Xiaowei calculates her salary, she doesn't cheer or celebrate. She quietly tells her husband, "Tomorrow, you take care of the kids. I need to go to the factory half an hour earlier." This is how I know Chinese people. They hide great joy in a bowl of noodles and swallow decades of grievances with a simple, "I'm fine." From a realistic point of view, as a writer, I can't truly imagine myself in Chen Feng's place. If I earned nearly 300,000 yuan a day and had 8 million in my account each month, I would probably go see the mountains, the sea, and explore the corners of the world I haven't yet visited. That money, even if spent freely, would last a lifetime. But in reality, we are often those at the bottom. We work tirelessly, struggling for life, worrying about our parents' health, stressing over our children's education, and building our future brick by brick over many years. We are so busy that we forget to think about why we are alive. We are stuck in a muddy pit, walking with our heads down. Sometimes we look up and see that everyone around us is also looking down. Are we really living this life, or just enduring it? I have never had an answer to this question. Maybe you haven't either. That's why I wrote about Chen Feng. Not because he has special skills, but because I want to write about a person, someone who got a card others only dream of, but didn't use it to buy a sports car, a luxury house, or to look down on others from above. He gave this card to the people at the bottom, to those who bend their backs. He let Meng Tsuetsue dare to buy a pound of pork. Let Shin Na smile in the dark. Let Wang Xiaowei take her mother to see her knee. Let Zhao Lihong's son see his mother come home every noon. He wants to pull Qingzi County out of the mud. And I wrote this book, ultimately, with the same idea. Life hasn't given me a system, and no one deposits money into my account every day. I can't pull Qingzi County up, nor can I fix any collapsing small town in reality. But I think, at least, I can write this story, so that those who are stuck in life like me, when they see it, can feel a faint, maybe naive, hope in the deep night, on a subway after work, On an evening when they've finished sending their child and sit alone in the car, not wanting to go upstairs, a small, weak thought might arise. It would be nice if such a person really existed. I know this thought isn't worth much, but it is warm. This book is dedicated to everyone rushing through life with their heads down. You deserve to be seen. On the third day, at 5:40 a.m., before dawn, Chen Feng was awakened by his phone vibrating at his desk on the second floor. A message from Zhang Yan, timestamped 5:32. Zhou Yi said Feng Yume can move to formal work. Shenna will practice for half a day more. Today, the production capacity can increase to 4 people. Chen Feng replied with one word, okay. He sat up, rubbed his face. He didn't go home last night. He just slept at his desk, with yesterday's report spread out on the table. The next day's data, a total of 51 items shipped. For more than the first day. The bottleneck in the seat assembly process eased a little because Feng Yume started practicing 5 items in the afternoon, 3 of which passed Zhou Guilan's inspection. If Shen Na can also start today, with 4 people working on seat assembly, the daily output should reach over 55 items. Chen Feng opened the system panel. The permanent population of Qingzi County is 283,711 people. It has increased by 10 more. There has been a net growth for 3 consecutive days. He put down his phone, went downstairs to wash his face, and headed to the workshop. At 6:15, someone was already waiting at the workshop entrance. They were not here for a job interview. They were already workers who had joined. Wang Xiaowei arrived first, sitting on the steps at the door, eating a boiled egg. Next to her, Feng Yume and 2 other experienced workers were squatting. Today, Feng Yume looked very different from the past 2 days. She wore a clean gray sweatshirt, her hair tied neatly, and although dark circles under her eyes remained, her eyes looked lively. Senior Feng, do you feel confident today? Wang Xiaowei asked her. Feng Yume rubbed her fingers together and said, Sister Zhou said it's fine if she says so. If she says it's okay, then it's better than me saying it myself. Don't be nervous. When you're nervous, your hands get stiff, and your stitches will be crooked. I know. Feng Yume took a deep breath. When I was in Jiaxing, I also made collars, but I've never done this kind of collar folding. Back then, I just pressed it hard and sewed around once. It's different now. Wang Xiaowei put down her egg and said seriously. The hard-press collar wears out in 2 days. Sister Zhou's folding method makes the fabric stick on its own, so it doesn't deform no matter how long you wear it. That's why we can sell each for 28.50 yuan. Feng Yume nodded firmly. At exactly 7 o'clock, the workshop officially started work. Today, Zhang Yin adjusted the production schedule. The collar seat process, which was previously done by 2 people, now has 3, Zhou Guilan, Wang Xiaowei, and Feng Yume. Shen Na continued practicing in the morning and joined in the afternoon if needed. At 10 a.m., Zhang Yin held a counter and stood at the end of the collar seat process, counting each piece. Zhou Guilan, 5 pieces. Wang Xiaowei, 4 pieces. Feng Yume, 3 pieces, one of which was sent back by Zhou Guilan because the curve of the right collar seat was off by 0.5 millimeters. Can you really tell 0.5 millimeters? Feng Yume felt a bit wronged. Zhou Guilan didn't look up and tore apart that collar seat, throwing it back to her. Feel it yourself. Touch the left side first, then the right side. Only when you feel the difference should you redo it. Feng Yume picked it up, touching the left side with her left hand and the right side with her right hand. Indeed, they felt different. The left side fit smoothly, while the right side had a tiny bump. It was almost invisible to the eye, but her fingers could feel it. She didn't speak again, just lowered her head and redid the work. By noon, the piece Feng Yume returned had been checked, and all 3 pieces were approved. When Zhou Guilan passed her workstation, she gently patted her shoulder without saying anything. Feng Yume's eyes welled up briefly, but she held back her tears. At 2 p.m., Shen Na officially started her shift. Her first official seat took 18 minutes, 6 minutes slower than Zhou Guilan. After checking her work, Zhou Guilan was silent for a few seconds and then said, approved. Shen Na took her hand off the sewing machine, her fingers trembling slightly. It wasn't nervousness, but excitement. She had welded wiring in Shenzhen for 2 years, earning 2 cents per wire. Welding 1,000 wires only made 200 yuan. Her eyes were sore, and her fingers bore marks from the heat. Now, she made a seat in 18 minutes. earning 28 yuan and 50 cents. Making 10 seats a day would earn her 285 yuan. In Shenzhen, she only earned 4,300 yuan a month. She took a deep breath, adjusted her sitting posture, and pressed the pedal. The second seat took 16 minutes. The third took 15 minutes. She was catching up to Wang Xiaoyi's speed. By 9 o'clock at night, Zhang Yin reported the total output, 58 pieces today. That's 11 more than the first day and 7 more than the second. Already entering the rhythm of over 55 pieces, Chen Feng looked at the report, feeling relieved. In 3 days, they made a total of 47 51 58 is equal to 156 pieces. They had 5 days left, needing 244 more. An average of 49 pieces per day would be enough. But in reality, their capacity would increase in the following days because Shun Na and Feng Yumei's speeds were still improving. Conservatively, they could produce over 60 pieces per day in the next 5 days. The pressure eased a lot. At 10 p.m., overtime pay was distributed. This had become a daily routine. Zhang Yin prepared a calculator, blank envelopes, and cash at her desk. The workers lined up, each receiving their pay. The highest envelope today was Zhou Guilan's, 510 yuan. Zhou Guilan kept her hands in her pockets and didn't look. Wang Xiaoyi's envelope, 360 yuan, an increase of 130 yuan from the first day. When she took the envelope, a slight movement appeared at the corner of her mouth. Shen Na's envelope, 210 yuan, almost tripling her previous day's 80 yuan. She took the envelope and opened it this time. There were 2 red bills, one worth 10 yuan. She pulled out the money, pinched it between her thumb and forefinger, and looked at it for a few seconds. Then she took out her phone and took a photo. She wanted to send it to her sister. She edited a short message on WeChat. Sister, I earned 200 yuan today, paid daily. Really sent the money. The picture was the 2 red bills. After sending the message, she put the money back into the envelope, slipped it into her pocket, and returned to her workstation. What she didn't know was that her sister saw the message, took a screenshot, and forwarded it to their classmates' group chat back home. The group chat has 127 members. The message was sent at 10:22 p.m. By 8 a.m. the next morning, 17 people in the group had private messaged Shen Na, asking for the factory's address. 9 of them were in Guangdong, 3 in Zhejiang, 2 in Fujian, and 3 in other cities in their province. The news was spreading quickly. Chen Feng didn't know that Shen Na had sent that WeChat message, but he knew the news was spreading. Because the system panel told him. This number in his hand wasn't just sitting in a bank account gathering dust. It was alive, flowing, turning into wages for workers, the hum of sewing machines in the workshop, and lights turning back on in many homes. He put away his phone and went downstairs. Today was the 4th day of the busy period, and the workshop's atmosphere was completely different from the first day. On the first day, the newcomers were still finding their rhythm, and the older workers were adjusting to the workload. The sounds in the workshop were scattered, with sewing machines running unevenly. Now it was different. 74 sewing machines were almost synchronized, with pedal sounds, fabric feeding, and thread cutting forming a steady, rhythmic pattern. Everyone knew what they were doing. When the previous process would send the semi-finished products, and when the next process was waiting for the finished items. This was a well-coordinated assembly line. Chen Feng stood at the workshop entrance and watched for 3 minutes. Zhang Yin came over. This morning's output is 12% faster than the same time yesterday. At this rate, we might break 60 today. Where's Aunt Zhou? Inside, I watched Shen Na. This morning, Shen Na completed 6 sewing tasks, all passed. Aunt Zhou said she was improving quickly. People with good skills are different. Chen Feng nodded. By the way, Zhang Yin lowered her voice. A few people came to the door today, saying they want to apply. I had them register first. How many? 7. 3 said they came from the neighboring county. Chen Feng was surprised. The neighboring county? Yes, Omping County. They saw our job posting in a WeChat group. The news has spread to the neighboring county. Chen Feng thought for a moment. How's their skill level? They haven't been tested yet. Should we ask Aunt Zhou to check them when she has time? No rush. Finish this batch of 400 pieces first. Have them register their information and notify them when the training class starts. Okay. Zhang Yin turned to leave. Chen Feng called her. Sister-in-law? Starting tomorrow, give the workers a late-night snack at 10 o'clock. Each person gets a bowl of wonton or noodles, plus an egg. Zhang Yin looked at him, but didn't ask about the cost. She had learned not to ask such questions. I'll arrange it. 5th day? Total shipped, 287 pieces. There are 113 left to reach 400. 3 days remaining. The numbers look good. But Chen Feng knew that rushing production becomes more dangerous the longer it goes on. The danger isn't that the output can't keep up, but that people can't. 4 or 5 days straight, from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., only breaks for meals and bathroom visits. Young workers can't handle it, let alone most of the women in the workshop who are in their 30s and 40s, working 15 hours a day sewing, then coming home to do laundry, cook, and check their children's homework. Getting less than 4 or 5 hours of sleep, they get up at 6 the next day to go back to the factory. People aren't made of iron, and even iron needs tempering. At 9:30 a.m., a problem arose. Meng Tsuetsue was sewing a side seam when she veered off course, making it 2 centimeters crooked. 2 centimeters might not matter in most clothing factories. Mass production, within tolerance, where quality control turns a blind eye. But this isn't most clothing factories. Here, there is Zhou Guilin. Zhou Guilin stood behind Meng Tsuetsue, speaking in a calm tone like reading a menu. No anger, no disdain, and no extra expression. Just 4 words, softly spoken, but heavy in the heart. Meng Tsuetsue's face turned pale. She had spent 40 minutes making this dress, only to tear it apart and redo it, meaning her effort was wasted. 40 minutes could have made nearly 1.5 pieces of clothing, earning her over 40 more yuan. Uncle Zhou, it's just a little off. When I wear it, you can't tell? Zhou Guilin bent down. Her index finger pressed along the crooked seam, gently rubbing as if checking a pulse. Try walking in this dress. The left side will be tight, the right loose. Your weight shifts to one side, making you walk crooked. Sitting down, your waistline twists. After a day, your whole body will feel like it's been wrung out like a damp towel. She lifted her finger. Spending over 3,000 yuan on a dress that feels like a sack. You, as a customer, can accept that. Meng Tsuetsue opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Tear it apart. Meng Tsuetsue lowered her head and picked up the seam ripper. Chen Feng watched this scene from the corridor on the 2nd floor. He didn't go down. Matters of quality were decided by Zhou Guilin. That rule was set on the first day of work. If he kept running down to mediate every time, Zhou Guilin's authority would be gone in 3 days. But he noticed something else. Meng Tsuetsue's hand holding the seam ripper was trembling. Not the trembling caused by being scolded or crying, but a spasmodic tremor, fingers unresponsive, muscles twitching. Her right hand, holding the ripper, trembled slightly, like an old mobile phone set to vibrate mode. His gaze shifted from Meng Tsuetsue to the entire workshop. In the 3rd row, a female worker named Lu rubbed her wrist repeatedly, then shook her fingers before gripping the fabric again. In the 5th row, Feng Yume's shoulders had noticeably slumped compared to a few days ago. Her sitting posture changed from upright to slightly hunched, leaning closer to the sewing machine, signs of neck and shoulder pain. At the end of the 7th row, an older worker slowed down her pedal rhythm. Not laziness, but because her ankle was sore and couldn't press the pedal properly. Each step required effort, like riding a bike uphill. The entire assembly line still made noise, but if listened to carefully, the rhythm was no longer as tight as it had been in the past days. The humming of the sewing machines paused for a moment, half a second, then a second, like a heartbeat missing a beat occasionally. Chen Feng went downstairs to find Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin was crouched beside the cutting table, checking the morning's output. She had a folder on her knees, flipping through papers with her left hand and holding a capped ballpoint pen in her right. Today from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, everyone stops working and takes a break. The pen tip paused on the paper, leaving a small ink dot. Zhang Yin looked up at him, her eyes clearly saying, "During busy times? Are you serious?" "People are not machines," Chen Feng said. "I know people are not machines, but go look at Meng Tsuetsue's hand." Zhang Yin closed her mouth. She had also seen Zhou Guilin return that piece of clothing earlier. She thought Tsuetsue was nervous, but now she realized it wasn't nervousness. It was exhaustion. She's been working nonstop for 5 days. Chen Feng leaned against the cutting table, his voice quiet. If she keeps going, tomorrow the defect rate will double, and the time wasted on rework will be much more than taking 2 hours off. Zhang Yin did some quick mental math. In the first 5 days, The average daily output was 57 pieces. Today, with a 2-hour break, she estimated about 45 to 50 pieces. With 2 days left, producing just over 30 pieces a day would reach 400. With the current staff and skill level, they could finish that by noon. The numbers looked fine. She nodded but couldn't help asking, "What about Aunt Jo? Should I mention it?" No need. Aunt Jo knows better than anyone how the workers are doing. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang Yin stood in the middle of the workshop, not holding a megaphone. It's a small workshop, shouting is enough. "Stop work. Everyone take a 2-hour break." The sewing machine stopped one after another, like dominoes falling. The last one to stop was Zhou Guolan's. She pressed her foot a couple more times to finish the collar she was working on before lifting her foot. When the workshop quieted down, everyone heard a sound that had been drowned out by the sewing machine noise, the chirping of cicadas outside the window. The cicadas in early September sounded weak, like the last remnants of summer twitching away. "Really taking a break?" someone whispered. "Yes, really." Mr. Chun said, "No sewing from 2 to 4. You can go home or just lie down in the workshop. No deduction in pay, right?" "Nope." There was a 2-second silence. The entire workshop suddenly felt like a stretched string that had been pulled to its limit and snapped. Someone lay down at their workstation, curling their apron into a ball and resting it under their head. After 3 seconds, they stopped breathing. Someone took out their phone from their pocket and called home. "Mom, I have a 2-hour break this afternoon. No need to send water." Someone stood up, stretched lazily, and their bones cracked 3 times, making the person next to them turn to look. Feng Yumei went to the sink, washed her face with cold water, and closed her eyes, taking a long breath. The soreness in her shoulders and neck didn't go away, but the tension that had been stretched tight finally eased a little. Shana didn't go to sleep or make a call. She sat on the steps outside the workshop, looked up at the sky. September's sky was very blue, flat, and without layers, like a clean piece of cloth. A few clouds drifted from the west, slowly and calmly. She just sat there, watching the clouds for more than 10 minutes. During those minutes, she didn't think about anything. No thoughts of piecework wages, no thoughts of assembly procedures, no thoughts of Aunt Jo's standards. It was empty, like a room where everything had been taken away, leaving only sunlight shining through the window onto the empty floor. She hadn't felt this way in a long time. Not in Shenzhen, not in Jiaxing. Break time on the assembly line was for using the bathroom and grabbing a quick bite, not for watching clouds. Her eyes felt a little hot, not from sadness, but from something she couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was being treated like a person. Zhou Guolan was the only person in the workshop who didn't lie down. She went to the corner, poured a glass of water, and stood by the window, drinking it sip by sip. Zhang Yin moved closer and lowered her voice. "Aunt Jo, you should rest too. It's been 5 days, and you work until the latest every day. I'm not tired. You were a bit slower this morning than yesterday." Zhou Guolan squinted her eyes. "Are you counting my steps?" "I'm not counting. It's written clearly on the report." Zhou Guolan snorted and didn't reply. She was indeed tired. Her shoulders felt heavy as if filled with lead, and when she moved her wrists, there was a faint creaking sound in her joints. 48 is not 28. Bones and tendons won't lie. But she wouldn't show it in front of the workers. If Zhou Guolan shouted that she was tired, the morale of the entire workshop would drop by half. "Taking a 2-hour break is good," she said with her cup, as if talking to herself. Chui Chui's hands shake badly. If she doesn't rest, something might happen. After speaking, she turned her head and glanced at the corridor on the 2nd floor. Chen Feng was leaning on the railing, also looking downstairs. Their gazes met across a floor. Zhou Guolan didn't speak, but her mouth moved slightly, very gently, like a breeze rippling the water. It was 4 o'clock. The work restart bell hadn't rung. This factory didn't have a bell yet. Zhang Yin shouted loudly, "Time to work." Workers emerged from all corners. Some sat up from their stations, rubbing their eyes. Some came in from the outside stairs, still with wind on their faces. Some came out of the bathroom, their hair neatly tied again. 2 hours of sleep wasn't long, but it was enough. When she sat at the sewing machine, Meng Chui moved her fingers. She was no longer trembling. She carefully arranged the side seam she had sewn back in the morning, took a deep breath, and pressed the pedal. As the needle moved, her fingers pressed the fabric steadily, with even pressure, sewing straight. She felt different. like her fingers had rested for 2 hours and remembered the correct way to sew. 11 minutes later, she finished the garment again. It was nearly 30 minutes faster than in the morning, because in the 40 minutes earlier, 20 minutes were spent fighting her trembling hands. She stood up with the finished product and walked to Zhou Guilin station. Zhou Guilin took it without a word, flipped it over to check the front, then looked at the back, her fingers sliding along the side seam from the armpit to the hem. She paused for 2 seconds. Passed. Meng Chui grinned and turned back to her station. After walking a few steps, she stopped and looked back, saying, "Aunt Zhou, thank you for not letting that one go earlier." Zhou Guilin was already focused on her work, not looking up. She simply nodded in acknowledgement. After a break, the workshop's sound changed. The sewing machine's hum became dense again, and the pedals click-clack sounded like gears being oiled and moving smoothly. The brief pauses of half a second or a second disappeared, and the entire production line's rhythm returned to the peak level of the third day. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Yin finished her reports. Total shipments today, 52 pieces, all pass quality checks. She paused briefly and added, 0 defective items. These words caused a small ripple of quiet activity in the workshop. Someone gently patted their thigh. Another worker smiled at a colleague nearby, and some simply looked down at their hands that had been operating the sewing machine all day, with a quiet sense of pride. It had been 5 days. The first day was shaky, the second day was just getting used to it, the third day started to run smoothly, the fourth day reached the peak, and on the fifth day, at the most tiring moment, with 2 hours less work time, they delivered a report of 0 defects. Total shipped, 339 pieces. 2 days left, and only 61 pieces remaining. It's under control. At 10 o'clock at night, the workers received their pay. This had become a daily routine, unbreakable. Zhang Yin arranged the calculator, blank envelopes, and cash on her desk. The workers lined up, one by one, to collect their pay. The line was quiet. No rushing, no pushing. Each person approached the desk. Zhang Yin announced the amount, counted the money, put it into an envelope, and handed it out. Some workers opened their envelopes immediately to check. Others tucked the money into their pockets. Today's overtime pay was a little less than before because they took a 2-hour break in the afternoon, so the piece count was lower. But when everyone opened their envelopes, they found an extra red slip inside. "What's this money?" someone asked. "Wellness bonus," Zhang Yin replied without looking up, still counting money. "For working overtime for more than 5 days in a row. 100 yuan, everyone gets it, no matter how much work you did or how many pieces you made. Who gave it out?" Zhang Yin finally lifted her eyelids and looked at the person. The worker didn't ask again. 100 yuan isn't a lot, but it's not based on how much work you did or how many clothes you made. It's because you've been tired for 5 days, simply because you've been tired. An older female worker took the envelope, opened it, looked inside, then closed it again. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded at Zhang Yin and turned to leave. When she reached the workshop door, she opened the envelope, took out the extra red note carefully, folded it in half twice, and put it into her close-fitting coat pocket. The remaining money was in the envelope, labeled salary. The 100 yuan in her pocket was for something else. At 11 o'clock at night, the workshop lights went out. The workers gradually left. Some rode electric bikes, others walked, disappearing into the dim yellow streetlights of the development zone. Chen Feng did not go home. He sat at his desk on the second floor, looking at the 5-day production report spread out before him. 47, 51, 58, 52. The numbers for 4 days formed a line that first rose then stabilized. Even if they only produced 31 items each day tomorrow and the next day, it would be enough. With the current pace, producing over 60 items tomorrow was not a problem. An order for 400 items was certain, but he was thinking about something further ahead. He opened his phone and looked at the system dashboard. The permanent population of Qingzi County, 283,655 people. It was a few hundred more than when he returned, and the number was still slowly increasing. The trend was correct. He closed the dashboard, opened WeChat, and saw no unread messages. No one was waiting for him to reply. Outside the window, the development zone was very quiet. The streetlights shone on the empty concrete road. A stray cat ran past the factory wall, its shadow stretching long. In the distance, He could faintly hear the sound of trucks on the highway, coming and going like the tide. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a moment. What appeared in his mind were not numbers, orders, or system data. It was the action Meng Tsuetsue made at 4 o'clock when they resumed work, moving her fingers. 5 fingers spread, clenched, spread again, clenched, confirming she was no longer trembling. Then stepping on the pedal steadily, without hesitation. It was Wang Xiaowei sitting on the steps, watching the clouds for over 10 minutes. It was Zhou Guilin glancing at him from across a floor, her mouth twitching slightly. These images were not dramatic and did not need to be included in any report. But Chen Feng felt that this was the most grounded night he had had since returning to Qingzi County. He picked up the half-empty glass of water on the table, took a sip, and turned on his computer. Tomorrow's production schedule still needed adjustment, and the finishing process for the day after tomorrow had to be confirmed. He also needed to coordinate with the logistics team on Su Hongmei's side. Wang Jianxi said that the policy to reduce electricity and water bills should be followed up, and the 7 new applicants should be assessed. Also, starting tomorrow, there will be late-night snacks. Each person gets a bowl of wonton or noodles, plus an egg. There are many things to do, but each one is real, specific, and meaningful. These are not visions on a PowerPoint or slogans at a promotional event. They are the sounds of sewing machines working, envelopes opening with money inside, and hot bowls of wonton being served. He started typing. Downstairs, in the workshop, 74 sewing machines were quietly lined up. The threads on their heads were still threaded, and the belts under the pedals were still tied. They looked like sleeping soldiers, waiting to be awakened at 7 tomorrow morning. Tomorrow will come. The day after tomorrow will come too. 400 pieces will be finished, 100 people will gather, and the snowball will keep rolling. Long-distance buses from Guangdong, Zhejiang, Fujian, and other cities in the province are traveling on the highway in the night. Outside the window, the lights flash past and darkness stretches on. Someone in the bus is leaning against the window, sleeping, with their phone still on, showing a photo, 2 red banknotes, 1 10-yuan note. Below it, a line of words. Sister, I earned 210 today. Paid daily, real money. Thanks to the great Yuxian Shan, the flying battleship, and the verified expert. Thanks to Aunt Lu, who loves eating octopus balls, for the flowers. And thanks to all the readers who tipped. Thank you all for your support. But I ask everyone, if you like this book, please leave a comment. Don't tip. Even just watching ads is enough. Don't spend your money. I am a bit lazy. When I work overtime, I get headaches. If you tip, I won't update more, which feels unfair to you. But working overtime makes me feel guilty. I don't have much stock, and I can't keep up with other authors. I see them updating 20,000 or even 50,000 words a day. It's terrifying. Please, I beg you. Thank you so much. 7th day. Total shipments. 389 pieces, 11 short. Last day. At 7 a.m. Everyone was present. No one was late. Even Sister Zhao, who had a knee inflammation and had to put on a patch the past 2 days, came. She hobbled to her workstation, bringing the smell of the patch into half the workshop. Zhou Guilin stood in the middle of the aisle, her gaze sweeping from left to right, and then from right to left. 74 people, 74 sewing machines, and 74 pairs of eyes looked at her. She did not give a motivational speech. Finished the last 11 pieces before noon. Inspection, packaging, and shipping in the afternoon. She paused briefly. Any questions? No one spoke. The metal shine of the sewing machines flickered under the fluorescent lights, like blades. Let's work. One word, and the sound of foot pedals started at the same time, like an uncoordinated orchestra. By the 7th day, the assembly line no longer needed anyone to control it. Cut fabric pieces came off the cutting table, and everyone knew which station to go to, which process to follow first, and where to meet. An invisible path in their minds. Hands didn't wait for the brain, and the brain didn't wait for the eyes. Everyone moved like a clockwork gear, fitting perfectly into the rhythm of the line. Shinna sat at her station, with the last batch of fabric pieces in front of her. She took a deep breath, placed the iron down, and rotated her wrist, returning it to position. Steam moved over the fabric surface, and wool fibers bent and shrank under the heat, gradually revealing the curve of the collar. 3 days ago, she was still struggling with this curve. Now, she knew exactly where to stop the iron, lift it, and how much pressure to apply, even with her eyes closed. It wasn't talent. It was muscle memory gained from 3 days of practicing, burning 7 pieces of practice fabric, being sent back 4 times by Zhou Guilin, and staring at samples for 2 hours in front of the work table. At 9:40, the last collar was handed over from Shun Na and Feng Yume, all approved. At 10:11, the sleeves were sewn together. At 10:28, the hem was secured. At 10:37, the hidden buttons were sewn in and loose threads cut away. At 10:43, the last coat came off Zhou Guilin's station. She didn't rush to speak. She picked up the coat, first examining the front, then the back. Her fingers traced along the side, seam from the armpit to the hem, feeling the stitches like reading Braille. Then she took a steel ruler to measure the collar's curve, the height of the sleeve cap, and the hem circumference. 3 measurements, all perfect. She hung the coat on the mannequin and took 2 steps back. The dark gray wool coat hung quietly on the stand. Under the bright fluorescent light, the fabric's surface glowed with a gentle shine. The collar was neatly folded, the shoulder line straight, and the sleeves hung naturally without any extra wrinkles. It looked like a second skin on a mannequin. Zhou Guilin watched for a few seconds. Done. Her voice was soft, but the workshop was very quiet, and everyone heard her. The silence lasted about 2 seconds. Then someone clapped. At first, the applause was sparse, like the first drops of rain hitting a tin roof before a storm. Then more drops came, faster and more intense, until it turned into a loud, heavy rain. Some people stood up and clapped, others sat and clapped, and some stomped their feet hard on the ground, making scissors on the sewing table jump. Zhang Yin walked to the whiteboard. The board had 400 squares, and each finished product was marked with a red sticker. 399 stickers were already on the board, with only 1 space left, bottom right. She pressed the last sticker into place. All 400 spots were filled with red dots, neatly arranged, like a red flag. She turned around and looked at the 74 faces in the workshop, took a deep breath. All 400 pieces, finished, no defects. The workshop erupted. It wasn't the kind of cheer you see on TV. It was rougher, more primal. Some people patted their thighs, others pounded the table, some whistled, and some just rubbed their hands repeatedly, as if unsure where to direct their excitement. Meng Tsuetsue was crying on her sewing machine. People patted her back, but she ignored them, burying her face in her crossed arms, shoulders trembling. She couldn't explain what she was crying about. The exhaustion from 8 days, the tension, and the pressure of every pedal stroke to be perfect, all flooded her at once, choking her up and turning into tears. Feng Yume sat quietly at her station, slowly raising her hands to cover her face. She had made 23 collars, all approved, with no rework needed. 3 days ago, Zhou Guilin had sent her back to redo her work in front of the whole workshop, making her blush with embarrassment, wishing she could disappear. Now, 3 days later, she was the new worker with the highest approval rate in the collar-making process. Her shoulders were gently trembling, but the corners of her mouth, visible between her fingers, were turned upward. Shana did not cry. She leaned against the sewing machine, her fingers unconsciously resting on the edge of the pedal, gently rubbing the shiny metal plate beneath her fingertips. She was thinking about herself a month ago. In Shenzhen, in a small rental room in a crowded city neighborhood, 6 square meters in size, with a window facing the wall of the building next door, never letting in sunlight all year round. She earned 4,300 yuan each month, sent 3,000 yuan home, and kept 1,300 yuan for herself. She ate at the factory cafeteria, washed clothes by hand, and her biggest entertainment was lying on her bed after work, watching short videos. Sometimes she would fall asleep while watching, waking up when her phone dropped on her face. A month ago and now, it didn't seem like the same person was living these days. Wang Xiaoyi did not join the celebration. She sat at her workstation, carefully cutting the loose threads from her last coat, one by one. When finished, she folded it neatly and placed it into the finished goods basket, moving gently, as if handling something fragile. Then she took out a small notebook from her side pocket. The notebook was handmade with cardboard and staples, its cover already frayed. She opened it, revealing pages filled with tiny writing and numbers, dates, item counts, unit prices, totals, carefully calculated, line by line. She turned to the last page and filled in today's data. 8 days, 131 coats collected. Including her base salary and overtime pay, her total income was 5,816 yuan. 5,816 yuan. 8 days. She stared at this number for a long time. Then she remembered the white slip tucked inside her household registration book. The yellowed paper, with crooked handwriting. Wang Xiaoyi 6,600 yuan. No official stamp. No date, and the signature was scrawled like a ghostly doodle. It was the only proof left by her previous boss before fleeing. 6,600 yuan. She had chased after it for half a year, making over a dozen calls, each time hearing, "The number you dialed is turned off. AIAU for 6,600 yuan. Her salary for 8 days was 5,816 yuan. She closed the notebook, secured it with a rubber band, and put it back in her pocket. She stood up and walked to the workshop door. Outside, the sunlight was very nice. The early September sun was gentle, warming her face, with a hint of the smell of grass and trees carried by the breeze. There are old calluses on the back of her hand and a faint scar, caused 2 years ago when she was cut by scissors on the assembly line. There are also new, thin calluses, pink in color, shining with a soft glow of tender skin. These marks are very clear in the sunlight. She slowly pulls her hand back. This pair of hands has become valuable. At 1 p.m., the inspection begins. Zhou Guilin and Wang Xiaoyi sit on opposite sides. They take out 400 coats from boxes, laying each one flat on a long table. They check 13 details: collar curve, sleeve height, shoulder width, chest measurement, stitch spacing, edge width, hidden button placement, thread ends, fabric direction, seam symmetry, lining smoothness, button firmness, and overall shape. Each detail is measured with a steel ruler, felt with fingers, and observed with eyes. Zhou Guilin's standards have never loosened, not even on the last day. At the 237th coat, she stops and stares at one edge for more than 10 seconds. Wang Xiaoyi leans over to look, her heart pounding. Thread end, Zhou Guilin says. Wang Xiaoyi examines carefully. Under the edge, she finds a thread less than 5 millimeters long, hidden inside the fold, invisible without opening it. Zhou Guilin picks up a seam ripper, pulls out the thread, and cuts it flush with scissors. After trimming, she folds the edge back and presses it flat with her fingers. Pass, she says. They continue. For hours, for 100 coats, none missed. By 5 p.m., the inspection is complete. Zhang Yin writes the conclusion in the last page of her notebook. For 100 coats, all qualified, no defective parts, no rework needed. She circles the word 0, as if crowning it. Packaging is the final step. 50 cardboard boxes are placed in the corner of the workshop, each containing 8 coats. The coats are first wrapped individually with moisture-proof film, then neatly packed into boxes. The box openings are sealed with cross-shaped tape, covered with moisture-proof bags, and finally labeled with factory details: number, quantity, product name, production date, and inspection stamp. When Zhang Yin sticks the last label, she pauses. She looks at the 50 neatly arranged boxes. The craft paper glows dull under the workshop lights, and the handwriting on the labels is neat. B12-001 to B12-400. Qingzhe County Jinsheng Clothing Company, Limited. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. I've been in the clothing business for 10 years, she said, her voice a bit softer than usual. For the first time, I feel like shipping out is almost enough to make me cry. Chen Feng stood nearby, silent. He took out his phone and took a picture of the 50 cardboard boxes. No filters, no angle adjustments, just a straightforward shot. The boxes were stacked in 5 rows, with the label on the top box facing the camera. He sent the photo to Su Hongmei. With a caption, 400 pieces, 8 days, no defects, shipping tomorrow. He sent the message. Then he put his phone back in his pocket and walked to the window. Outside, the development zone was already lit with streetlights, casting orange-yellow light on the empty concrete road, stretching long shadows. 3 minutes later, his phone vibrated. It was a voice message from Su Hongmei. He tapped to listen, holding the phone to his ear. Su Hongmei spoke quickly, even faster than usual, her words like a rapid-fire machine gun. But her excitement couldn't be hidden. I'm waiting. The logistics are arranged on my side. You'll ship in the morning, and it'll arrive the day after tomorrow afternoon. If the inspection goes well, she paused briefly. Shenfeng knew her well enough to recognize that she often paused before key information. That's her habit. The contract for 4,000 pieces, I'll send it to you later. Another brief pause. Also, get a few more skilled workers for the seat covers. 4,000 pieces isn't just 400. I'm worried you won't be able to handle it. The voice message ended. Shenfeng didn't reply. He typed a short message and sent it. Can handle it. 3 words. No explanation, no guarantees, no exclamation marks. He put his phone away and opened the system dashboard. A line of data popped up on the screen. Qingzhou County's resident population, 283,771 people. He stared at the number for a few seconds. 28,371. That's nearly 300 more people than when he returned to Qingzhou County that day. 300 names, 300 faces, 300 journeys back from other places. He didn't know most of them, but he understood why they came back, because of a WeChat message, a photo, or a simple phrase. You can make money at home too. Daily income, 283,000. The numbers are still rising, slowly but steadily. Like a river, the water level rises centimeter by centimeter, quietly. He turned off the control panel. The workers are tidying up their workstations, getting ready to leave. Someone is sweeping the floor, the broom making a soft rustling sound on the cement. Someone is wiping the sewing machine with a piece of cloth soaked in oil, making the machine shine. Someone is sorting leftover materials, small pieces of fabric, spare buttons, extra lining, and placing them neatly on the shelves in the storage area. Wang Xiaowei is organizing her toolbox at her station. Scissors, chalk, steel ruler, seam ripper, pin cushion, thimble, bending ruler. She takes each tool out, wipes it with a dry cloth, then puts it back carefully. Each tool has a fixed spot in her toolbox, and she never mixes them up. This is a rule taught by Zhou Guilin. Tools are the life of a craftsman. If you can't keep your tools tidy, how can you make good clothes? She closes the toolbox with a click. Shen Na stands at the end of the aisle next to the dress form. On the dress form hangs a sample coat, an upgraded version made by Zhou Guilin herself. It has been hanging here since the first day of work, serving as a model for 8 days. Shen Na reaches out, her fingertips gently touching the collar. The fabric feels smooth and dense under her fingertips. Her fingers slide from the collar fold to the shoulder line, then from the shoulder line to the highest point of the sleeve. She feels the subtle curves beneath the fabric, an unnoticeable, natural three-dimensional shape, as if the fabric remembers the human form. One day, I will also be able to make such a coat. Her voice is very soft, so quiet only she can hear. No one is nearby. The sounds of tidying, talking, and laughing from the workshop come through several rows of machines, blurry and muffled, like they are behind a layer of water. But she hears them clearly. Every word is sharp in her mind. Outside the workshop, a horn sounds. Lu Hao parks his crown car at the factory gate, rolls down the window, and sticks his head out. Fengzi, are you coming? It's time to eat, Chen Feng responds with a sound, then turns to look back at the workshop. Under the lights, workers are walking out in small groups. Some chat as they walk, some change shoes at the door, some ride electric bikes. The bike lights glow in the dusk, flickering briefly before turning onto the road leading to the development zone, getting farther away. He stepped out of the factory, opened the front passenger door, and sat inside. Let's go find a place to eat hot pot. Sure, Lu Hao patted the steering wheel. I know a new place in town. The owner is from Sichuan, and the hot pot is very authentic. Uses Maowen's big red roe peppercorns, and the beef tallow is freshly made. Just smelling it makes my mouth water. Let's go. The engine of the crown car roared to life, and the car jolted twice as it turned onto the bumpy cement road in the development zone. Chen Feng sat in the passenger seat, rolled down the window. The evening breeze came in, carrying the coolness of early autumn. The wind mixed with the distant smell of straw burning in the fields, slight, a bit bitter, and a little fragrant. He turned his head and glanced at the rearview mirror. The lights of Factory B12 grew farther away and smaller in the mirror. A small point of light, but it was still shining. Shanghai, Jing'an District. Su Hongmei's company is on the 14th floor of an office building on Nanjing West Road. It's not only large, but also in a good location. From the north-facing side on the 14th floor, you can see a bend in the Suzhou River. when she signed the lease. Su Hongmei specifically chose this direction. She said offices facing south made people sleepy, while north-facing offices had a cool light suitable for making decisions. 8 people sat in the meeting room. Su Hongmei was at the main seat, with a cold, iced Americano beside her. Opposite her sat Ji Yuan, the second-in-command of the company. Next to him were brand director Zhao Qing, technical manager Kai Guoping, quality control supervisor Lin Wei, supply chain manager Tao Lei, and financial director Wu Ying. Design consultant Marco was absent due to visa issues, having returned to Milan. On the table was a printed plan for the autumn and winter production of 4,000 items, printed that morning. It was 12 pages, neatly bound. Except for Su Hongmei's own notes on her copy, the other 7 copies were almost untouched. Ji Yuan was the first to speak. Hongmei, I won't sign this contract. The room went quiet for 2 seconds. Su Hongmei didn't move. She didn't even look at the contract. She took a sip of her cold Americano and slowly put it down. She knew Ji Yuan would oppose. A week ago, when she sent the first draft of the plan to the management group chat, Ji Yuan had responded with a question mark. She understood what that question mark meant. Are you crazy? She didn't expect him to reveal his plans openly during the official meeting. This meant he wasn't planning to discuss privately, but wanted to settle the matter in front of everyone. Reason, she said. Her voice was quiet, but everyone in the meeting room heard her clearly. Fang Ziyuan is 52 years old. He has worked in the clothing supply chain for 20 years, starting from Guangzhou's 13 Hongs and moving to Shanghai. He was the first investor when Su Hongmei started her business, holding 23% of the shares. His influence in the company is second only to Su Hongmei herself. He pushed his reading glasses up his nose and opened the documents in his hand. 4,000 pieces at 300 yuan each, with a total processing fee of 1.28 million yuan. Fabric costs are separate. We use imported Italian wool, costing 1,000 yuan per meter at the port. For 4,000 pieces, we need about 6,000 meters, so fabric alone costs 720,000 yuan. Adding accessories, transportation, customs fees, the total cost for this batch is close to 9 million yuan. He looked up at Su Hongmei. 9 million yuan worth of goods, and you want to give it to a small workshop in a county town? It's not a small workshop, Su Hongmei replied. 70-some people, a tin workshop, registered less than a month ago. Fang Ziyuan turned to another page in the documents. I asked Tao Lei to check. Tao Lei nodded nearby. He had just transferred from Uniqlo's supply chain department earlier this year. He is cautious and prefers to rely on data. I checked the business registration and the records from the development zone, Tao Lei said, opening his documents. This factory was registered in September this year. The legal representative is Chun Feng, 25 years old. His previous work was in architectural design. He worked at a design institute in Shanghai, with no connection to the clothing industry. The factory is a standard leased facility in Qingzhou County's economic development zone. The equipment is newly purchased, mainly mid-range domestic models, with some Japanese equipment. Currently, there are 74 registered workers. It has no ISO certification and no export qualifications. He closed the documents. Objectively, this is a very small contract factory in the industry. Not to compare with Yongsheng, but even compared to family workshops in Changshu, its hardware is only average or below. Fang Ziyuan lowered his hands, looked at Su Hongmei, and his meaning was clear. See, even the people you hired say the same. Zhao Qing remained silent. She is the brand director, 36 years old, who previously worked 5 years in marketing at Peacebird. Last year, she was recruited by Su Hongmei. She is responsible for brand positioning and channel strategy. Supply chain matters are not her direct responsibility, but the fall-winter line is her main product focus. Priced at 3,800 yuan, sold in high-end malls and boutique stores, competing with Max Mara and Theory's Chinese alternatives. Whether this line succeeds will directly affect her KPI and year-end bonus. She leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, watching Su Hongmei's profile. Su Hongmei still didn't speak. Fang Ziyuan continued. I didn't stop you from that initial order of 400 pieces. Since the quantity is small, even if everything fails, the loss is only a few 100,000, which we can handle. But 4,000 pieces are different. He leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers on the table twice. Hongmei, let me do some quick math. The product launch window for this batch is from mid-October to early November, about 20 days at most. If there's a delay in delivery and we miss the window, 9 million worth of goods will be stuck in the warehouse, becoming waste by next spring. If quality issues arise, returns and rework will also cause us to miss the window. He paused. And it's not just about money. The fall-winter line is our first move into the high-end market this year. The fabric you chose, the pricing, the brand story, all point to the concept of high-end Chinese manufacturing. If this first move fails, the spring-summer line and next year's entire plan will have to be scrapped and redone. He leaned back in his chair. I don't recommend taking this risk. Su Hongmei took another sip of her cold American coffee. It was completely cooled, and the bitterness was even more pronounced. She put down her cup and looked around at the people at the table. Lin Wei was reading the quality control report in front of her. Wu Ying was taking notes in her notebook. Kai Guoping crossed his arms, expressionless. Zhao Qing still had her arms crossed, but her lips were slightly tight. She was holding back her words. Su Hongmei understood the different stances at this table. Fang Ziyuan and Tao Lei clearly opposed. Zhao Qing hadn't spoken, but her body language showed she was hesitating. Lin Wei and Wu Ying were neutral, listening to whoever had the better argument. Kai Guoping is hard to judge. He has a technical background, values data, and doesn't make quick decisions before seeing the facts. Is it a 2-on-6 situation? No, it should be 3-on-1 now. Fang Ziyuan, Tao Lei, and Zhao Qing have already dismissed the idea, while the others are watching. But Su Hongmei is not in a hurry. Having worked in the fashion brand industry for 8 years, she has learned one thing. In meetings, the last person to speak is the winner. Let the opposition speak their mind fully, explain their points clearly, and reach a point where they have no new arguments left. Only then should she make her move. This way, the other side has no way out. So she waits. Kai Guoping clears his throat and adds, Miss Su, I want to say one more thing. We worked with Jiaxing Yongsheng for 3 years. Their quality control has been stable, and delivery has never been a big problem. This time, if we change suppliers, Yongsheng will need an explanation. Last week, Director Chun, that's Yongsheng's Director Chun, called me and asked if we were dissatisfied with their quality. I couldn't answer at the time. Is there anything else to add? Fang Ziyuan waved his hand. I've said everything I need to. All right. Then I'll say a few words. Su Hongmei stood up from her chair. She is 1.63 meters tall, wearing a black cashmere pullover and dark gray wide-leg pants, with flat Repetto shoes. She doesn't look like the owner of a clothing company earning $30 million a year, but more like a university professor, if you ignore her eyes. Her eyes are bright. Not the energetic brightness of a young person, but a steady, enduring shine that hasn't faded after being worn down. She walked to the whiteboard, didn't write anything, just stood there facing everyone. Mr. Fong, I understand every number in your calculation. 9 million, 20 days window, first launch targeting the high-end market. I know these well because I built this brand myself. Fang Ziyuan didn't speak. But you missed one important factor in your calculation. She took a sheet from her folder and walked back to the table, placing it in the center. This is the quality control report for the last batch from Yongsheng. Out of 100 items sampled, 20 were checked, and 6 had stitching issues, 3 had unacceptable edge widths, and 1 had a misplaced button. Acceptance rate. She glanced at Kai Guoping. Old Kai, you tell us. Kai Guoping looked down at the report. He personally did the sampling and remembered the data. 60%. 60%, Su Hongmei repeated. Zhao Qing frowned. The last batch was basic trench coats, which are less complex in fabric and craftsmanship than the fall and winter line. A 60% acceptance rate is acceptable for mid-range products. Not that I said it's unacceptable. Su Hongmei interrupted. What I mean is, this is Yongsheng's ceiling. Basic trench coats with a 60% acceptance rate. If we switch to the fall and winter line, with high-quality wool fabric and 3-dimensional tailoring, how many do you think they can produce? 50%? 40%? She looked at Zhao Qing. King, you said the fall and winter line is priced at 3,800 yuan. For a 3,800 yuan coat, made by a factory with a 60% acceptance rate, as the brand director, can you accept this? Zhao Qing did not respond. She understood this principle, but assembly lines are assembly lines. To increase the success rate, more manual work is needed. Money is not a problem, but finding skilled workers is very difficult. Su Hongmei did not pursue the topic further. She turned and walked to the coat rack in the corner of the meeting room, took down a coat covered with a dust cover. She pulled back the dust cover, revealing a smoky gray wool fabric that reflected a soft, restrained shine in the natural light coming through the window. Everyone in the meeting room had seen this coat before. When Su Hongmei received it 2 weeks ago, she posted a photo in the management group chat. But the photo was very different from the real coat. It didn't show the fabric's drape, the shadow of the collar's curve under the light, or the subtle transition of the shoulder line from front to side. She hung the coat on a mannequin and stepped back. This coat is an upgraded sample made by Chunfeng's factory. The fabric was provided by us, but they changed the craftsmanship themselves. She patted the collar area. Old Kai, you're from a technical background and know craftsmanship better than anyone in the company. Can Yongsheng produce this collar treatment? Kai Guoping stood up and moved to the front of the mannequin. He reached out and touched the joint between the collar and the neckline, his finger pausing on the curve for 2 seconds. No, they can't, he said without hesitation. Jiaxing, Huzhou, Changshu, all the factories we've worked with in the Yangtze River Delta. Can any of them do it? Kai Guoping paused again for 2 seconds. He mentally reviewed the factories he had dealt with over the past 14 years. Yongsheng, Huajin, Dingfeng, Changyuan, and a few in Changshu that only did export orders. As far as I know, none of them can. Zhao Qing's expression stiffened slightly. Su Hongmei looked at her. She was neither proud nor aggressive. Her tone was even calmer than before. Qing, I understand every concern you have. Large quantities, high risks, shallow supplier qualifications. Any normal boss would not make this decision. She traced a line along the shoulder of the coat with her finger. But you overlooked one thing, the technical barrier. She turned to face everyone. After the coat was sent to Shanghai, I specifically asked Marco to review it. Marco is the company's design consultant. He is Italian and worked for 11 years as a pattern maker at Max Mara's Milan studio. Last year, Su Hongmei hired him as a part-time consultant at 3 times his previous salary. His judgment of ready-to-wear craftsmanship is unquestioned within the company. After Marco finished, he said one sentence. The original, in English, I will translate it for you. She paused briefly. He said, this is not factory work. This is atelier work. This is not factory work. This is high-end workshop work. The room fell silent. Fang Ziyuan's eyebrows moved slightly. Having spent 20 years in the supply chain industry, he understood the importance of the word, atelier, in fashion. It was not a casual term. Cao Qing slowly lowered her crossed arms. Su Hongmei did not press further. She knew enough had been said. Saying more would turn into selling, not decision-making. She returned to her seat and finished the last sip of her cold coffee. I'm not gambling, she said, placing the empty cup down. Her voice was quiet, but every word was clear. I've been in branding for 8 years. I never gamble, but I can tell the difference between risk and opportunity. She looked at Fang Ziyuan. President Fang, I understand all the risks you mentioned, delivery deadlines, capacity, quality control. Each one is real, but have you thought about the other side? If Yongxing's quality ceiling is limited, our fall and winter lines will always only reach a SOSO level, SOSO clothes. Why should they sell for 3,800 yuan? Why would buyers at Lane Crawford glance at them more? She paused briefly. I'm not aiming for SOSO. I want buyers to be speechless when they see the clothes. Fang Ziyuan leaned back in his chair, not immediately rebutting. He was thinking. Cao Qing opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by a knock at the door. Su Hongmei's secretary pushed the door open and peeked inside. President Su, the batch of goods you asked me to watch for has arrived downstairs. The logistics driver said it was sent from Qingzhou County, Anhui. 50 boxes. The receipt shows B12-001 to B12-400. Should we store them in the inventory area or in the sample room? Thank you to user. Everyone looks at Su Hongmei at the same time. Su Hongmei glances at her phone. The message Chen Feng sent earlier is still on the screen. 400 items, 8 days, 0 defects, shipping tomorrow. She turns her phone over and places it on the table. Have the master move the samples to the sample room. Then she surveys everyone in the meeting room. Everyone go and open the boxes for inspection. She looks at Fang Ziyuan. Mr. Fang, you're right. Just telling stories isn't enough. The goods are here. Let's open and check. Fong Ziyuan stands up, but says nothing. His expression is no longer simply opposed. Instead, he looks like he's waiting. He wants to see what Su Hongmei is really after. The sample room is at the end of the corridor, about 30 square meters, with half the lighting from sunlight and half from fluorescent lights. 6 standard mannequins are against the wall, and in the middle is a large work table with fabric color cards and pattern drawings from last quarter scattered on it. 50 cardboard boxes are on the floor of the sample room. The packaging is neat, with moisture-proof bags intact, and the outer boxes are numbered from B12-001 to B12-400. Each box has a printed label on the side, showing the production date, batch number, and inspector signature. Kai Guoping squats down to look at a label and pauses. He has dealt with many factories over the past 15 years. Many factories don't even label their boxes properly, let alone attach individual quality inspection cards with signatures for each item. Judging by the packaging standards alone, this exceeds most medium-sized factories he has worked with. But he doesn't speak. Good packaging doesn't necessarily mean good contents. He has seen too many cases where appearances are deceiving. Su Hongmei squats down and carefully opens the first box herself. 8 coats are neatly folded, each separated by acid-free cotton paper. Moisture-proof silica gel packs are at the bottom of the box. She takes out the top coat, stands up, and unfolds it. The smoke gray wool fabric spreads out under the light, showing a strong drape. The fabric has no creases, indicating the folding method was correct and the cotton paper layers are effective. She hung the clothes on the mannequin in the sample room and took a step back. "Old Kai, you come." Kai Guoping stepped forward and habitually touched the shoulder line. His fingers stopped. He looked down briefly, then bent down to examine closely. His hand slid along the shoulder seam to the sleeve head and paused for 2 seconds. The curve of the sleeve head was smooth and natural, with no wrinkles or bunching, fitting perfectly with the mannequin's shoulder. He then moved to the collar stand, pressing at the seam between the collar and the collar stand. After that, he straightened up and looked back at Su Hongmei. That look was very complicated. "Steel ruler," he said. The assistant found a stainless steel ruler from the drawer of the work table and handed it over. Kai Guoping took it and started measuring. He measured the curve of the collar stand, then put down the ruler. He checked the height of the sleeve head, then put down the ruler again. He measured the stitch distance. He squatted down, opened the lining of the clothes, and examined the edge finishing. He pressed at the hidden seam and lightly scraped the seam with his fingernail. "Hidden stitches," his voice a bit dry. "What?" Zhao Qing, standing behind, didn't hear clearly. "Hidden stitches for sewing. Handmade." Kai Guoping stood up, turned the clothes back to the front, and looked at the natural light from the window for a few seconds. He was checking the shine of the stitches. Machine stitches and hand stitches reflect light differently, with hand stitches appearing softer. He confirmed it was correct. "Ms. Su, open a random box," he said. "I want to see a few more." Su Hongmei nodded. Kai Guoping walked to the pile of boxes, not in order, but randomly picked one from the middle. Numbered B12-217 to B12-224. He hung each piece on the mannequin and hanger, then measured each one. Collar stand curve, sleeve head height, stitch distance, edge width, hidden button position, clothing length, chest circumference, shoulder width. After measuring all 8 pieces, he compared each data point with the standard values in his mind. Then he picked another box, numbered B12-385 to B12-392. This was the last batch of goods. He specifically chose this batch for a reason. According to the usual production pace, the last 2 days are when workers are most tired. If quality drops, it will definitely happen at the end. Any experienced quality inspector knows this rule. He repeated the same process. 24 coats filled all the mannequins and hangers in the sample room. The gray fabric under the lights looked like a calm, solid color block, like a quiet wall. Kai Guoping stood in the middle, holding a steel ruler, silent for a moment. Zhao Qing couldn't wait. "Old Kai, how is it?" Kai Guoping placed the ruler on the table. "I've been in this business for 14 years. From Jiaxing to Guangzhou to Qingdao, I've seen over 200 factories." He pointed to the row of coats in front of him. 24 coats were randomly tested. 13 key data points, all within the acceptable range. He paused. not just barely passing. Each one is at least 0.3 millimeters within the tolerance line. No one in the meeting room spoke. In other words, the craftsmanship of this batch is more consistent than Yongxing's by at least 2 levels. Especially the last batch, B12-385 to 392, made during the rush period. The quality didn't drop. It's even more stable than the middle batches. He looked at Su Hongmei. This shows their quality control system isn't based on luck. Someone is really watching, and that person is very skilled. Fang Ziyuan's brow furrowed even deeper. But it wasn't a sign of disagreement. It was a sign of rethinking. Having worked in supply chains for 20 years, he knew what craftsmanship consistency meant in this industry. Zhao Qing stepped forward, reached out, and touched the code on the mannequin. She didn't understand the technical details, the stitch length, or the tolerance. But she had worked in the fashion market for 5 years, visiting showrooms in Milan, Paris, and Tokyo dozens of times. She had touched Max Mara's Manuela coat, Thierry's cashmere jacket, and Jill Sanders' minimalist trench coat. The way this coat looked on the mannequin, the drape of the fabric, the shoulder line, the curve of the collar, was no different from the ready-to-wear pieces she saw in those showrooms from top brands. She withdrew her hand. "Old Kai," she said softly, "the quality consistency you mentioned is based on the 24 samples. Are all 400 coats at this level? I cannot guarantee. I only examined 24 items." He paused for a second. "But if General Manager Su agrees, I can check all 400 items now." Everyone looked at Su Hongmei. Su Hongmei didn't hesitate. "Check everything. All 400 items, no exceptions." She glanced at her watch. "It was 2:40 p.m. Old Kai, what do you need?" "Lin Wei just needs to help me record data. A steel ruler, a computer, and a standard size chart." "Give it to him," Su Hongmei said to Lin Wei. Then she turned to the others and said, "Manager Fong, Kuing, you can watch here or go back to the meeting room and wait for the results. But about the contract, we'll discuss it after the full inspection data is ready." Fang Ziyuan didn't leave. He moved a chair to sit in the corner, arms crossed, watching Kai Guoping and Lin Wei start working. Kuing also didn't leave. For the next 3 hours, Kai Guoping and Lin Wei unpacked all 50 boxes. 400 coats, one by one. Each coat was taken out of the box, hung on a mannequin or laid flat on the work table, and measured for 13 data points: collar arc, collar height, sleeve cap length, stitch distance, edge width, hidden button vertical position, hidden button horizontal position, coat length, chest circumference, shoulder width, hem circumference, side seam deviation. Lin Wei created a template in Excel with 1 row for each coat and 13 columns for the data. She entered data quickly. When Kai Guoping called out a number, she typed it in immediately. They hardly needed to talk much. Fang Ziyuan sat in the corner for an hour, took 2 phone calls, then kept watching. Kuing stood for 2 hours, her legs tired, so she went to the meeting room to sit for a while, then came back. Su Hongmei stayed in the sample room the whole time. She didn't interfere with the inspection or rush them. She just sat by the window, occasionally looking at her phone or watching Kai Guoping's movements. She was waiting, but she wasn't nervous. Not because she was sure all 400 items would pass. No one can be sure before the results are out. It was because she had prepared for 2 possible outcomes. If everything passed, the contract would be signed today. If there were problems, she would reassess the partnership based on the type and number of issues. That's her way of doing business. No gambling, no fear, no luck. Make decisions based on data and let results speak. At 6:42 p.m., the last piece of clothing data was recorded. Lin Wei's fingers paused on the keyboard. She entered the summary formula at the bottom row, pressed enter, and waited for a second. The numbers appeared. She stared at the screen for 3 seconds, then looked up with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" Su Hongmei stood up from the windowsill. Lin Wei turned her laptop towards Su Hongmei. The screen showed a dense table with 5,200 data cells arranged neatly. She scrolled down to the bottom row's total column. "Manager Su, all 400 items have been inspected." She pointed to the number on the screen. "Qualified items, 400. Non-qualified items, none." She looked up. "The overall qualification rate, 100%. The sample room was quiet. Fang Ziyuan stood up from his chair, walked to the computer, and bent over to look at the screen. His reading glasses still rested on his nose, and his eyes behind the lenses squinted. He said nothing, just looked at the data, line by line. Kai Guoping placed a steel ruler on the table, his fingers stiff. After over 3 hours of precise measurements, his finger joints ached. "Manager Su," he said, his voice half a degree lower than usual. Su Hongmei looked at him. "I have an additional piece of information." He walked to the workbench, picked up a coat, opened the lining, and pointed to a row of stitches inside. Out of these 400 garments, at least half of the collars are sewn by hand with hidden stitches. The other half are also sewn with manual assistance, not purely by machine. He put the coat down. Assuming each collar takes 20 minutes to sew by hand, the total manual sewing time for 400 collars exceeds 130 hours. One person working continuously would need 16 days. He looked at Su Hongmei. They finished in 8 days. This means at least 2 to 3 people were sewing collars at the same time, and these 2 to 3 people have very similar skill levels. I measured the curvature deviation of the 400 collars, and it's within 0.2 millimeters. He paused. This is not something an ordinary factory can do. It requires a highly skilled master to train excellent apprentices. Su Hongmei did not respond, but a faint light appeared in her eyes, almost invisible under the fluorescent light. She remembered the person Chun Feng mentioned on the phone. Zhou Guilan, 48 years old, a veteran from the county state-owned clothing factory, who had studied at a Shanghai tailoring shop in her early years. She had never met this person, but she could see her hand in these 400 pieces of clothing. Zhao Qing walked over to Su Hongmei and lowered her voice. "Hongmei, yes, I take back what I said earlier." Su Hongmei turned to look at her. Zhao Qing's expression was complicated, respectful, surprised, a little embarrassed, but mostly excited about her work. She was in branding, and she knew that when the product quality reached this level, setting prices, choosing channels, and marketing would become much easier. "Qing, you don't need to take it back," Su Hongmei said. "Every word you said was right. Before the data comes out, your judgment is completely reasonable." Zhao Qing paused. "But the data is out now." Su Hongmei closed her laptop. "So, we can talk about the next step." She looked at Fang Ziyuan. Fang Ziyuan was still standing there, hands in his pockets. He looked at the coats and was silent for a long time. "Hongmei," he finally spoke. "Yes, you said earlier that you don't gamble." "I don't gamble." Fang Ziyuan nodded, and his expression slowly relaxed, not in resignation, but in acceptance. "Then bring the contract," he said. "I'll sign it." Su Hongmei showed no sign of victory. She simply nodded, turned to Lin Wei, and said, "Organize the full inspection report into a PDF, save it, and send a copy to Qin Feng." She picked up her phone. On the screen was still Chun Feng's previous message. 400 pieces, 8 days, 0 defects, shipping tomorrow. She typed the line below. "Full inspection completed, for 100 pieces, 100% qualified. I'll send you the contract for 4,000 pieces tonight, and settle the payment with you. Also, thank the master who made the seat for me. Sent." Then she thought for a moment and typed another line. "I'm not worried about capacity. However, there is one point. The quality standard for 4,000 pieces cannot be lower than that for 400 pieces. Even if it's just a little lower, I will return the goods. That is my bottom line." She put her phone into her pocket, walked to the clothing rack, and adjusted the collar of the coat on the mannequin. The lighting in the sample room shone softly and quietly on the smoky gray fabric. She thought to herself about something she had never told anyone. It has been 8 years. She has been working on a Chinese brand for 8 years. From the very first day, she knew what she wanted to do, not just create a popular brand, but a brand that Chinese consumers wouldn't need to buy imported products anymore. But over the past 8 years, she couldn't find a factory that could truly support this ambition with good craftsmanship. Yongsheng didn't work, Huajin didn't work, Dingfeng didn't work. She traveled all over the Yangtze River Delta, Pearl River Delta, and Bohai Rim, but even the best contract factories only produced SOSO quality. SOSO is not enough. She wanted just SOSO. Today, 400 pieces of clothing are in front of her. 5,200 data points, written clearly in black and white, with nothing out of line. She withdrew her hand. Back to the meeting room, she told everyone, her voice returning to its usual rhythm, fast, steady, without extra emotion. "The production plan for 4,000 pieces is finalized today. The fabric will be ordered this week, and delivery, logistics, and packaging standards will all be aligned. She paused at the door. And, tomorrow, contact factory director Chen from Yongsheng. The basic style orders will still be made there, but after the fall and winter line, we won't work with Yongsheng anymore. Make sure to clarify everything, settle the accounts cleanly, and don't damage the relationship. She pushed open the door and left. The corridor lights were cold white. Her footsteps echoed crisply on the tiled floor, steady and unhurried. Behind her, the lights in the sample room were still on. 6 gray coats hung on 6 mannequins, standing quietly under the light, like 6 silent witnesses. Su Hongmei received the message at 9:17 p.m. Chun Feng sat in the office on the second floor, with a handwritten production draft spread out before him. His pen paused over the words, "Expansion of collar seat process." His phone vibrated. He picked it up to check. 2 messages. The first one, "All inspections completed, for 100 items, all qualified. I will send you the contract for 4,000 items tonight, and also settle the payment. Additionally, please thank the master who made the seat covers for me." Second point, "I am not worried about the production capacity. But one thing, the quality standards for 4,000 items must not be lower than those for the 400. Even if it's just a little lower, I will return the goods. That is my bottom line." Chen Feng put down his phone, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the ceiling for about 10 seconds. Then he picked up his phone and replied with 4 words, "Received, don't worry." After sending these words, he placed the phone on the table, rubbed his face with both hands. His palms felt cool. It wasn't nervousness. It was the tension that had been building over these days finally easing. 400 items, 8 days, no defects, all passed inspection. He had predicted this result, but seeing it confirmed in person was different. Anyone who has worked in construction knows that there are 100 surprises between the drawings and on-site inspection. Chen Feng closed the chat window and opened his mobile banking app. The notification of the payment had already appeared in the notification bar. He glanced at it, then leaned back in his chair. The office's fluorescent lights hummed faintly. The production schedule on the wall, which had been changed countless times, was still posted. Next to D8, delivery, he had added a small note this afternoon. 400 400ths, 100%. He stared at those words for a few seconds. Then he picked up a pen and wrote a number on the blank space of the production draft, 4,000. Below that number, he wrote 2 words. Is it enough? He wasn't asking about money, but about people. He folded the draft and put it into the drawer, turned off the lights, locked the door, and went downstairs. The workshop was empty, with sewing machines neatly arranged, covered with dust covers. Wang Xiaoyi's workstation was the cleanest. Scissors and seam rippers were lined up by size, and thread spools were sorted from dark to light on the left side. Chen Feng didn't turn on the main lights. He walked around the workshop using the corridor light, then left the factory. Lu Hao's old Crown car was parked at the door. The window was rolled down, and a red tip of a cigarette flickered faintly in the dark, flashing on and off. "Let's go." Chen Feng opened the passenger door. "Go home and sleep?" "Yeah." Lu Hao started the car without asking further. He glanced at Chun Feng's expression in the rearview mirror. He didn't look like someone who had just received a large sum of money, but more like someone who had held their breath for 8 days and finally let it out. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived at the factory, and not a single sewing machine in the workshop was running. Yesterday, 400 pieces were finished, and there were no new production tasks today. The workers arrived on time, but had no work to do. Over 70 people were scattered around the workshop, some cleaning machines, some organizing the auxiliary materials table, and most chatting in small groups. As Chen Feng walked down the stairs, he heard a few female workers near the window speaking in a hushed voice. "My cousin called again yesterday, asking if I really earn over 200 a day. I told her to come see for herself, but she didn't believe it, not just over 200. Count how much Shin Na took in those 8 days. Stop talking about it. Even my mother-in-law knows. Yesterday, she was bragging at the market that her daughter-in-law works at the new factory, earning in a month what she sells vegetables for half a year. Ha! Your mother-in-law is really something." Laughter spread, filled with a kind of proud satisfaction. This pride wasn't about showing off. It was a simple feeling. After working in sewing for most of their lives, they finally felt that their craft was worth this much. At this moment, someone caught sight of Chun Feng's figure emerging from the top of the stairs, and the conversation abruptly stopped. Everyone quickly shut their mouths and pretended to be busy with their work. Meng Tsutsue lowered her head, pretending to organize the thread spools, her ears turning a shade redder. Chen Feng ignored it, kept walking without stopping, heading straight to the office area. Zhang Yin was already there. She sat behind a makeshift folding table. In front of her 3 notebooks. One detailed the workers' piecework wages, another recorded the inventory of auxiliary materials, and the third tracked water, electricity, and daily expenses. She pressed a calculator with her left hand, held a pen in her right, and was jotting down numbers in the notebooks. A cup of tea, already cold, sat at the corner of the table. Chen Feng stood at the door and looked at her for a couple of seconds. There were obvious dark circles under Zhang Yan's eyes. Her lips were chapped. Her hair was casually tied in a ponytail, with a few stray strands falling across her forehead, unmindful of them. She was wearing the same gray jacket from yesterday, with a small patch of chalk dust on the cuff that looked like it had been there for a while. During these 8 days, Zhang Yan worked tirelessly. She watched over the workshop during the day, balanced accounts at night, and coordinated materials, arranged workstations, and handled various small tasks for the workers. The factory had no dedicated accountant, no administrative staff, and no HR personnel. All logistical chores fell on her shoulders. Chen Feng kept this in mind. The management team's issues could no longer be delayed. Yan Jia, he knocked on the doorframe. Zhang Yin looked up and saw it was him. She put down her calculator. Come in. Last night, the funds from General Manager Su arrived. I checked them, the amount matches. The prepayment for 4,000 items also came in. I've prepared a report for you. Let's not talk about that now. Chen Feng interrupted as he entered and sat down opposite her. What time did you go to bed last night? Zhang Yin was momentarily surprised. Around 11 o'clock. Chen Feng looked at her dark circles, but didn't say anything. 11 o'clock was her usual bedtime. After reconciling accounts and verifying the payment details from Su Hongmei's side, she couldn't have gone to sleep before 1:30. He didn't say more. He stood up. Let's go. I need to say a few words to everyone. Zhang Yin closed her ledger and followed him downstairs. In the workshop, when the workers saw Chen Feng and Zhang Yin come out from the staircase, some chatting, some cleaning machines, some daydreaming, they all stopped what they were doing and looked over. No one called out. No whistles blew. Over 70 people stood quietly at their stations, waiting. This was the silent understanding built over 8 days of intense work. Whenever the boss appeared in the workshop, it meant there was something to say. Chen Feng reached the center of the workshop and stood still. Then he looked around at everyone's faces. Meng Tsuetsue was standing in the 3rd row, still clutching a cloth used for cleaning machines. Feng Yume and Shen Na stood side by side. Shen Na had 2 bandages on her fingers, caused by continuous high-intensity sewing. Wang Xiaowei was standing at the back, habitually looking down, but her ears were alert. Li Xiaojun stood next to Zhou Guilin, her back straight, like a soldier waiting for inspection. I have something to say, Chen Feng began. His voice was quiet, but the workshop was silent, and every word was clear. Our 400 items arrived in Shanghai yesterday. General Manager Su arranged a full inspection. Each of the 400 pieces was checked one by one, and 13 data points were measured. He paused. The results are in. All 400 items passed. 100% quality, no defects. There was no sound in the workshop. Over 70 people stood still. Some had their mouths open. Others dropped their cloths on the ground without picking them up. 0 defect. These 3 words she had heard countless times in the workshop, when Zhou Guilin was scolding, when Zhang Yin urged workers, and on the daily statistics posted on the whiteboard. But those words were just goals, hanging on the wall, something to reach for. Now Chen Feng told them, this was no longer a goal. It was the result. It was the outcome that people in Shanghai measured with rulers and tables, checking each piece carefully. Meng Tsuetsue was the first to react. She let out a small, quiet but very clear in the quiet workshop. Then she covered her mouth with her hand, and her eyes suddenly turned red. She remembered that afternoon on the 5th day, when a coat was sent back for rework because of a 2-centimeter error. At that time, she felt so wrong she almost cried, thinking Zhou was too harsh. It was only 2 millimeters. Who could tell when wearing it? Now she understood. Shanghai could see it. That ruler could see it. Feng Yume stood next to Shen Na. unsure where to put her hands, finally clasping them together, her finger joints creaking. She only joined the assembly line on the third day after passing the test. Before that, she had the most rework in the workshop, and Zhou Guilin had told her directly she was clumsy for 100 pieces, 100%. She had also made the seats, measured them, and passed. Shin Na said nothing, lowering her head to look at the 2 bandages on her fingers. They had been there for 3 days. The edges were curling up, revealing a faint red mark underneath. When she escaped from her rented room in the city's village in Shenzhen, her hand was also covered with a bandage. The old factory's machines had cut her, and after 3 months, it still hadn't healed. The scabs would form, then crack, then heal again, repeatedly. Now her hand had new calluses, new wounds, and new bandages. But this time, it was different. These wounds were badges, proof, records. The things her hands made had been checked by people in Shanghai, measured one by one, and declared qualified. Li Xiaojun stood next to Zhou Guilin, her back straight and still. She didn't cry or smile, only breathing a little heavier than usual. She tilted her head slightly to look at Zhou Guilin. Zhou Guilin stood there, arms crossed over her chest, with little expression on her face. But Li Xiaojun noticed that her hands, holding the scissors for 30 years and the iron for 30 years, were trembling slightly at the fingertips. Those hands, which had scolded people and taught others, were now still. They just trembled gently and barely noticeably. Chun Feng waited a few seconds, letting the news sink into the workshop and into everyone's hearts. Then he continued. President Su is very satisfied. So he paused briefly. The contract for 4,000 pieces was signed last night. This time, the workshop was no longer quiet. For 1,000 pieces? Meng Tsuetsue's voice broke sharply, and her cloth fell to the ground. She didn't care. For 1,000 coats? The same as what we make. Exactly the same, Chun Feng said. Same style, same standards, same craftsmanship. Suddenly, the workshop buzzed like a boiling pot. For 1,000 pieces. How long will that take? Calculated. 8 days for 400 pieces, so for 4,000. Are you crazy? We definitely need more people and equipment. It can't stay the same size workforce. Will there still be overtime pay? Or is it daily pay? Nonsense. The boss said daily pay means daily pay. 4,000 pieces, my goodness, just the seating alone will take. Over 70 people crowded together, voices overlapping. Some were counting on their fingers, calculating how much money they could earn. Wang Xiaoyi stood at the back, not joining the discussion. But her lips moved silently, doing the math. She was quick. 4,000 pieces, at her sewing speed, with the piece rate per item. She finished calculating, then rubbed her finger along her pants seam. That number was enough to pay back all the money her previous boss owed her. And there would still be some left, enough to buy a year's worth of milk powder for her daughter. Chun Feng raised his hand slightly, and the noise in the workshop quickly quieted down. I'm happy about this, but I need to clarify one thing with everyone. His tone remained calm and steady, but everyone perked up their ears. President Su's exact words. The quality standard for 4,000 pieces cannot be lower than that for 400. Even a small drop in quality means returns. The workshop fell silent for a moment. Zhou Guilin's mouth twitched, unsure if she wanted to smile or scold. In the end, she said nothing, simply lowered her hands from her chest and patted the non-existent dust on her sleeves. Li Xiaojun understood this gesture. Master Zhou's meaning was clear, of course. 4,000 pieces is a big challenge, Chun Feng continued. Materials are coming from Shanghai these days, and it will take a few more days to reach the factory. Before that, he looked around at everyone. Starting tomorrow, everyone will have 3 days off. The workshop became quiet again, but this silence was different from before. The first time was shock. This time, it was confusion. Meng Tsuetsue was the first to speak. Rest. Rest? Yes. 3 days. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the third day. After 3 days, everyone returns to work and production resumes. He paused. With pay. The workshop fell silent again. This silence was different from the previous 2. No shock, no confusion, just people still trying to understand. Paid. Leave? Meng Tsuetsue asked, holding a cloth, her mouth open but unable to close. Base salary will be paid as usual, no deductions, Chun Feng said. Come back to work after 3 days. When the materials for 4,000 pieces arrive, we'll start again. There was a silence for about 3 seconds. Then someone in the back whispered, I've worked in factories for over 10 years, and this is the first time I hear about giving paid leave after finishing a shipment. That sentence was like a spark, and the workshop burst into laughter. The laughter carried disbelief, but also hidden joy. But Meng Tsuetsue instinctively looked at Zhang Yan, then at Zhou Guilin. Aren't we supposed to use these days to practice or something? Practice what? Chen Feng replied. You just finished a tough 8-day stretch. Your hands are still calloused. Working tired on the machines doubles the chance of making mistakes. When defective products are produced and returned, who will be responsible? His words were straightforward, and Meng Tsuetsue said nothing. Zhang Yan stood behind Chen Feng, opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again. She wanted to say, I'll stay to reconcile accounts. But after glancing at Chen Feng's profile, she swallowed her words. Chen Feng didn't look at her, but as if he had a second sight, he added, Zhang Yan can also rest. I'll handle the accounts, Zhang Yan thought. Finally, Zhou Guilin spoke. Her voice was soft, but everyone in the workshop could hear her clearly. Listen to the boss, go back and rest, take good care of your hands, and get enough sleep. She paused for a moment, then looked from the front row to the back row, examining each person. 4,000 pieces are 10 times harder than 400. It's not about the quantity, it's that your hands can't be wasted. If your hands are ruined, everything is lost. When others said this, it was just politeness. But when Zhou Guilin said it, every word carried weight. Because everyone knew that the most precious thing for Master Zhou was those hands. No one in the workshop dared to oppose anymore. The workers started to leave in small groups, chatting as they went, their voices louder than before. Some were on the phone, others sending voice messages. Meng Tsuetsue's voice was the loudest. Mom, stop urging me. The factory is closed for 3 days. I'll come back tomorrow to see you. Yes, for 1,000 pieces. For 1,000. When Shin Na reached the door, she looked back at the workshop. The sewing machines were neatly lined up, covered with dust covers. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting striped patterns on the ground. In 3 days, these machines would start working again, and she would sit at her station, making one of those 4,000 pieces. She looked down at her hand. The edge of the bandage was lifting, and her skin underneath still hurt a little. But she didn't tear it off. She turned around and followed everyone out. The workshop gradually emptied. Chen Feng stood still, waiting for the last worker's figure to disappear at the factory gate. Zhang Yan approached, speaking softly. You asked me to rest for 3 days. Who will watch over the material coordination? I haven't finished the fabric list from General Su. Don't worry, I have it under control. Just you alone. Lu Hao is helping me run errands. It's enough. You can rest for now. You'll have work later. Zhang Yan looked at him for a couple of seconds, but didn't argue. She knew this young boss well, obsessive, yet a bit idealistic. She didn't say anything else and turned to leave. Chen Feng stood alone in the workshop, listening to Zhang Yan's footsteps fade away, eventually drowned out by the wind outside. He looked down at his hand. No calluses, no bandages. His hands didn't touch the sewing machine, scissors, or iron. But these hands signed contracts, scheduled production, issued wages, and supported over 70 people for 8 days of food, drink, and confidence. He put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the door. The September sunlight shone on the cement ground outside the factory, making it look pale. In the distance, Meng Tsuetsue's voice on the phone was faintly heard, carrying a smile. For 1,000 pieces. He took a deep breath and stepped into the light. By 2 p.m., the workshop was empty, with only sewing machines covered by dust covers. Chen Feng returned to the factory. He walked around the workshop, recovered a few machines that weren't fully covered, and casually picked up a cut thread from the ground, holding it in his hand as he headed to the office. The office was still that temporary space, with a folding table, 2 plastic chairs, and 3 boxes of unopened A4 paper stacked in the corner. On Zhang Yan's desk, there was a pile of documents about half a foot high. The top sheet, a summary of piecework, had its corner folded and was held in place with a rusty paperclip. He dialed Lu Hao's phone. Are you busy? I just took Meng Tsuetsue and the others to the town, and I'm on my way back. Lu Hao's voice was carried by the wind. What's up, brother Feng? Do you have work? Just a few things. Remember them, Chen Feng said as he opened a drawer, took out a pen, and wrote on a sticky note. Wait, I'll find a place to stop. Okay, go ahead. First, hiring. An accountant, a cashier, must have a professional certificate, not just someone who keeps simple records. An administrative person who can handle business registration and social security matters. At least 2 workshop managers, preferably with experience in clothing factories, and 1 careful warehouse manager. Brother Feng, there are only a few accountants with professional certificates in Qingzi County. Ask each of them. The salary is 4,500 yuan, with social insurance and housing fund. It's higher than the county's average, so some people will be willing to come. Lu Haospin paused for a moment before he spoke again. For 1,500? County finance officers only get 3,800. Okay, I'll ask around. Second, find a construction team. The empty space on the west side of the factory needs to be divided into 4 rooms, 2 offices, a meeting room, and a storage room. No need for fancy materials, just gypsum board partitions. But the wiring needs to be redone, lighting must be bright enough, and it should be done within 3 days. 3 days? Brother Feng, are you renovating or fighting a war? The materials will arrive in a few days. I need the warehouse to receive the goods. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the line. Lu Hao's tone changed, and he stopped talking nonsense. Understood. I'll go find Lao Zhao's team now. He has about 10 people working efficiently. Go ahead. After hanging up, Chun Feng tidied the items on the folding table to clear a clean workspace. The workshop was empty, and the factory was so quiet that you could hear the cicadas outside the window. The September sun shone through the west-facing window, casting a long, slanted light across the desk. His eyes fell on the 3 open ledgers in front of him. Zhang Yin's handwriting was very neat. Every worker's name, employee number, process, piece count, and date were carefully written in blue pen. At the bottom of the pages, she had marked notes in red pen. Meng Tsitsue, D3 rework, 2 pieces deducted. Feng Yume, D3, D4 rework, counted from D5. Shen Na, started at seat process D1, piece rate based on tier A. Chen Feng turned each page, entering each person's data into an Excel spreadsheet on the computer. He worked slowly, not because he couldn't, but because he didn't want to make mistakes. To him, these numbers were just figures on a sheet. To them, it was rent, milk powder, their children's school fees, and whether they could stand tall when they go home for the new year. An hour and a half later, the payroll was complete. Chen Feng leaned back in his chair, staring at the summary data on the screen. 74 people, 8 days. Total wages paid, 97,200 yuan. Average per person, 1,350 yuan. 8 days. He scrolled down to see individual data. Wang Xiaowei, seat process, 131 pieces, totaling 5,816 yuan. Shen Na, seat process, 119 pieces, totaling 4,284 yuan. Li Xiaojun, trimming process, 127 pieces, totaling 4,572 yuan. Meng Tsuetsue, sewing process, 108 pieces, totaling 4,024 yuan. Feng Yume, seat process, from D5, 61 pieces, totaling 2,440 yuan. The most shocking was Zhou Guilin, with 24,920 yuan. 8 days. In 2019, the monthly pre-tax salary of an ordinary white-collar worker in Shanghai was about 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. After deducting social insurance and housing fund, the net was just over 6,000 yuan. The money these people earned in 8 days nearly matched or even exceeded the net monthly salary of a white-collar worker in a first-tier city. A month ago, some of them were earning less than 1,300 yuan a month. Some had been owed wages for half a year and hadn't received a single IOU. Some escaped from the urban villages of Shenzhen with only enough money for a train ticket. Chen Feng took a deep breath and checked the payroll for the second time. He carefully reviewed each line and each number. There were no mistakes. In fact, the wages hadn't even been paid yet. Among the 74 workers, none had completed a full month. Normally, wages would be paid on the 10th of next month. But he didn't want to wait. He wanted these women to see the bank notification on their phones the first day of the holiday. He wanted them to know that this factory owed no money and would pay exactly what was due, without delay. He wanted them to walk home, shop at the market, sit at the dinner table, or talk to their families with their heads held high. Shin Feng logged into the company's online banking and uploaded the payroll. The system showed a review page with 74 records, each amount displayed line by line. He checked from the first to the last line, confirming everything was correct. He inserted the security token, entered the password, and then the page moved to the final confirmation screen with a blue button in the center, Submit to Bank. His finger hovered over the mouse for 2 seconds. It wasn't hesitation, but he was thinking, what expressions would they have when they saw these numbers on their phones? He clicked. The page spun for a few seconds, then a green message appeared. Submission successful. Shin Feng leaned back in his chair, rubbed his face with both hands, feeling a bit cool in his palms. It's over. 97,200 yuan had been transferred. He glanced at the system panel. The account had a little less money, but to him, it was just a big number changing into another big number. He closed the online banking page, removed the security token, and locked it in the drawer. Then he sat there, unmoving, not waiting for a reply. He knew most of these women wouldn't message him. They were afraid and not used to it. He just sat on that plastic chair, listening to the faint cicadas outside the tin house, imagining what was happening at that moment. When Meng Tsuetsue's phone rang, she was squatting in front of a vegetable stall at the market, choosing potatoes. In September, at the vegetable market in Qingzi County, it was past 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was still very hot. The concrete ground was scorching, and the vegetable leaves drooped and lay on plastic sheets. Flies buzzed around the meat stalls. Her phone vibrated. She didn't pay attention and kept sorting through the potatoes. Today, the potatoes cost 1.21 yuan per jean, which was 4 cents more than last week. She picked out a greenish one and put back a sprouted one. It vibrated again. She wiped her hands and took out her phone from her pocket. The screen was cracked, a result of her son dropping it from the table last month. A web-like crack spread across the top right corner, but it didn't affect reading the text. There were 2 messages. The first was from the bank. Your account ending in 3847 received a transfer of 4,024 yuan on September XX at 1507. Meng Tsuetsue crouched in front of the potato stall, not moving. For 1,024. She turned off the message, then reopened it, then turned it off again, then reopened it. The number stayed the same, for 1,024 yuan. She stared at 4024 for a long time. The balance was 107.47 yuan more than the transfer. This was all the money she had in her account. Money for groceries, bus fare, and buying her son a 1 yuan lollipop. 107.47 yuan. She remembered clearly because she had calculated every expense in her mind. Now, after this number, there was an extra 4,020. The second message was from the factory group chat, sent by Zhang Yan. Dear sisters, the wages for this batch have been paid. The detailed breakdown is attached. If you have questions, contact me to verify. Enjoy your holiday, and don't forget to wash your hands. Zhang Yan, the older woman selling potatoes, leaned over and asked, What's wrong? Are you done choosing? Did you pick out what you want? Yes, I'm done. Tsuetsue stood up, her knees went numb, and she staggered a little. She took 3 potatoes, then put 1 back, then picked it up again, then put it down. How many do you need? 4, she paused. And I'll take some garlic sprouts. Her budget for today was 5 yuan. 2 potatoes and a block of tofu, enough to cook 2 dishes. Garlic sprouts cost 2 yuan a bunch, which was outside her budget. She hesitated for about half a second, but still decided to buy them. When she left the market, she turned back and stood for a while in front of the meat stall. 14 pieces of front thigh meat cost 1 jean, about 500 grams. The meat on the cutting board was cut into large chunks, with the lean parts shining with a light pink color and the fatty parts shining white. The last time she bought meat was in August. Her mother-in-law brought half a chicken from the countryside, and the family gathered together. They made a big pot of chicken soup. Her son drank 3 bowls. She only drank half a bowl of broth, and she gave all the meat to the child. When her son was eating chicken drumsticks, he held them with both hands and chewed. Oil dripped down his fingers. She used tissues to wipe his hands, telling him to eat slowly and that no one was rushing him. But that was last month. 1 jean of front leg, please, she spoke softly, as if afraid someone might hear her. The meat vendor cut the meat, the knife hitting the cutting board with a loud sound. Meng Tsuetsue stood nearby, her phone in her pocket, her thumb repeatedly rubbing the crack on the screen. With 4,000 yuan plus the previous daily earnings, she had earned over 6,000 this month. Her best month at Li Jiangwo's factory was 2,300 yuan. That was the actual pay, the official pay, always in IOUs. She kept a stack of IOUs, tied with a rubber band, in the drawer of her bedside table. Each IOU had Li Jiangwo's crooked signature and a red thumbprint, like a cheap promise. Those IOUs were still in the drawer, not exchanged for a single penny. 6,000 yuan. Suddenly, she remembered something. Her son's school bag strap broke, and he used a shoelace to tie it, making do for 2 months. That shoelace was taken from her old sneakers, white in color, and it looked very obvious on the blue school bag. On the first day, her son carried it to school. When he came back, he didn't say anything, but she noticed the bag was turned inside out, showing the side with the shoelace facing inward, close to his back. A 9-year-old child already knew how to hide things. At the stationery shop at the school gate, her son's blue Ultraman school bag always caught his eye. He would slow down when passing by, but he never asked to buy it. It cost 35 yuan. She never bought it, not because she couldn't afford it. With her 2,300 yuan monthly salary, she could scrape together 35 yuan with some effort. But that 2,300 yuan was in IOUs. IOUs couldn't be used to buy a school bag. IOUs could buy nothing. The meat vendor handed her the meat. 1 jin and 2 liang, about 600 grams. The extra part isn't yours. That will be 14 yuan. Meng Tsuetsue paid and carried the meat and vegetables home. A plastic bag left a red mark on her wrist, feeling heavy and pulling downward. When she reached the entrance of the stationery store, she paused. In the glass display window, the blue Ultraman backpack was still there. It was on the top row, with the tag facing outward, and 35 yuan written in thick red marker. She stood outside, looking at the backpack for about 10 seconds. Sunlight shone from the side, casting her shadow on the glass. Her hair tied with a black hair band. Her t-shirt collar faded from washing, and she carried a bulky plastic bag. Then she pushed the door open. That blue one, the Ultraman. I'll take it. The shopkeeper was an older man wearing reading glasses. He climbed a ladder to reach it and finally took it down. Forgiving as a gift? Do you want it wrapped? No need. She paid and put the backpack into the plastic bag. After leaving the store and walking about 20 steps, she stopped again. She took the backpack out of the bag, unzipped it, and looked inside. The lining was gray, with a small pocket that had a tiny Ultraman zipper pull, made of plastic and somewhat rough. A 35 yuan item wouldn't have perfect craftsmanship, but she knew her son wouldn't care about the quality. He cared about the Ultraman. She put the backpack back into the bag and quickened her pace. As she walked, her steps grew faster, almost jogging at the end. The plastic bag made a clattering sound by her legs, with meat, potatoes, garlic sprouts, and the backpack all pressed together, making her arms sore from the weight. But she didn't change hands. She was afraid that if she did, the contents might fall out. When Shin Na received the message, she was lying on her bed in the rented room, staring at the ceiling. The room was small, about 10 square meters, with a bed taking up a third of the space. The bed was left by the landlord, an iron frame, with a broken middle part. When she lay on it, she sank down, and the springs made noise when she turned over. At first, she couldn't sleep well. When she shifted in the middle of the night, the springs squeaked, waking her up. But she got used to it. People can get used to anything. The window faced north, so the afternoon sun didn't reach inside, but heat seeped through the walls, making it hard to breathe. The fan was spinning, its blades covered in dust, blowing out a plastic smell. Her phone vibrated. She turned to the side and reached under the pillow to get her phone. Your account ending in 6291 received a salary of 4,284 yuan on September XX at 1507, with a balance of 4,301.22 yuan, 4,284. She looked at it once. She didn't open and close it repeatedly, nor did she double-check like Meng Tsuetsue. She just looked once and then put the phone back under the pillow. There was a water stain on the ceiling, shaped like a distorted cloud. She stared at the stain, her eyes unfocused. Next to the stain, there was a thin crack running from the light socket to the corner of the wall, like a dried-up river. When she moved in, the crack was already there. After a month, it seemed to have grown a little. For 1,002. When she returned from Shenzhen, she had only 170 yuan left. 70 of that was change from the train ticket, a hard seat, after 14 hours from Shenzhen to Hefei, then a bus to Qingzi County. She fell asleep on the bus. When she woke up, her neck was crooked and sore, unable to lift it. That was a month ago. A month ago, she was still in a small rented room in the city village of Shenzhen, even smaller than this one. Only 6 square meters, with bunk beds. She slept on the top bunk. The girl on the bottom was from Hunan, working night shifts at an electronics factory. They had opposite schedules, so they only exchanged fewer than 20 words in half a year. The factory closed down, the boss ran away, and she didn't get her 3 months' wages. There was a printed A4 paper posted at the factory gate, saying the company was facing financial difficulties, suspending operations, and that overdue wages would be handled according to law. She read the words, "handled according to law," 3 times, then turned and left. She didn't go to the labor bureau, didn't hold a banner, and didn't cry at the factory gate. Not because she didn't want to, but because she was too exhausted. Asserting her rights takes time and energy, and involves running around in a strange city to fill out forms and wait in lines, while she couldn't even pay next month's rent. She simply packed her belongings, just a woven bag with 2 changes of clothes and a pair of slippers, and bought the cheapest hard seat ticket to go back. After returning, she found 3 jobs in the county town. The first was a supermarket stock clerk. She worked for a week, but the boss said she was too slow, so she quit. The second job was at a restaurant washing dishes. She worked there for 4 days, and her old hand wound reopened. Blood mixed with dish soap, and the pain made it hard to hold the bowls. She didn't find the third job. Then she heard about Chen Feng's factory. For 1,200 yuan. She slowly sat up and took out her phone from under the pillow again. Not to check messages, but to open the calculator. Rent was 400. Utilities about 60. Food, saving a bit, 15 yuan a day, for 150 a month. Mobile phone bill, the lowest plan, 18 yuan. Adding it all up, 928 yuan. For 1,200 minus 928 leaves 3,322 yuan. 3,322 yuan. This number shown on the calculator screen. She stared at it for a long time. The numbers on the screen were black, with a white background, clean and neat, like printed on paper. But it wasn't a bank slip. It was a message from the bank, showing the money actually in her account. Money she could withdraw from an ATM, 1 bill at a time. She remembered when she was in Shenzhen, every month she got her salary, if she was lucky, and she would divide the money into 4 parts. 1 for rent, 1 for food, 1 to send home, and the rest to save. The savings were always the smallest. Sometimes only 200 or 300 yuan, sometimes nothing left at all. 3,322. She could send 1,000 yuan home. Her mother's knees weren't good. Last winter, her pain was so bad, she couldn't get out of bed. She kept saying she needed to see a doctor at the county hospital, but never went. The registration and x-ray costs were about 300 or 400 yuan. The rest would buy her mother a warm coat. Winters in Qingzi County were cold. Her mother's cotton-padded jacket had been worn for 6 years, and the cotton at the cuffs was bald. After sending 1,000 yuan, she'd have 2,322 left. 2,322. She could save it, month by month, until the end of the year. Maybe she'd have about 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan. When was the last time she had 10,000 yuan? She couldn't remember. Maybe she never had. Shanna turned off the calculator and put her phone on the bedside table. She got out of bed, slipped on her slippers, and walked to the window. Outside was a narrow alley. On the other side was the wall of another rental building, gray and dull. At the base of the wall, a patch of unknown grass grew, with a few small yellow flowers. On a windless afternoon, they stayed perfectly still. She stood by the window, raised her hand, and looked at her fingers. 2 bandages were still there. 1 on her left index finger, 1 on her right middle finger. It has been 3 days since she put it on. The edges are curling up, revealing a faint red mark underneath. She didn't tear them off. She put her hand down, returned to the bed, and lay back down. The water stain on the ceiling is still there, like a distorted cloud. The crack beside it is still visible, stretching from the light socket to the corner of the wall, quiet and still. She closed her eyes, not to sleep, but because when her eyes are closed, she can see the number more clearly. 4,284. Her lips moved slightly, very softly, almost unnoticeable. But it was a smile. Wang Xiaowei didn't check her phone right away. She was heating milk powder for her daughter. Her daughter sat on the bed, 3.5 years old, holding a plastic spoon, tapping the bed rail with a steady rhythm. "Stop tapping," she said softly. The daughter looked at her, tapped twice more, then threw the spoon aside and started biting her fingers. She scooped 2 spoonfuls of milk powder into the bottle, added warm water, screwed on the lid, and shook it well. A 3.5-year-old child no longer needs milk powder, but she always had the thought, no matter who suffers, the child shouldn't suffer. This domestic milk powder costs 161 yuan per can, a big expense for her, but she felt it contained some nutrients that the cheap vegetables and discounted meat she usually bought didn't have. After shaking, she habitually tested the temperature of the milk on her wrist, something she did 3 times a day for over 3 years. The temperature was just right, not hot, not cold. She handed the bottle to her daughter. The girl took it, hugged it with both hands, tilted her head back, and started drinking. The gulping sound echoed loudly in the small room. Only then did she pick up her phone. "Your account ending in 0553 received a transfer of 5,816 yuan on September XX at 1507. The balance is 5,844 yuan." Her hand holding the phone paused midair. 5,816. She didn't turn off the message and reopen it. She just held her phone, standing by the bed, motionless. Her daughter was drinking milk hurriedly, choking a little, coughing twice, then continuing to drink. 5,800. She had calculated this amount in the workshop, 131 pieces, at the A-tier rate. She knew the number well. But the number she mentally calculated and the number shown on the bank message are 2 different things. The number in her mind is imaginary, a should have amount. The number on the message is real, an already received amount. She slowly puts down her phone, leaning it against the baby formula jar. Then she squats down. It's not that her legs are weak. She needs to squat because standing makes the number feel too big, almost dizzying. By squatting and curling into a small ball, the world feels smaller, and the number doesn't seem so frightening. 5,800. The money Li Jianguo owes her totals 6,600. She keeps track of her 3 months' wages, writing each amount in a small notebook with a pencil, afraid that ink might fade. She earns at most 3,100 yuan from Li Jianguo in a month. But in just 8 days, 5,800 yuan is sitting on her phone. Li Jianjun works on a construction site, officially earning just over 4,000 a month, but the boss often delays or reduces wages. On lucky months, he might earn a bit more, but when there's no work or wages are delayed, he might not get even 1,000. 3 years ago, when her father-in-law fell ill and passed away, she still owes 4,000 from the borrowed money. Her mother, Manhwa, always has to put medicated patches on her knees, just the cheapest kind, changed daily, costing dozens of yuan each month. Money was never enough. Never enough to buy formula, pay for her mother's medical bills, repay debts, or save. Every penny had a purpose, and before she even received it, it was spent. But these 2,700 yuan are extra. They haven't been spent in advance. They just sit there, belonging to her, waiting for her to decide what to do with them. Her daughter finishes her milk, throws the empty bottle onto the bed, and starts to whimper and call for her. "Mom, Mom." Wang Xiaowei lifts her head. She stands up, walks to the bed, and picks up her daughter. The little girl wraps her arms around her neck, the smell of milk on her face sticky and warm. "Mom, finish drinking." "Yes, I saw." She holds her daughter and walks slowly around the small room twice. It's not just to soothe the child. She needs to walk herself. On the second round, she stops by the bed and glances at the baby formula jar. There's about 1/3 of the formula left inside. This jar was bought by someone from the county's maternity and baby store. She calculated that, based on her daughter's current amount, it would last about 10 more days. In the past, whenever the milk powder ran out, she would start to feel anxious. It wasn't the kind of big, overwhelming anxiety, but a dull, constant worry, like a toothache. Where's the next jar coming from? Now, she looks at the jar, and the anxiety doesn't come. 5,800 yuan. Enough to buy 36 jars of milk powder. Enough for her daughter to drink for a whole year. She puts her daughter back on the bed, picks up her phone, opens the message app, and looks at that number again. Then she turns her head and glances toward the next room. The door is slightly open, and there is no sound inside. Her mother, Manhwa, said her knees hurt after lunch, and she lay down to rest. This house has 2 rooms. The larger one is where she lives with her daughter, and the smaller one is for her mother. Janjun is often not home. The smaller room was actually partitioned off. After putting in a single bed, it was hard to turn around, but her mother never complained. Her mother came 3 years ago in winter. At that time, her in-laws had just passed away, and Lee Jianjun was working at a construction site, laying bricks. She was alone with her child. Once, she didn't notice when her daughter rolled off the bed and bumped her forehead, swelling up, crying until her throat was hoarse. She held her child on the floor, not crying herself, just feeling like she couldn't go on. The next day, her mother, Manhwa, came. She didn't call ahead, just carried a woven bag with bedding and 2 sets of clothes, standing at the door and saying, "I'm here. You go to work." Since then, her mother has lived in the small room. During the day, she helps take care of the child, shops for groceries, cooks, and at night, after the child falls asleep, she sits on the bed and rubs her knees. She rubs quietly, afraid her daughter will hear, but she has heard her. Through a thin wall, she can hear the dull sound of her bones being rubbed, creaking like old wood. Her mother's knees are from doing manual labor when she was young, and the cartilage inside is almost worn out. During the coldest days last winter, her mother was in so much pain she couldn't get out of bed. She said she wanted to take her mother to the county hospital, but her mother said, "No need. It's an old problem. Just bear with it. Just bear with it, and it will pass." Her mother has always endured everything in her life. Wang Xiaowei looks at the slightly open door and stands there for a while. Then she walks quietly over, doesn't push the door, just stands outside and listens carefully. There is a light, steady breathing sound, and she has fallen asleep. She steps back, sits on the edge of the bed, and opens her phone and calculator. Her daily expenses are about 400 yuan, with water and electricity around 60. Food, 3 people, excluding her daughter's formula, about 25 yuan a day, totaling around 750 a month. The formula costs about 160. Phone bills for 2 people are 36 yuan. Her mother's knee treatment, including registration and x-rays, costs about 300 to 400 yuan. If medication is needed, it adds another 200. In total, it's roughly 1,850 yuan. 5,800 minus 1,850 leaves about 4,000. She stares at this number for a long time. For 1,000 yuan, she can save this. Her daughter turns over in bed, mumbles softly, and, clutching the blanket corner, falls back asleep. Wang Xiaowei turns off the calculator and places her phone beside the pillow. She doesn't lie down. She sits on the edge of the bed, looking at her daughter's face. The little face, 3.5 years old, chubby, with a bit of milk stain at the corner of her mouth. Long eyelashes like her. A small nose, like Li Jianjun. She gently wipes away the milk stain at her daughter's mouth. When her fingers touch her daughter's face, she suddenly remembers something. Her daughter's cotton jacket. Last winter's pink little jacket. The sleeves are already short, the child grows fast, and last year's clothes are too small for this year. She had thought about this before, but didn't dare to think too deeply. Because thinking about it doesn't change anything. Money isn't enough, and that's that. Now she can think about it. In the county town's maternity and baby store, there are thick, hooded little cotton jackets, filled with cotton, not synthetic fiber, costing about 70 or 80 yuan. Then buy a pair of cotton pants, around 40 or 50 yuan. A hat, gloves, and socks, together about 30 or 40 yuan. Less than 200 yuan, and her daughter can stay warm through the winter. She also thinks of her mother. Her mother's cotton jacket has been worn for 4 years. The cuffs are shiny from wear, and the zipper doesn't work well. She always applies wax to make it glide smoothly. Last year, she wanted to buy her mother a new one, but her mother said, "It still can be worn, no need to waste. It can still be worn." Her mother always says can still be used, can still be worn, can still endure. Wang Xiaowei sits on the bed's edge, watching her sleeping daughter and listening to her mother's steady breathing in the next room. The room is very small, just 40 square meters for 2 rooms. The walls are painted white and gray, with some peeling in places. The window doesn't close tightly, so it lets in cold air in winter. Last year, she used transparent tape to seal the gap, which worked for a while, but eventually the tape aged and the leak started again. At this moment, the afternoon sun, around 3 p.m., shines through the window at an angle, falling on the end of the bed and on her daughter's small feet. The light feels warm. She looks down and checks her hands. 2 bandages are on her fingers, one on her left index finger and one on her right middle finger. Her nails are cut short, and there's a callus on her palm from sewing machine work. Her hands worked in the workshop for 8 days, sewing 131 coats. Every coat passed inspection, none were defective. These hands, working 8 days, earned 5,800 yuan. She lowers her hands, stands up quietly, and walks carefully to the door next door. This time, she pushes the door open. Qian Meihua is lying on a narrow single bed, turned to the side, facing the wall. The blanket covers only half her body, revealing a small leg. Her knee is slightly swollen, and there are a few purple bruises on her skin, left by medicated patches. Wang Xiaowei stands at the door for a moment, then walks in and gently pulls the blanket up to cover her mother's leg. Qian Meihua moves slightly, but does not wake. Wang Xiaowei steps back, closes the door softly, and walks to the stove, opening the fridge. Inside, there's a piece of ribs frozen for 3 days, bought cheaply at the market last week, 10 yuan per jean. Her mother bought 2 jean, planning to cook soup for the Mid-Autumn Festival. She takes out the ribs and puts them in the sink to thaw. There are only a few days left until the festival. She'll eat them first. She also finds a handful of green beans from the fridge, carefully picked and packed in a plastic bag by her mother that morning, with the ends trimmed and the strings cleaned. She pours the beans into a basin and starts washing them. The water flows loudly. She stands in front of the sink, but suddenly stops. She has decided what to say to her mother. Just one sentence. Mom, tomorrow we'll go to the hospital to check your knee. I'll go with you. It's not a suggestion, but a notice. She turns off the tap, drains the beans, and places them on the cutting board. Then she begins cutting the ribs. The knife is dull, hitting the bones with a loud thud. In the next room, Qian Meihua turns over. She hasn't woken up, but her phone lights up. It's a message from the factory group chat, a broadcast from Zhang Yin that has been shared around. The screen lit up for 3 seconds and then went dark again. Qian Meihua's phone was placed beside her pillow. The screen had a crack, worse than Wang Xiaowei's phone. But she never replaced it. She said as long as the phone could make calls, there was no need to change it. It wasn't for looking at. She didn't know her daughter was outside cutting pork ribs. She didn't know that today. She didn't need to wait for the Mid-Autumn Festival. She also didn't know that tomorrow, her daughter would take her to the hospital. She was just asleep, on this September afternoon, in this small room less than 6 square meters. Her knees ached faintly, and her daughter had tucked her in tightly with the blanket. Outside the window, there was no sunlight. This north-facing small room never saw the sun. But the blanket was warm. I know Wang Xiaowei's character is a bit sharp and a little pretentious. Please be gentle with your comments. Without the protagonist, Wang Xiaowei might never escape her gloom, but light doesn't choose, it just shines. In the evening, when Chen Feng arrived home, dinner was already set on the table. 2 dishes and 1 soup, stir-fried green beans, cold cucumber salad, and seaweed egg drop soup. There were 3 pairs of chopsticks. His father, Chen Zhangwo's, was placed on top of a bowl. A half-smoked cigarette was on the side. This was his dad's usual pre-meal ritual. Smoke half a cigarette, put it down, and wait until everyone was ready to eat. His mother, Li Xiulan, peeked out from the kitchen and saw him changing shoes. She said first, "Wow, the sun is rising from the west today. You got home before dark?" Chen Feng didn't reply. He washed his hands and sat down. Chen Zhangwo put out the cigarette, flicked it into a ceramic ashtray, and didn't look at him. He focused on the dishes. Dad? Just one word. Since Chen Feng said he wanted to take over that clothing factory, Chen Zhangwo had been angry for a few days. But recently, seeing his son leave at 6 in the morning and come back exhausted after 10 at night, the anger slowly subsided. Although he still didn't believe his son could make a successful business in a small county, he saw his son's stubborn determination. He chose to keep quiet and return to his usual silent, brooding self, becoming a cold observer. Now, their communication was mostly one word. If he was happy, It was, If not, it was also, with the tone making the difference. Today's, was flat, neither good nor bad. Li Xiaolan sat down with a bowl of rice and served Chen Feng a piece of green bean. Before putting down his chopsticks, she started talking. Why are you so busy every day? You leave at 6 in the morning and only come back around 8 or 9 at night. Your dad and I hardly see your face at home. You don't tell us anything, always acting mysterious. I'm a bit busy, Chen Feng said as he took a bite of rice. Busy with what? Just a project. What project? Chen Jingwo finally looked up and glanced at his son. There was a look of scrutiny, but he didn't ask further. He picked up his soup bowl, took a sip, then set it down and said, "Eat your food." Li Xiaolan rolled her eyes at her husband but did stop talking. There was a quiet moment of about 3 minutes. Chen Feng thought the day might pass quietly. Then Li Xiaolan swallowed her food and spoke again. By the way, I have something to tell you. Chen Feng felt a little nervous. Every time his mother said, "I have something to tell you," it usually wasn't good news. Our county recently opened a new factory. Have you heard about it? Chen Feng paused for a moment while chewing. What kind of factory? He asked, keeping his tone as calm as possible. It's a clothing factory. It's over in the industrial area. I heard it's quite formal, and they pay well, Li Xiaolan said, picking a cucumber. It's been really popular lately. Many people want to work there. Aunt Zhang asked me about it the day before yesterday, wondering if they're hiring. Chen Feng just nodded. Wouldn't it be great if you had a daughter? Li Xiaolan sighed. That factory mostly hires women for sewing work. You, as a young man, wouldn't be able to go. If you worked nearby and earned a good salary, that would be nice. Chen Feng almost choked on his rice. He picked up his soup bowl and took a sip, trying to suppress his feelings. Chen Jingwo looked at him but said nothing, continuing to eat. Do you know old Ning from the next alley? Li Xiaolan pointed with her chopsticks, roughly toward the southeast. Which old Ning? That's Ning Lanlan's mother. You know Ning Lanlan, right? She used to work at Li Jiangwo's factory. Chen Feng's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his face calm. No, I don't know. Ning Lanlan is doing really well now. Li Xiaolan lowered her voice, speaking in the kind of secretive tone women in small towns used to share gossip. Just working at that new factory, her mom said she only worked for 8 days and earned nearly 4,000 yuan. 8 days. 4,000. Think about how much that is in a month. Chen Feng didn't need to calculate. He had done the math himself yesterday. I'm telling you. Ning Lanlan worked at Li Jiangwo's place for 2 months and didn't even earn that much, Li Xiaolan said more confidently. Now that she gets her wages, her mom dares to buy ribs at the market. Before, she only bought potatoes and maybe some greens. Yesterday, I saw her at the meat stall, buying 1.5 pounds of pork belly without blinking. Chen Feng kept eating quietly, not speaking. Li Xiaolan added a few more beans to her plate, paused as if she suddenly remembered something, then looked at Chen Feng. Oh, Xiaofeng, there's something I didn't plan to tell you. Here it comes. Chen Feng looked up. Before Ning Lanlan started at that factory, her mom and I met at the market and talked a bit. Li Xiaolan's expression was a little strange, like she was saying, I'm telling you this for your good, but you might not like it. Her daughter looks okay. About 2 years younger than you, honest too. Her mom's idea was for the 2 kids to meet and see if there's a connection. Chen Feng slowed down his chewing. And then, he asked. Li Xiaolan was silent for a couple of seconds. Then she got her paycheck. The kitchen faucet dripped softly, one drop after another. Today, I ran into her mom at the alley entrance, and I brought up this matter, Li Xiaolan said, poking her rice with chopsticks without looking at her son. She just laughed and said Lanlan was busy lately. The factory was rushing to finish work. Then she changed the subject, talking about how great the boss was, how well managed the factory was, and how punctual they paid. Li Xiaolan looked up at Chen Feng. She didn't mention it again. The incident of them meeting before, she didn't bring it up at all. The dinner table was quiet for a while. Chen Jingwo finished the last bite of rice, stood up, took the cigarette but from the enamel cup, lit it, and went to squat by the door. Smoke drifted in through the crack in the door, a thin thread. Li Xiaolan sighed. Xiaofeng, it's not that I, your mom, don't want you to know. You are already 25 this year, staying at home with no real job. Don't talk about projects or busy things. Your mother isn't stupid. If you really had a proper job, you wouldn't hide it from the family. Chen Feng opened his mouth to speak. People might think you have no work, but mom doesn't blame her. If it were my daughter, earning 4 or 5,000 in 8 days. I wouldn't want her to marry someone who spends all day wandering outside and doesn't know what he's doing. There's no malice in these words, but every word hits the mark. Li Xiaolan deliberately glanced at her son, trying to see if Chun Feng showed any special reaction. Chun Feng held his bowl, stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, he really wanted to laugh. The idea that the boss at the factory is so impressive was sitting right here, while his mother was earnestly urging him to find a proper job. The person who manages everything properly and pays on time was being disliked by his fiancé's mother for not having a job. That 4,000 yuan was transferred by him personally from his online banking this afternoon. He was just a bit surprised. His mother, so nosy, hadn't even checked who the new factory boss was. But then again, since he went to college, he hadn't come back much. Over the years, many neighbors probably wouldn't even recognize him. Plus, after he returned, he went straight to start the factory, leaving early and returning late. Few people knew he was back, and their family is just an ordinary one. If someone found out about the name, they wouldn't think much. Since his parents didn't know, he planned to keep quiet for now. The factory was just starting out, nothing stable yet. If he told his family too early, they might worry, or he wouldn't be able to explain clearly. And his mother's mouth wasn't very tight. If relatives found out and wanted to manage things, it would be a headache. Once the big order of 4,000 items was completed and the management structure was in place and everything was on track, then he could tell his parents. Got it, Mom. He finished the remaining rice in his bowl, stood up. I've been busy with something lately. Once I finish, I'll tell you. Always saying once I finish, Li Xiaolan muttered as she washed the dishes. You've been like this since you were a kid, so secretive, like a clamshell. Chun Feng took the dishes to the kitchen. When he passed by the door, Chun Zhangwo was squatting there smoking, not looking up. Dad, I'm going back to my room now. It's still one word, but this time the tone is a little higher. Chun Feng returned to his room, closed the door, and sat at his desk. He took out his phone and looked at the message Zhang Yin sent in the work group. There are over 70 people in the group. Most are sharing emojis to celebrate the holiday. A few are showing screenshots of their recent paychecks, with exclamations in the captions. He opened Lu Hao's chat window. Lu Hao replied. The accountant interviewed 2 people. One will come for a trial tomorrow. The renovation team has started, and the partition materials are halfway here. Everything is moving forward. He put down his phone, lay on the bed, and looked at the ceiling. 4,000 yuan salary. The money he sent out has gone around in this small town. It became his son's school fees, his parents' medical expenses, and plans for the coming year. It also became a door that keeps him outside. His mother doesn't know that the key is in his hand. Chun Feng turned over and casually picked up the notebook beside his pillow. On the cover page, there are a few lines from a plan he made a few days ago, including managing team, accountant, admin, warehouse manager, quality control leader. He added a line below. He picked up a pen, wrote a few words, then crossed them out. He rewrote, confront parents, after 4,000 orders are delivered. He closed the notebook. At the end of the corridor, his mother was washing dishes in the kitchen, the water flowing loudly. His father finished his last cigarette at the door, tapped the enamel mug twice, and the door made a sound as the old man entered the room. His phone lit up again. It wasn't a work group message. It was a private message from Lu Hao. Brother Feng, I have something to tell you. When I was interviewing the accountant today, that person asked me a question and I didn't dare answer. She asked who used to handle our factory's accounts and whether we have filed tax reports before. This afternoon, an accountant named Gu Xiaofan, 37 years old, came to visit. She previously worked for 8 years at a trading company in the provincial capital. I looked at her resume and thought she was suitable, so I asked her to sit down and chat. Halfway through, she asked me who was handling the company's accounts now and whether we had filed tax returns monthly. I said I wasn't sure and would ask the boss later. Then she asked another question, whether we had filed the monthly vouchers and if we had done cost collection. By the end of her voice message, Lu Hao's tone was noticeably lower. The key point was, I couldn't answer any of her questions. Chun Feng didn't reply to the voice message, only typed. Is she coming tomorrow? Yes, I scheduled her for 9 in the morning. All right, let her come. I will talk to her myself. He put his phone down and lay back down again. He had thought about the accountant position before, but all his energy had been drained by production and quality control, so he kept postponing the accounting work. He remembered Zhang Yan's blue notebook clearly, every expense, every payment received, neatly listed. But he knew deep down that notebook was easy-to-read records, not official accounts. A proper factory can't rely on a notebook to run smoothly. Vouchers, accounts, tax declarations, cost calculations. These are like steel reinforcement under the foundation. Invisible most of the time, but essential when someone comes to check. He turned over and closed his eyes. He would look into it himself tomorrow. At 8:45 a.m. the next day, Chen Feng arrived at the factory. The renovation team had already started work. They were building partition walls on the west side of the factory, with workers installing the frame and a saw buzzing as it cut through drywall. He entered the temporary office, where Zhang Yin was already there, sitting on a folding chair with her blue notebook beside her. "What's the matter? Why call me so early?" She had just finished her holiday yesterday, her hair loose and not tied up. She was wearing a dark blue long-sleeve shirt with the cuffs rolled up. Before she could relax, she was called back. Chen Feng pulled over a folding chair, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. Today, an accountant was coming for an interview. He wanted her to sit in and listen so she'd know what to expect. He blew on the glass's rim. "Has Hao told you about this?" "Just him?" Zhang Yin snorted. "Yesterday, I went home and didn't even take off my shoes properly. I just collapsed onto the bed and started snoring like a dead pig. My mind's as dull as wood, and I still managed to tell me in advance." Chen Feng clicked his tongue twice and joked, "You two are quite a pair. One's as dull as wood, and the other's as sharp as a knife. I wonder how you ended up together in the first place." Zhang Yin shot him a sidelong glance, but said nothing. Inside, she cursed Chen Feng. How did they get together? It was all because you, kid, were covering for her back then. It's exactly 9 o'clock. Lu Hao peeked outside first to check if Chen Feng was there, then sidestepped to let the others in. Gu Xiaofan is 37 years old. Chen Feng's first impression wasn't her face, but her walking style. Small steps, steady rhythm, and quiet heel strikes. As if she was used to walking quietly in a peaceful office, not disturbing others nearby. She is of average height, neither fat nor thin. She wears silver-rimmed glasses with thin lenses, slightly worn at the edges, but very clean. Her hair is tied at the back with a black hair clip, no stray hairs falling out. She carries a black folder in her hand. "Hello, I am Chen Feng," Chen Feng said, standing up and extending his hand. "Gu Xiaofan," she shook his hand. Her grip was gentle but firm. The handshake lasted about a second and a half, just right, not too long or too short. She released quickly and smoothly. This handshake gave Chen Feng an initial impression. She was someone who was used to formal social interactions, with manners ingrained as a habit. "Please sit," Chen Feng said, gesturing. He then looked at Lu Hao. "Haozi, pour a glass of water for Sister Gu." "Got it." Lu Hao took the hot water kettle from the windowsill, unscrewed the lid, poured more than half a cup into a disposable paper cup, and handed it over. Gu Xiaofan took it, nodded, and said thank you. She tested the water temperature with her fingertips, took a small sip, then placed the cup on her right side, not blocking her view. Next, she unzipped the folder and took out 3 items: a printed personal resume, a photocopy of her accounting qualification certificate, and a photocopy of her intermediate accountant certificate. The 3 sheets were neatly aligned, with smooth edges and no creases. After placing them down, she folded her hands on the table, sat upright, and said nothing more. Before Chen Feng took the resume, he didn't immediately look down at it. He first smiled slightly, leaned back on the chair, and relaxed his tone a little. "Sister Gu, are you from the county town? Or do you live around the industrial area?" "I'm from the county town," Gu Xiaofan said. "I took the bus, line 3, got off at the fertilizer plant station, and walked about 6 or 7 minutes. Line 3 takes a long route," Chen Feng said. "That line runs every 20 minutes, and it takes about half an hour to go around the whole county and reach the industrial area, so the whole trip probably takes over 40 minutes. 50 minutes, Gu Xiaofan corrected gently, without complaining, just stating the facts. "I left home at 7:50, waited nearly 10 minutes at the old bus station in the middle. The schedule isn't very accurate." Chen Feng nodded without saying anything, but lightly tapped his fingers on the table twice. "How's the bus situation in the provincial capital now?" he suddenly asked. Gu Xiaofan paused slightly, probably surprised that the interview would turn to this topic. But she quickly answered. In the half year before I left, the East District of the provincial capital was already building a subway. Line 2's extension, from the high-tech zone straight to the old train station, takes about 19 minutes. For buses, the main city routes run every 5 minutes. Just scan your card to get on. No need to insert coins. The BRT Rapid Transit has been in place for 2 years, using dedicated lanes during rush hours, so there's no traffic jam. She paused here, seeming to realize she might be talking too much, and her tone softened. Of course, that's in the provincial capital, which is a different size. Chen Feng didn't try to smooth things over for her. He just held his cup, slowly blowing on the hot surface of the water. Sister Gu, you've been in the provincial capital for 8 years, he said. What do you feel when you take this Line 3 bus after coming back? The question was a bit tricky. It wasn't about the traffic conditions, but about the mindset. Gu Xiaofan understood and was silent for 2 seconds. On the first day back, I went to the county hospital to handle some procedures. She didn't answer directly. After leaving the hospital, I took a taxi. The driver didn't turn on the air conditioning, just opened the window, and the seat cover was floral fabric. I told him to go to Shiguan, and he took more than 10 minutes around, costing 8 yuan. She paused briefly. In the provincial capital, the community hospital just below my apartment building is a 3-minute walk from the subway station. The registration and payment are all done through self-service machines. Blood test results come out in half an hour, and I can check them on my phone. There are 3 convenience stores downstairs. Coffee costs 10 yuan a cup, and the breakfast cart is set up promptly at 7 o'clock. It has been running every day for a year without stopping. That night I returned, I went to the biggest supermarket in the county. It's the 3-story one at the entrance of the pedestrian street. She paused. It closed at 8:30 p.m., Zhang Yan whispered nearby. That supermarket has been closing at 8:30 for several years. In summer, they usually stay open until 9. What about in the provincial city? Lu Hao asked casually. He was kneeling by the door, originally looking at his phone, but now he had forgotten about it. In my neighborhood, the convenience stores are open 24 hours. The supermarket closes at 10, but there's a Hema store nearby where you can order online and get delivery in half an hour. If you're hungry at night, you can order takeout, which can be delivered until 2 a.m., Gu Xiaofan spoke calmly. It's not that the provincial city is so great, but the living facilities there have already moved to a completely different level. She didn't use the words advanced or backward, but everyone present understood the unspoken meaning. The office was quiet for a few seconds. Outside, the sound of a jackhammer stopped just then, replaced by the noise of a worker pouring cement from a bucket, clattering loudly. Then why did you come back? Chen Feng asked directly. This question was quite straightforward. In an interview setting, such a question is unusual. Asking about the reason for leaving a job is common, but why come back refers not just to a job, but to a whole choice. A person who lived in the provincial city for 8 years, giving up the subway, convenience stores, 24-hour takeout, and a community hospital that reports results in half an hour, returning to a county town where the supermarket closes at 8:30 and buses take 50 minutes for a round trip. There must be a strong reason behind this choice. Gu Xiaofan's fingers moved slightly, her crossed hands tightening a bit. Some family matters, she said. Just 5 words. Her tone was still flat, but the flatness had changed. Earlier, when talking about buses and supermarkets, her calm tone was objective, like reading a data report. Now, that flat was restrained. Chen Feng saw it. He didn't ask further. Understood. He nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Gu Xiaofan's face for less than a second before naturally lowering his head and opening the resume on the table. The resume was very straightforward. There were no fancy layouts or words like proficient in XX or skilled at XX. It simply listed a timeline and facts. From 2013 to 2019, worked at Mingyuan Trading Company, Limited, in the provincial capital, as the chief accountant in the finance department. Handled full accounting for a general taxpayer, responsible for preparing the general ledger, detailed accounts, and balance sheets. Managed monthly tax filings and annual tax reconciliation. Coordinated monthly with banks, tax authorities, and auditing firms. Supervised 2 accounting assistants. Holds certifications, intermediate accountant, obtained in 2013, an accounting qualification certificate. Chen Feng looked at the resume while nodding. After reading, he didn't rush to discuss business matters. Gu Jie, 8 years at one company. That's quite stable in our line of work, he said with clear approval. I know Mingyuan Trading. It's a sizable foreign trade and building materials company in the provincial capital. Gu Xiaofan was slightly surprised. She didn't expect a young person from a small town to know Mingyuan Trading. Yes, annual revenue is about 3 billion yuan, sometimes over 4 billion at its peak, she replied softly, calmly. Chen Feng noticed a detail. The resume didn't mention why she left her previous job. He kept this question in mind, but didn't ask directly. Gu Jie, I want to give you a clear picture of the factory situation first. Chen Feng pointed to the blue notebook beside Zhang Yan. I'll be honest with you, listen carefully. Gu Xiaofan's gaze became slightly more focused. She adjusted her sitting posture slightly, pulling her left hand back from the table to rest on her knee, while her right hand remained on the table, showing she was ready to listen carefully. The company is registered as a limited liability company with a registered capital of 1 million yuan. It has a business license, a corporate bank account, and tax control equipment. They've issued invoices. Previously, they issued a batch of VAT special invoices to a client in Shanghai. As he spoke, Zhang Yan flipped the blue notebook to the most recent pages and pushed it to the center of the table. Not to let Gu Xiaofan see, more to show that these data are backed by evidence, aligning with Chen Feng's words. Gu Xiaofan's eyes paused on the notebook, but she didn't reach out to flip through it. But Chen Feng noticed her focus, not on the specific numbers, but on the format and writing style of the records. A professional accountant's first look at someone else's accounts is never just about whether the numbers are correct, but whether the records are neat and proper. Chen Feng paused for a moment. It wasn't about wording, it was about judgment, whether to reveal his weakest point, to shine. A professional person, if you hide your flaws, others won't trust you. But the accounts have always been kept by our factory ourselves, Gu Xiaofan said, reaching out to pick up the record book and flipping through it. She flipped quickly. It didn't seem like she was reading the content. She only glanced at the numbers on each page before turning. She was checking the structure, whether the way the book was kept made sense, whether entries were sorted by date or category, and whether the flow of numbers was marked. When she reached a page in the middle, her finger paused for about 2 seconds on a line, lingering a moment longer. Then she kept flipping. The whole process took less than a minute. After finishing, she closed the book and placed it back on the table. The way she positioned the book was exactly the same as when she picked it up, cover facing up, spine to the left. This action didn't seem deliberate, but more like a professional habit, taking someone else's thing, returning it to its place, and not changing its state. Mr. Chun, I have a few questions. She looked at Chen Feng. Please don't mind. Go ahead. First, Gu Xiaofan's speech was steady, each word clear and deliberate. Your record keeping is very clear. Every income and expense has a date, an amount, and a note. The numbers match. It's obvious you've been careful. Zhang Yin moved her hand near her notebook, as if she was being praised or waiting for the but to come. But you haven't categorized the records by accounting subjects, she said, tapping her fingernail on the notebook cover without opening it. For example, when you pay wages to workers, that's called wages payable in accounting. When you buy fabric, that's raw materials. Water and electricity bills are manufacturing expenses. Buying equipment is fixed assets. These items are very different in nature and need to be separated and listed separately in financial reports. She drew a line across the table, as if drawing an invisible chart. But on this notebook, all expenses, wages, fabrics, utilities are grouped under one word. Expenses. It's like when you go to the hospital. Registration fees, medication costs, surgery fees are all written on one note with just the total amount. The doctor can see how much you spent, but not what you spent it on. Chen Feng nodded. If the tax bureau audits, they look at the main ledger and detailed accounts. These are official books with proper categories, debit and credit sides, amounts, and voucher numbers. She pushed up her glasses. But not this notebook. Zhang Yan's face slightly darkened. It wasn't a hurt look, but one of realization. She had truly reached her limits. This expression only lasted a few seconds before being suppressed by something harder, like clenching her fist quietly, forcing herself to stay calm. Second, Gu Xiaofan looked away from Zhang Yan and turned back to Chen Feng. You issued invoices, which shows you have a tax control system, and you filed reports. You've done these basic steps. She paused. But your record of input invoices in this notebook is unclear. She flipped to a later page, records of fabric purchases. Chen Feng leaned in to look. It said, accessory purchase, supplier A, 10,000 yuan, paid. Here, you wrote the amount and supplier, but didn't include invoice details, whether it's a special or regular invoice, the tax rate, or the invoice number. She closed the notebook. Did your suppliers give you VAT invoices when you bought fabric, accessories, or equipment? Chen Feng thought for a moment. Yes, for the fabric. Some accessory suppliers are small workshops and didn't issue invoices. Which ones? Are the quantities large? Buttons and zippers, one supplier each. Not big quantities, but every order has one. Gu Xiaofan nodded, not criticizing, just stating facts. Without input invoices, you can't deduct the taxes. The VAT calculation is sales tax minus input tax. You take the tax on what you sold, subtract the tax on what you bought, and the difference is what you owe. She pointed with her finger to illustrate subtraction. The fewer special invoices you receive, the less you can deduct, and the more tax you end up paying. If you don't understand this clearly, by the end of the year when you do the calculations, you'll find your tax burden is higher than your competitors. The extra money you pay isn't because you earn more, but because you didn't collect enough invoices. Chen Feng leaned back in his chair, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table. He had a vague sense of this problem, but no one had explained it to him in such detail before. For example, suppose these 4,000 coats have a total taxable income of 1 million yuan, with a sales tax rate of 13%. That means the tax included in the price is about 115,000 yuan, calculated as 1 million slash 1.1313%. If the fabric and accessories cost 500,000 yuan, and if there are input invoices with tax credits, the input tax would be about 57,500 yuan. The actual tax paid would be 115,000 minus 57,500, which equals 57,500 yuan. But if the supplier didn't give any special invoices, the actual tax paid would be the full 115,000 yuan. That's nearly 60,000 yuan more. This 60,000 yuan isn't because Chen Feng earned more, it's because he didn't collect enough invoices and paid more tax unnecessarily. Especially now, Chen Feng is losing money to attract people. If his income and expenses can't balance out, the bigger the factory, the greater the loss. If 70 people can still cause losses, what about 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 people? By then, even with a system, he wouldn't be able to sustain such a large amount of money. Chen Feng felt uneasy at this moment. Gu Xiaofan didn't pay attention to Chen Feng's expression and continued. Third, your costs are not properly tracked. Her tone was the same as before, neither rising nor becoming more serious. It was just a person who had been doing accounting for 8 years recounting facts. Making a piece of clothing involves many costs: fabric, accessories, labor hours, shared utilities, machine depreciation. Adding all these together is the true production cost of a coat. Compare this cost to the factory price, and you'll see how much profit or loss you actually make. She flipped back to the first page of her notebook, pointing to the monthly summary. Right now, your way of recording only shows how much was spent in total this month, but it doesn't show where the money was spent. It's hard to see how much each product actually costs to produce. For example, she paused and thought of an example. Suppose you spent 10,000 yuan on electricity this month. How much of that was used by the sewing machines in the workshop, how much by the office area, and how much for warehouse lighting? If you don't break down the costs, you won't know the exact manufacturing expenses for the workshop, and your pricing will lack a solid basis. Chen Feng nodded. He was aware of these issues. In his previous job at an engineering design institute, the client's cost calculations were broken down by process, with detailed labor and material costs for each step. He understood this logic, but in his own factory, he never had the time to do it. Data like the piecework pay for over 70 workers, fabric inventory, equipment depreciation, and utility costs are scattered in different places. Gathering, organizing, and matching this data takes a dedicated person and a lot of time. Zhang Yinji's blue notebook was already the best she could do. Next, she mentioned the importance of vouchers. Gu Xiaofan adjusted her glasses. There was a tiny scratch on the lens, which occasionally reflected a thin line of light under the lamp. Do you keep your original documents, purchase receipts, invoices, bank slips, payroll sheets, warehouse entry forms, organized and stored by month? Chen Feng looked at Zhang Yan. She hesitated, not because she didn't know the answer, but because she was considering how to phrase it nicely. In the end, she decided to be straightforward. I keep receipts and invoices in one folder, sorted by date. They are not bound together. Gu Xiaofan didn't ask why they weren't bound, nor did she show any sign of agreement or disapproval. She simply said 3 words, "This needs to be fixed." Then she explained, when the tax authorities audit, they first look at the original vouchers. If the vouchers are scattered, there are 2 risks. First, they can be lost. Losing a small invoice might not matter much, but losing a large input invoice could mean losing the tax deduction, which is a big problem. Second, it can cause confusion. Over time, the records may no longer match up. In March, one of your purchase invoices was mixed up with the files from June. It was hard for you to find it, let alone for the auditors. After saying this, she lightly tapped her finger on the table, like a period at the end of a sentence. Zhang Yin silently picked up the folder, the blue plastic folder she usually used for receipts, looked at the papers inside briefly, then closed it and put it back in its place. She didn't speak, but her actions said everything. Last one. Gu Xiaofan placed her blue notebook in the middle of the table, with her pen resting on top of it, forming a straight line. Social Security. She looked at Chen Feng. Have your workers signed up for Social Security? Not yet, Chen Feng replied. He didn't explain why, but added, we just started less than a month ago, so it's in the plan. Less than a month is understandable. Gu Xiaofan's tone was steady, neither loose nor tight. But this can't be delayed too long. She tapped her index finger on the table again, a little harder than before. You now have over 70 people. This isn't a small workshop with just 3 or 5 workers. It's over 70. This number will attract attention from the labor inspection department. Not that they will definitely come to check, but if someone complains or if something happens, they will come. She paused. Especially work-related injuries. When she said these words, her speech slowed a bit, as if weighing their importance. Your workers operate sewing machines every day, electric ones. If the needle slips and pricks a finger, or if scissors slip and cut a hand, these are common in clothing factories. Minor injuries are one thing, but if there's a serious one, like a finger amputation or tendon damage, without Social Security or work injury insurance, all medical costs, lost wages, and disability compensation will be your personal responsibility. She looked into Chen Feng's eyes. Can you afford that? Maybe you can, but you shouldn't have to. That's the purpose of insurance. After speaking, she placed her pen on the table. She didn't continue further. Very professional. Extremely professional. Even Chen Feng, who had been reborn, felt it was professional. The level of detail was not much less than that of financial managers in big cities. The office was quiet for about 10 seconds. The sound of the electric hammer from the neighboring construction site droned on intermittently, muffled behind the wall, like distant thunder. Chen Feng leaned back in his chair, hands crossed over his stomach, looking at the resumes, photocopies of certificates, and the blue notebooks spread out on the table. There were 5 issues: category classification, input invoices, cost collection, voucher binding, Social Security. None of them were major problems. Not missing documents or licenses that could shut down the factory, nor hidden dangers that could explode if not dealt with today. Nothing urgent like that. But each one was small and tedious, like a bunch of loose threads scattered on the ground. Each thread alone doesn't affect the big picture, and leaving them there doesn't cause trouble. But if you don't take the time to straighten them out one by one, over time, these threads will tangle and cross, slowly forming a knot that's impossible to untie. By the time you want to fix it, you won't know where to start. It's not that he didn't know what to do. He just kept thinking, later. But later never gets better on its own. It only becomes harder to fix. He needs someone experienced to help him sort out these issues from now on, one by one. And he knew clearly. He was now running a factory in a small town. His reputation hadn't fully spread yet, but rumors were already spreading. Once people in nearby towns knew about this high-paying company, how could other industries survive? He could even imagine that by then, a flood of complaints and reports would come like flies swarming around. At that point, Fixing the problems wouldn't just be about balancing the books anymore. Ms. Gu, Chen Feng sat up straight, placing his hands on the table. Gu Xiaofan looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Your professional skills are fine, he said calmly, not just being polite. He wasn't good at flattery, much like his father. Gu Xiaofan didn't reply. She didn't say thank you, or that's kind of you. She just waited, waiting for him to continue. This kind of waiting itself is a skill. Being patient, not rushing to speak, able to handle the silence in the middle of a conversation. Most candidates Chen Feng had interviewed, after hearing a compliment, would either start to praise themselves or explain their other strengths. Gu Xiaofan did nothing. She sat there with her hands crossed on the table, her gaze behind silver-rimmed glasses calm and quiet. But I have something I want to ask you. Chen Feng closed her resume, his finger pausing on the paper. You've worked in the provincial city for 8 years. Mingyuan Company is much bigger than ours. You became a senior accountant there, so your salary must be good. He paused. Why did you suddenly return to the county town? He knew he had already asked once, and she responded with 5 words, but he decided to ask again. A person so professional, giving up a job in the provincial city and 8 years of experience, returning to a small county to be an ordinary accountant. This doesn't make sense logically or emotionally. He wasn't hiring a temporary worker for 3 months, nor someone just passing through to find a better job. He wanted someone who could settle in this factory, build a foundation with him. If her reason for coming back isn't solid, say she had a problem in the provincial city, or it was just a sudden impulse, then no matter how capable she is, he would have to think carefully. Gu Xiaofan's finger paused on the table. She didn't answer immediately. This was the first time she was silent during the interview. When she answered the 5 questions earlier, her speech was even, her logic clear, and she responded smoothly, as if pulling out well-organized files from a drawer. But now, before opening that drawer again, she hesitated. It seemed she understood Chen Feng's unspoken meaning. The office was quiet for 5 or 6 seconds. Gu Xiaofan took off her glasses. Her movement was slow, not like an unconscious gesture, but more like a ritual, giving herself a moment to prepare before speaking. She reached into her shirt pocket and took out a neatly folded gray cloth, folded perfectly square, corners matching, unfolded it, and slowly wiped the right lens, then the left. Then she put her glasses back on. When the metal hook of the frame hooked over her ear, it made a very soft click. My dad is paralyzed. Zhang Yan's hand paused. She was unconsciously flipping through a folder when she heard this, and her fingers stopped. Chen Feng didn't move or speak. Stroke happened last winter. Gu Xiaofan's tone was very calm, not the kind of calm that comes after deliberately holding back emotions, usually trembling underneath. Her calm was different. It was as if she had thought about this over and over many times, and after thinking it through, even the pain had been smoothed out by time into a polished stone, kept deep in her heart. It hurt a little, but no longer stabbed. At around 3 in the morning, my mom called and said your dad had fallen in the bathroom and couldn't get up. She didn't look at Chen Feng or Zhang Yan. She stared at her resume on the table, as if there was something on that piece of paper only she could see. When I got home, it was the next morning. The county hospital said they couldn't do anything, so he was transferred to the provincial hospital overnight. He stayed in the ICU for 12 days, then moved to a regular ward. The doctor said, she paused, that he could be kept alive, but he wouldn't get better. The way those 7 words were arranged was cruel. Kept alive meant he was still alive, but he wouldn't get better meant he was no longer the same person. His right side was completely numb. He couldn't move his hand, needed help to turn over, ate through a tube, recognized people, but couldn't speak clearly, just looked at you. When she said this, her right index and middle fingers pressed together unconsciously, rubbing back and forth on the table. It was a tiny movement, easy to miss if not paying close attention, but Chen Feng saw it. It was a mix of tension and suppression, with her fingers acting as if they were speaking instead of her mouth. I've been working in the provincial city for years, and I only come back a few times a year. Gu Xiaofan withdrew her fingers, clenched her fist, then relaxed it. Come back on New Year's Eve, leave on the 6th. Sometimes I take a few days off for National Day, sometimes I don't go back. In total, I spend less than half a month at home each year. Her voice finally changed a little, not choked with emotion, but with a shift in strength. It was as if something inside her was pushing upward from her chest. She tried to hold it down with her throat, but that pressure changed her voice's resonance, adding a rough edge to its bottom. I used to think that there was always plenty of time, waiting until I earned enough money, until I finished paying off the house, until I saved a certain amount. There was always a new wait every year. She slightly tilted her head back, her gaze passing over Chun Feng's shoulder and resting on the wall behind him. That wall was empty, just cement with a coat of white paint, not yet decorated. Last year, I spent 2 days with him in the hospital room. My dad was lying in bed, unable to turn over. When the caregiver changed his diaper, he just looked at the ceiling, with no expression on his face. The next afternoon, I sat by his bed and was peeling an apple. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at me. He must have strained hard to turn his head, the muscles in his neck tense. He looked at me for about 5 or 6 seconds, moved his mouth, but didn't say anything. She lowered her head. I brought the apple close to his mouth, but he didn't want to eat it. He just wanted to look at me. The office was silent for a long time. The construction crew had stopped working, maybe for a different step, or maybe for a break. There was no sound of power tools or moving materials. It was as if the outside world had paused. Zhang Yin took her hand away from the folder and placed it on her lap. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her Adam's apple moved slightly. After returning to the provincial city that time, I started thinking about this. Gu Xiaofan straightened up again. She took her hand off the table and placed it back on the surface, an action that shifted from a personal moment to a professional one. I originally wanted to bring him to the provincial city because the medical facilities there are better, with a dedicated stroke rehabilitation department. It would also be easier for me to take care of him. Just go after work to check on him. No need to make long trips. Her lips twitched slightly, not quite a smile, more like a helpless memory surfacing, a natural reaction. But my dad didn't agree. He mumbled something unclear. She looked up at Chen Feng. He said, "Leaves must return to their roots." Chun Feng's fingers tapped lightly on the table. Then he stopped. Leaves must return to their roots. These 4 words were very familiar to him. His father, Chun Zhengwo, never said this phrase aloud, but he lived by its meaning his whole life. He never left Qingzi County, never thought about going anywhere else. Even though the town was old, backward, and people kept leaving, he would sit on the doorstep smoking, never mentioning the word, leave. He wasn't unable to leave. He simply didn't want to. His roots were here, and leaving would break them. A stubborn man his whole life, Gu Xiaofan said. You can't change his mind. There was a mix of blame, pity, resignation, and a hint of pride in her tone. Only someone who has been a daughter could hear that last part. She was proud of her stubborn old father. So I quit my job and came back, she said. Gu Xiaofan paused, then spoke more normally. I finished the paperwork at the start of the year, handed over for 2 months, and officially left at the end of March. She hesitated briefly. I know how things are in the county. An accountant earns 3,000 to 4,000 a month, which is much less than in the provincial city, but my dad only has these days left. She pushed her glasses up, the frame settling back on the middle of her nose. Money isn't that important. After saying this, Gu Xiaofan sat up straight again. Her back was very straight, her hands crossed on the table, her fingers still and precise. Her gaze behind the silver-rimmed glasses returned to the calm, steady look she had when she first entered, unwavering, composed, no sign of emotion. Like a water surface rippled by the wind, once the wind stops, the ripples fade away, returning to smoothness. I've said everything I need to. She looked at Chen Feng. Mr. Chun, just consider it. No one responded in the office. The construction team outside was still quiet, unsure if they had finished or moved on to another task. Chen Feng didn't speak right away. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes fixed on the open ledger on the table, Zhang Yan's handwriting, dense and meticulous. But he wasn't really looking at the ledger. He was thinking about his father, Chen Zhengwo. He thought of that figure sitting on the doorstep smoking, and of the times he called from Shanghai, saying, I might not come back for the new year, then after a 2-second silence, saying, busy, so I won't come. He wondered how much that, carried. He hadn't thought about it carefully before. Now he did. Zhang Yin sat quietly beside, not moving at all. Her hand rested on her knee, fingertips slightly curled, as if she wanted to say something, but felt this moment was not the right time to speak. The silence lasted about 10 seconds. Not long. But in this room, In the air, still echoing with the aftershocks of their recent conversation. 10 seconds was enough for each of the three to go through their own thoughts, and then return to the same table. Chen Feng sat up straight. His gaze moved away from the ledger and focused again on Gu Xiaofen's face. Her face was calm, without expectations, nervousness, or the faint uncertainty she had just shown when speaking. She had revealed all her cards, and what was left was not in her hands. Chen Feng didn't let the silence stretch any longer. "Let me talk about the salary first," he said. Gu Xiaofen raised her eyebrows slightly. In a typical interview, after the candidate explains their background, the boss usually says, "Go back and wait for the notice." Discussing salary on the spot usually means either they need someone urgently or the decision has already been made. "You mentioned the market rate in the county is 3 to 5,000, Chen Feng said, tapping the table. "I'll give you 6,500. When the number was announced, Zhang Yan's head peeked out from behind the folder. 6,500. In Qingzi County, a salary of 6,500 for an accountant was almost like paying for a whole pig at the market at beef prices, something most normal people wouldn't do. Gu Xiaofen didn't respond immediately. She was waiting for the next conditions. There's no such thing as a high salary given for free. High pay always comes with high demands. However, there are two things. Chen Feng raised two fingers. First, the 5 issues you mentioned. I need a schedule from you. Not just as soon as possible, but specific dates for each task. Categorizing accounts, filing vouchers, cost collection, break each down, and assign a date. Gu Xiaofen nodded without hesitation. This was her job. Second, you'll take the lead on social insurance, Chen Feng said. For over 70 people, setting up accounts, verifying bases, and monthly payments, you can't do it all alone. Zhang Yin will assist you, but you come up with the plan. I only want to see the results. Okay, Gu Xiaofen replied with 2 words. Her fingers lightly tapped on the table. This is not the kind of firm, tap she used before when mentioning problems, but a form of confirmation, like a craftsman tapping the wood with his knuckles before starting work, listening to the texture. I have handled the account reconciliation before, she said. There is a subsidiary in Mingyuan that was registered for a year and a half, but hardly operated. Later, when it needed to be activated, I took over. From organizing the original documents to preparing compliant reports, I set myself a deadline of 3 weeks. Your workload is bigger, but the structure is simple, just production-based inventory management. She picked up a pen on the table and wrote a few words on the back of her resume. 1 week, the accounts can be ready. Chen Feng looked at those words for 2 seconds. Okay. When he said, okay, Chen Feng stood up and extended his right hand. Gu Xiaofen hesitated for half a second, then reached out her hand. Their hands met, gripping gently but steadily. Can you come tomorrow? Chen Feng asked. Yes, Zhang Yin will help you set up a desk. Gu Xiaofen nodded, packed her resume and ID, and as she stood up, pushed her chair back under the table. The chair legs scraped the floor with a short sound. She reached the door, resting her hand on the doorframe, then suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around, but her voice was directed behind her. President Chun. Yes, 6,005 is too high. Chen Feng leaned on the table, watching her back. When it's done, it won't seem high. Gu Xiaofen's fingers tightened slightly on the doorframe. Then she pushed the door open and left. Gu Xiaofen's footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Zhang Yin pulled her chair forward a bit, but before she sat down, she spoke first. 6,005? Chen Feng was looking down at the ledger, not lifting his eyes. Yes, Zhang Yin placed her folder on the table. Xiaofeng, let's be honest, she's professional, I admit. When she pointed out those 5 issues, I wanted to applaud her. But your salary is way too high. Too high. Accountants in Qingzi County earn between 3,500 and 4,500. At most. If you look at the provincial capital, the chief accountant there makes just over 6,000. You're offering 6,500. This isn't the provincial city rate. It's close to Shanghai's. Zhang Yin raised a finger and waved it in front of her. 6,500 a month, which adds up to 78,000 a year. Plus the company's share of social insurance and housing fund. The total take-home is nearly 90,000. This money is enough for me to hire 2 more experienced workers in the workshop. Chen Feng closed his account book, looked up at Zhang Yin. Do you think I gave this amount because her father is paralyzed and I feel soft-hearted? Zhang Yin didn't reply, but she pursed her lips. Chen Feng knew that expression well. It meant, "Aren't you going to say yes? Brother-in-law, I want to ask you something." Chen Feng leaned back in his chair. Gu Xiaofan worked in the provincial capital for 8 years as the chief accountant. She managed a small team of 3 people, handled accounts with over 100 million in transactions, and independently completed the full set of backdated accounts to reactivate a dormant subsidiary. Her monthly salary, on the low end, was 5,000. On the normal side, 6 to 7,000. Adding year-end bonuses and the living benefits in the provincial capital, subway, top-tier hospitals, school districts for her children, the overall value is at least over 100,000. A year, he raised a finger. Why did she come back? Didn't she say? Her father. Yes, her father is paralyzed. Chen Feng interrupted her. But have you thought about this? Her father was paralyzed this year, so she came back. Next year, Old Li's mother falls and gets hurt. Will Old Li come back? 2 years from now, Old Zhao's father is diagnosed with cancer. Will Old Zhao come back? Your neighbor Zhao's youngest son, who worked as a delivery person in Shenzhen for 3 years, his father has severe arthritis and can't squat anymore. Does that young man resign or not? Zhang Yan was stunned for a moment, not understanding what Chen Feng was trying to say. Our people who leave the county aren't just factory workers. There are accountants, drivers, electricians, designers, salespeople, all kinds of professions. Everyone who can leave has left. Chen Feng drew a circle on the table with his finger. You want factory workers to come back with high pay? Fine, they come back. But can the factory run just on workers? You, as the workshop director, admin, procurement, and dispatcher, can you handle it all? Zhang Yan's mouth opened slightly, but she didn't speak. She couldn't handle it. She knew this better than anyone. In the past 8 days, she managed the workshop's production during the day, calculated wages and reconciled accounts at night, and had to coordinate materials, record attendance, and deal with petty disputes among workers in between. On her busiest day, she worked from 6:30 in the morning until 11 at night. After washing her face and lying on her bed, her hands were trembling. People like Gu Xiaofan are everywhere in the provincial city. At a company like Mingyuan Trading, a supervisor accountant with her experience could be replaced by 3 or 4 others in the same department. He turned slightly, facing Zhang Yan sideways. How about in Qingzi County? Find me someone there. Zhang Yan didn't speak. It's impossible to find someone, Chen Feng said for her. Anyone with some skill would have left long ago. Those who stay are either fresh graduates with no experience or people just passing time until retirement. Someone like Gu Xiaofan, no matter if she earns 6,500 yuan, you won't find a similar person in the Qingzi County job market. Our county needs more than just clothing workers. Chen Feng lowered his voice a bit. We need all kinds of workers, bookkeepers, machine repairers, market sellers, teachers. These workers are outside, some in Shanghai, some in Hefei, some in Shenzhen. They will eventually come back for various reasons. Parents get sick, children need care, or they just can't survive outside anymore. And when they come back, Chen Feng tapped the table. There are no jobs matching their skills in the county, no salaries that match their experience. They work for a couple of months, get discouraged, and leave again. Zhang Yan clenched her fingers on her knees. She thought of herself. 5 years ago, she also considered moving to Suzhou. A classmate from technical school was working as a line leader at a foreign trade clothing factory in Suzhou, earning over 6,000 yuan a month, and called her to come. She had packed her bags, but didn't go because her mother needed care for her herniated disc. What happened after she stayed? She earned 3,000 yuan at Li Jiangwo's broken factory, was owed wages, deceived, and felt like her life was falling apart. So, you're offering 6,500 yuan, not just for Gu Xiaofan, Zhang Yan slowly said. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, and didn't answer immediately. News will spread. If an accountant in Qingzi County earns 6,500 yuan, and workers there make 5 or 6,000 a month, these numbers will spread like seeds. People drifting outside Qingzi will hear, and their perceptions will change. I don't need everyone to come back, but as long as some people return, bringing back skills, experience, and knowledge learned in big cities, the life will return to this county. Zhang Yan looked at Chen Feng's back. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. She didn't fully understand the big plan Chen Feng was talking about. But this wasn't the first time. Since Chen Feng started his factory at a loss, she never fully understood it. And what happened? 74 female workers sat in the workshop and, in 8 days, produced 400 high-quality coats without any defects. She didn't understand, but she followed along. That's Zhang Yan's way of thinking. All right, enough of the big ideas. Chen Feng turned back, sat down quickly, and changed his tone. Let's get to the point. For 4,000 pieces, what is the delivery time that Su Hongmei's side promised? The contract says 45 days, Zhang Yan instinctively answered. We now have 74 people. Last time, for 100 pieces took 8 days. If we use the same efficiency, it would take about 80 days for 4,000 pieces, double the time. Zhang Yan nodded. Not enough people. Then, calculate how many people we need at minimum to meet the 45-day deadline. Zhang Yan lowered her head, quickly tapped a few times on the table, and muttered the numbers. She was quick at calculations. After so many years in the workshop, she had a built-in calculator in her mind. The seat-covering process is the bottleneck. Only 3 people, Guilin, Xiaowei, and Shina, can do it independently. For 4,000 pieces, at a rate of 8 to 10 pieces per person per day, she looked up. We need at least 3 to 4 more seat-covering workers, and other processes must expand at the same time. The total number of workers, at least 120, more safely 150. Chen Feng quickly thought it over. 150 people. Wang Jinshi's goal for the end of the year was to break 100 people. It's only mid-September, and he's talking about increasing the workforce by 1.5 times. And the machines? Zhang Yan counted on her fingers. To have 150 people, the flat sewing machines need to be increased to at least 80, 12 for overlock, 4 for buttonholes, and 3 more for pressing. All right, in the next couple of days, work hard to get the machines sorted out. Once the workers are back, we can start production. Chen Feng nodded. There's one more issue. Zhang Yan raised her hand and pointed outside the window. The space. Right now, we're using the B12 factory building, which is 2,000 square meters. 60 machines still have plenty of room, but if we add 80 more, are we going to make the workers ride on the machines to work? Chen Feng tapped the edge of the table twice. 2,000 square meters. When he first took over this factory, he thought it was quite large. Now, after calculating, he realized it's not enough. Is anyone using the B13 and B14 next door? They're empty. Most of the area in the development zone is vacant. Zhang Yan paused. But that's the management committee's land. You'll need to talk to someone about rent, utilities, and special policies. Chen Feng didn't reply. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the empty concrete road outside the window. At the end of the road, the gray metal roof of factory B13 reflected sunlight. It's empty, just like most factories in the development zone, vacant. All right, you keep an eye on the equipment, Chen Feng said as he stood up and picked up his phone. Send out notices for hiring staff. Keep the salary standards the same. Where are you going? I'm going to the Investment Promotion Bureau to see Director Wang. More than half a month later, Chen Feng re-entered the county government building. Nothing had changed. The same old man was still at the gate. When Chen Feng pushed the door open, Zhou Xiaoqin was leaning over her desk, cracking sunflower seeds. In front of her was a worn copy of Jin. On the cover, a woman with wavy hair looked tearfully into the distance. The bold red title read, "He waited 10 years, only to hear her say sorry." "Hello, Sister Zhou." Zhou Xiaoqin looked up, a sunflower seed shell still in her mouth. She blinked. For a moment, her mind was still on the heroine on page 37 of Jin, who had been abandoned. Then, she recognized the person at the door. It was the young boss who came to see Director Wang last time. His surname was Chun. When was the last time they met? Over half a month ago. That day, he also pushed the door open like this. He wasn't dressed fancy, but was neat. His speech was calm and steady, not loud, but every word hit its mark. At that time, Zhou Xiaoqin thought, another one coming to make big promises. But this time, it was different. She didn't know exactly what had happened, only that since Chen Feng left, Wang Jinshi's mood changed. Before, Wang Jinshi's usual routine at work was brewing tea, flipping through documents, sighing, looking at his phone, then sighing again. Sometimes he'd answer a call, hang up, and sigh more. The whole person felt like an old engine running at idle, making loud noises but not moving forward. But in the past 2 weeks, he started making phone calls. Not passive ones, he was the one calling out. He called Lao Su at the management committee, the property people in the development zone, and water and electricity department staff. Once, she passed by Wang Jian's office and heard him on the phone talking about Xiaoqin's factory in a serious tone, as if reporting work. So, Zhou Xiaoqin looked at Chen Feng with a mixed, complicated gaze, part curiosity, part judgment, and part something she couldn't quite explain. Maybe it was a simple hope. She wasn't sure if this young man was worth Wang Jian's trouble, but she was sure Wang Jian was already bothering himself with it. This time, she stood up faster than when she answered the director's call. "Oh, Mr. Chen, you're here? Please sit down, sit down. Want some water? I'll make tea for you." When she said this, she was slightly stunned herself. Last time Chen Feng came, she called him, "this gentleman." When did she start calling him Mr. Chen? Probably from the day Wang Jian started making proactive calls outside. "Is Director Wang in?" Yes, he's in the inner room. I'll go call him." "No need." Chen Feng had already walked over. Zhou Xiaoqin stayed where she was, watching his back disappear around the corner of the corridor. She thought for a moment, then returned to her desk. She didn't continue cracking sunflower seeds or reading. She poured out the cold tea from her cup and boiled a new pot of hot water. She didn't know who she was making it for. Anyway, just boil it. Wang Jian's office door was slightly ajar. A whiff of smoke seeped out from the crack. Chen Feng knocked twice, and the door swung open on its own. Wang Jian was sitting sideways at his desk, on the phone, holding a cigarette in his left hand, pressing a crumpled stack of documents with his right. On the desk, there were 3 cigarette butts in the ashtray, and a half-drunk cup of strong tea, with tea leaves stuck to the cup wall, dark in color like traditional Chinese medicine. Seeing Chen Feng, his eyebrows twitched. Not surprise. It was more like a reaction of, "I knew you'd come, but didn't expect it today." He raised a finger to signal, "Wait a moment," still holding a cigarette, and the grayish-white smoke flickered as he moved. "Yes, Lao Su, the one at B12. I submitted the materials for the water and electricity fee reduction yesterday. How far along are you on that?" "Okay. I think it can be approved before Friday." "All right. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Lao Su, let's go for a meal later. At Byway Building, that same spot as last time." Okay. After hanging up, Wang Jiansheng looked a little proud, as if he had successfully accomplished something. "Coincidentally, I was just about to call you." He emphasized the words, "just about," to suggest he was proactive, not waiting for Chen Feng to come to him. This is another skill of people inside the system, always making it seem like they are one step ahead. The water and electricity fee reduction is almost settled. The management committee will approve it before Friday. Last couple of years, industrial electricity was at 80% of the normal rate. Just this one item, based on your current electricity use, you could save over 3,000 yuan a month. When he said over 3,000 yuan, his tone carried a bit of pride, as if saying, "See, I'm also doing you a favor." Chen Feng sat across from him. "Director Wang, let's put the 3,000 yuan savings aside for now. Today, I want to talk about something bigger." Wang Jianqing's smile faded a little. He instinctively became alert when hearing something bigger. "Go ahead. I need B13. Wang Jianqing blinked. Not a confused blink. A quick mental check to recall what information is associated with the code B13. B13? The one next door? Yes, 3,200 square meters. Same conditions as B12. Wang Jiansheng didn't speak immediately. He leaned back in his chair, making a creaking sound. His index and middle fingers habitually tapped the plastic armrest. Tap, tap, tap. You only have about 70-something people now. People who have been inside the system for a long time tend to respond indirectly. They usually ask questions first to buy time and gather more information. Let the other person fill in the gaps so they can control the situation. 74. How many did you fill in for B12, which is 2,000 square meters? Most of it, but this time, we can't fit any more people. So, you want B13 to expand the factory? Yes, I plan to fill it within a month. Wang Jianqing's fingers stopped. His right index finger hovered about 2 centimeters above the armrest, maintaining a steady point, but he did not let it fall. How many people do you need? About 150 people. The office was quiet for 3 seconds. The sound of Xiaoqin cracking sunflower seeds came through the door, crisp and clear. How many? Wang Jianqi's voice didn't get louder, but the pitch rose slightly. 150 people. They should be in place by the end of October. Wang Jianxi slowly leaned forward from his chair. Comrade Xiao Chun. He called him Comrade Xiao Chun, not Manager Chun. In his way of speaking, Manager Chun was polite and distant, but Comrade Xiao Chun was a sincere way for fellow townspeople to address a younger colleague. My goal for you is to have over 100 by the end of the year.